Shadow and Soapy one apiece now. Ploop having a dance in hell and gets picked off there by Chicken. It is Z now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's per se, but Cake Sailor's now going to go ahead and buy up the guns. But again, the seesaw mentality kicks in here. You have to find a solid 1 to 2 rounds consecutively to build that momentum, and I think this is the chance to do so as they go right on to this B site. A lot happening. Executive so good with the tripwire. What the? Executive is absolutely mowing the lawn, and the lawn in this case is blades of grass composed of Cake Sailors. Take that in your mind. Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Oh, at least the off's still in play, though. I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over. Is able to do something. Hello, up on the rope, like you mentioned. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air. The second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe these things start making sense. He's able to take one. Woo! Does he have a dash? Oh my God, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Ultimate early. The Lemons will swing towards the site, and they will gain themselves a net positive kill, but it only puts them at even odds. Jinx is still up inside Tube. They'll send Andrea to the afterlife and a hipfire kill, their third. And a Hunter's Fury not by the side of Agogi, but instead popped by the side of Glizzy Gobblers, just zoning away the last remnants of Agogi. Lisha will not survive against Jay Wookie. The fight at the beginning continues to go into a tumultuous point, and well, Ango can afterwards, though, as Diets gets the kill with the Vandal, but they are on the wrong end. A 2v3. Glizzy Gobblers, they're man down, and they may decide to push this one, but notice where Agogi have stepped back to. They're holding that main entrance of A. No one's extended towards site. This is going to force the side of Glizzy Gobblers to swing forward. Jawookie finding one. Jawookie finding two. The third kill for them in this round. Now it's just the last, and it will be the last of them all as a 4K drops for Jay Wookie out through the wall.
He can't claim it. Here comes a fourth kill here from Poe, looking to make his highlight play. As there's only one more remaining, it's Lunar Jesus. Can he get all 5 as Lunar? He takes out 3! Give it to Owner. Give it to him. Put the respect on this man's name. 3 letters isn't enough to describe his skill, but it might just be enough to describe how good he's doing this game. 12-6. They're climbing back.
Try to assist them. They're not. Mixer does find one. It's a good trade back, but they are short-lived, and it does not matter though. Zippy gets 1, make it 2, make it 3! As all of their hands locked clean off their shoulders, and WTP in this half strong.
Trying to once again find this edge to really work off of, but there comes the end of the battle, which just lasts a little bit too short for my liking, but an even exchange comes out now.
5v2. Snacky had a look there for just a moment. Doesn't like what they saw, didn't take the shot, and they'll have to wait for Mikey to re-swing. They'll do just that. Mikester close, and a quick flick and a kill by Snacky will bury them 6 feet under. Zippy will re-swing this one. During the jiggle peek to maybe bait out the shot. The little players step through the defender spawn section, but they can't step out of market because there's still one more player, Small Pizza, unaccounted for, and they're in market as of right now. Ty has to play smart. They spot interlace first. They're aware maybe there's a player in B main. There's not. It's 2 on stand.
They're going to eat dust. So now they switch it up completely. They've abandoned that lobby side, made their way onto C here. Ploop is completely blocking off the garage. Shiver finally trades it up, but 2 bodies have been dropping. Meanwhile, 3 ultimates to boot for Dice here, but Z, the platform demon with the 3-piece combination. Z has held that back corner down.
Range against the rifle. Chance trapped on site. Will be flashed and does find one. Quick spin to Yoster for a second, but Swift by.
Yeah, Sugar Free coming online at the perfect moment, and the kills that they've won so far might just go to waste as Mikester with the collateral coming through, making sure that they're checking all these corners, but they don't check left, and there's Sacred in the back, knifing them down, and Glyph with the final kill. What a solid round there from Headhunters. 2 left alive. They steal away the operator as well. That is a huge swing in credit power.
Big swing.
With that, Spike goes down. 5v5 retake. Void sending the owl drone and gets denied to say the least here. So Cake Sailors, let's see what they can do. Valet is kind of that lonesome wolf towards mid. Has to be careful and doesn't want to fall behind and not offer value to the rest of the round ahead of us.
Rotations from the defensive side are not going to be good enough as they're running right into to the collapse coming from Ballet. Kaide picks up two. Opposite squad, you're just like, okay, everyone got involved. Everyone still had utility to spare even at that point in the round. And we're able to use it here as we're getting to see the very typical shots of the Odin through that paper thin wall. I was worried that Cray Cup wasn't going to pick up 2 kills, and Cray Cup says, no, don't you worry. I'm going to actually pick up 3.
You said it well, and I think you're right. Like, number-wise, Cray Cup for 2K, 3Ks is very much up there. Like, just stomping this Dark Squad, and I think we're going to be seeing a repeat of their pistol take onto B-side by the looks of it.
Fortunately for Ois, Caloric has found success. Flash drive goes down. Nicely dodged. Final lines them all up, and they all fall. 3 for final.
Mikey able to find Liv, who was trying to get sneaky with that teleport there, and now it's just Port Canyon, has the tour de force, doesn't have the spike just yet, and they're blinded a lot. They can't see.
Yeah, nothing is worse than having a long-range weapon and getting blinded into oblivion here. Manages to get the double peek. Give me that replay, Rose. I want it.
Secure this round, assuming because it's got the clutch panties on and secured for this one.
What did you just say?
Well, clutch pants, you know what I mean? Like, you never heard that saying before, like clutch pants? No?
I know, I have never heard it.
Maybe it's a Counter-Strike thing. Ignore it, but don't ignore the culture roadie! See, there it is! What did I tell you?
Right, you called it! Holy smokes! Oh my goodness, what a crazy game we saw. Yeah, that shot really just did wrap this game.
So, and Sophie, what a piece now. Poof having a dance in hell and gets picked off there by Chicken. It is Z now to take it down to the 1v1. Sophie opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Sophie hops on that defuse. That's per se, but Cake is now going to go ahead and buy up your gun. But again, the seesaw mentality kicks in here. You have to find a solid 1 to 2 rounds consecutively to build that momentum, and I think this is the chance to do so as they go right on to this B site. A lot happening. Executive so good with the tripwire. What the executive is absolutely mowing the lawn, and the lawn in this case is blades of grass composed of cake sailors. Take that in your mind. Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Oh, at least the off's still in play though. I mean, question it, but he did save it over. Is able to do something. Hello, up on the rope, like you mentioned. Project. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air. The second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe these things start making sense. He's able to take one. Ooh. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Ultimate early. The Lemons will swing towards the site, and they will gain themselves a net positive kill, but it only puts them at even odds. Jinx is still up inside Tube. They'll send Andrea to the afterlife and a hipfire kill, their third. And a Hunter Spree not by the side of Agogi, but instead popped by the side of Glizzy Gobblers, just zoning away the last remnants of Agogi. Lisha will not survive against Jay Wookie. The fight at the beginning continues to go into a tumultuous point. Well, Angokin afterwards, though, as Diets gets the kill with the Vandal, but they are on the wrong end. A 2v3. Glizzy Gobblers, they're man down, and they may decide to push this one, but notice where Agoki have stepped back to. They're holding that main entrance of A. No one's extended towards site. This is going to force the side of Glizzy Gobblers to swing forward. Jawookie finding one. Jawookie finding two. The third kill for them in this round. Now it's just the last, and it will be the last of them all as a 4K drops for Jay Wookie.
Shot through the wall. Can't claim it. Here comes a 4th kill here from Poe, looking to make his highlight play as there's only one more remaining. It's Lunar Jesus. Can he get all 5 as Lunar? He takes out 3! Give it to Poe! Give it to him! Put the respect on this man's name! 3 letters isn't enough to describe his skill, but it might just be enough to describe how good he's doing this game. 12-6. They're climbing back.
To assist them. They're not Meister does find one. It's a good trade back, but they are short-lived, and it does not matter though. Zippy gets one, make it two, make it three! As all of their heads will have clean off their shoulders, and WTP in this half strong.
Trying to once again find this edge to really work off of, but there comes the end of the battle, which just lasts a little bit too short for my liking, but an even exchange comes out now.
5v2. Snacky had a look there for just a moment. Doesn't like what they saw, didn't take the shot, and they'll have to wait for Mikey to re-swing. They'll do just that. Meister close, and a quick flick and a kill by Snacky will bury them 6 feet under. Zippy will re-swing this one. They're in the jiggle peak to maybe bait out the shot. They'll let the player step through the defender spawn section, but they can't step out of market because there's still one more player, Small Pizza, unaccounted for, and they're in market as of right now. Ty has to play smart. They spot interlaced first. They're aware maybe there's a player in B main. There's not a 2 on stand.
They're going to eat dust. So now they switch it up completely. They've abandoned that lobby side, made their way onto C here. Ploop is completely blocking off the garage. Shiver finally trades it up, but 2 bodies have been dropping. Meanwhile, 3 ultimates to boot for Dice here. But Z, the platform demon with the 3-piece combination. Z has held that back corner down.
Range against a rifle. Chance trapped on site. Will be flashed and does find one. Quick swing to Yoster for a second, but Swift by.
Yeah, Sugar Free coming online at the perfect moment, and the kills that they've won so far might just go to waste as Meister with the collateral coming through, making sure that they're checking all these corners, but they don't check left, and there's Sacred in the back, knifing them down, and Glyph with the final kill. What a solid round there from Headhunters. 2 left alive. They steal away the operator as well. That is a huge swing in credit power.
Big swing.
And with that, Spike goes down. 5v5 retake Void, sending the Owl drone and gets denied, to say the least here. So Cake Sailors, see what they can do. Valet is kind of that lonesome wolf towards mid, has to be careful and doesn't want to fall behind and not offer value to the rest of the round ahead of him.
Rotations from the defensive side are not going to be good enough as they're running right into the collapse coming from Valet. Kaide picks up 2. Opposite squad, you're just like, okay, everyone got involved. Everyone still had utility to spare even at that point in the round. And we're able to use it here as we're getting to see the very typical shots of the Odin through that paper thin wall. I was worried the Cray Cup wasn't going to pick up 2 kills, and Cray Cup says, no, don't you worry. I'm going to actually pick up 3.
You said it well, and I think you're right. Like, number-wise, Cray Cup for 2K, 3Ks is very much up there. Like, just stomping Stark squad, and I think we're going to be seeing a repeat of their pistol take onto B-side by the looks of it.
Fortunately for Ois, Caloric has found success. Flash drive goes down. Nicely dodged. Final lines them all up, and they all fall. 3 for final.
Mikey able to find Glyph, who was trying to get sneaky with that teleport there, and now it's just Port Canyon, has the tour de force, doesn't have the spike just yet, and they're blinded a lot. They can't see.
Yeah, nothing is worse than having a long-range weapon and getting blinded into oblivion here. Manages to get the double peek. Give me that replay, Rose. I want it.
Secure this round, assuming because it's got the clutch panties on and secured for this one.
What did you just say?
Well, clutch pants, you know what I mean. Like, you never heard that saying before, like clutch pants? No?
I have never heard it.
Maybe it's a Counter-Strike thing. Ignore it, but don't ignore the culture roadie! See, there it is! What did I tell you?
Right. You called it! Holy smokes! And Dignitas brings this one all the way home. We're getting to see some nice, spicy little headset flips that our producer has brought us here today. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, this one I love, because we know that somebody is there, actually makes a nice little flick on the ambient, potentially in a rough spot with Toronto. Ooh. Followed up by that beautiful 4K from that pistol round from Sholiana. This pickup as well. Trying to keep it all held down. The shot through the smoke. Oh my goodness. What a crazy game we saw. Yeah, that shot really just did Rascals in.
So, and Soapy, want a piece now. Ploop having a dance in hell and gets picked off there by Chicken. It is Z now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's per se, but Cake Sailor's not going to go ahead and buy up the guns. But again, the seesaw mentality kicks in here. You have to find a solid 1 to 2 rounds consecutively to build that momentum, and I think this is the chance to do so as they go right on to this B site. A lot happening. Executive so good with the tripwire. What the? Executive is absolutely mowing the lawn, and the lawn in this case is blades of grass composed of Cake Sailors. Take that in your mind. Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Well, at least the off's still in play though, Endline. I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over. He was able to do something. Hello! Up on the rope, like you mentioned, it was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe these things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Ultimate early. The Lemons will swing towards the site, and they will gain themselves a net positive kill, but it only puts them at even odds. Jinx is still up inside Tube. They'll send Andrea to the afterlife and a hipfire kill, their third. And a Hunter's Fury not by the side of Agogi, but instead popped for the side of Glizzy Gobblers, just zoning away the last remnants of Agogi. Lisha will not survive against Jay Wookie. The fight at the beginning continues to go into a tumultuous point. And well, Tango can afterwards, though, as Diets gets the kill with the Vandal, but they are on the wrong end. A 2v3. Glizzy Gobblers, they're man down, and they may decide to push this one, but notice where Agogi have stepped back to. They're holding that main entrance of A. No one's extended towards site. This is going to force the side of Glizzy Gobblers to swing forward. Jawookie finding one. Jawookie finding two. The third kill for them in this round. Now it's just the last, and it will be the last of them all as a 4K drops for Jay Wookie through the wall.
Can't claim it. Here comes a 4th kill here from Poe, looking to make his highlight play. As there's only one more remaining, it's Lunar Jesus. Can he get all 5 as Lunar? He takes out 3! Give it to Poe! Give it to him! Put the respect on this man's name. 3 letters isn't enough to describe his skill, but it might just be enough to describe how good he's doing this game. 12 to 6. They're climbing back.
To assist them. They're not. Mixer does find one. It's been trade back. But they are short-lived, and it does not matter though. Zippy gets 1, make it 2, make it 3! As all of their hands locked clean off their shoulders, and WTP in this half strong.
Trying to once again find this edge to really work off of, but there comes the end of the A battle, which just lasts a little bit too short for my liking, but an even exchange comes out now.
5v2. Snacky had a look there for just a moment. Doesn't like what they saw, didn't take the shot, and they'll have to wait for Mikey to re-swing. They'll do just that. Mike's close, and a quick flick and a kill by Snacky will bury them 6 feet under. Zippy will re-swing this one, doing the jiggle peek to maybe bait out the shot. Then the player step through the defender spawn section, but they can't step out of market because there's still one more player small pizza unaccounted for, and they're in market as of right now. Ty has to play smart. They spot interlace first. They're aware maybe there's a player in B main. There's not a 2 on Snappy.
They're going to eat dust. So now they switched it up completely. They've abandoned that lobby side, made their way onto C here. Floop is completely blocking off the garage. Shiver finally trades it out, but 2 bodies have been dropping. Meanwhile, 3 ultimates to boot for Dice here, but Z, the platform demon with the 3-piece combination. Z has held that back corner down.
Range against a rifle. Chance trapped on site. Will be flashed and does find one. Quick swing to Yoster for a second, but swift spot.
Yeah, Sugar Free coming online at the perfect moment, and the kills that they've won so far might just go to waste. This Mikester with the collateral coming through, making sure that they're checking all these corners, but they don't check left, and there's Sacred in the back, knifing them down, and Glyph with the final kill. What a solid round there from Headhunters. 2 left alive. They steal away the operator as well. That is a huge swing in credit power.
Big swing.
But that spike goes down. 5v5 retake. Void sending the owl drone and gets denied, to say the least here. So Cake Sailors, let's see what they can do. Valet is kind of that lonesome wolf towards mid. Has to be careful and doesn't want to fall behind and not offer value to the rest of the round ahead of him.
Rotations from the defensive side are not going to be good enough as they're running right into the collapse coming from Valet. Kaide picks up 2. Opposite squad, you're just like, okay, everyone got involved. Everyone still had utility to spare even at that point in the round, and we're able to use it here as we're getting to see the very typical shots of the Odin through that paper thin wall. I was worried the Cray Cup wasn't going to pick up 2 kills, and Cray Cup says, no, don't you worry, I'm going to actually pick up 3.
You said it well, and I think you're right. Like, number-wise, Crate Cup for 2K, 3Ks is very much up there. Like, just stomping the Stark squad, and I think we're going to be seeing a repeat of their pistol take onto BC.
Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. Rivers running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling, and I'm feeling, and I'm feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me.
Now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's a...
Feeling good. Blossom on a tree.
And there we have it, your Pit of Valor crown champions.
It's a day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good.
Welcome, everyone. It is officially another Wednesday, Pit of Valor number 99.9, and joined with me is Eric. And Eric, I mean, this is your first time seeing that 100th Pit of Valor commercial. What are your thoughts? What are you thinking?
Oh man, it had me feeling good. Just like the song said, man. I'm so excited to see all the way up until now how GLG is built and progressed into the organization they are today. And I mean, dude, 100 pits of Valor. That's Wednesday after Wednesday after Wednesday after winner after battle fought after headshot after defeat after letdown after success. 100 weeks in a row. That is awesome, and I'm excited to to be a part of it.
I mean, that's kind of basically showing you how long GLG has been around, and it's been over 2 years. And I mean, coming to think of it, Valorant has almost been out for 3 full years, coming early next year. So I don't know where the time has gone. It's just kind of passed so quickly. And I mean, I think safe to say we've enjoyed every single part of it. And I know it's been a while since you've been joining us here on the GLG, but keep in mind, with community gaming support as well, we've now been able to up the prize pool to $250. So first place will actually take home $200 instead of that $50 grand prize that we used to have. And second place, they still leave with something, $50.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. It's been a long time coming, and honestly, it is just I don't know how to say it in the easiest ways. In the easiest way, it is nice to just see how far we've realistically come.
Yeah. And then, I mean, on top of that, I mean, while you get your camera there sorted out, I mean, the 100th Pit of Valor is officially next week. I mean, we've delayed it long enough, 99.9. I mean, I don't think we would get into the 10th digits anymore, but, 100th Pit of Valor starting next week, Wednesday, and the prize pool is the biggest Pit of Valor of yet, $2,500. And again, huge thank you to Community Gaming for being able to support us weekly, and on top of that, making this 100th Pit of Valor that big and grand. And on top of that, we got a couple of sponsors as well. We have MSI. They'll be sponsoring some amazing prizes. So the MVP prize will be an Optics G273 monitor, which is absolutely amazing. And then again, thank you to Drink Control as well, and Metafy for additional support with the items that they're supplying for the prize pool. So if you guys are interested in that, type !100 in chat. You guys will get that tournament link as well. We are doing some giveaways as well. So !giveaway. GLG, we're actually giving away with Community Gaming the newest skin bundle. So if you guys haven't been able to take a look at that new skin bundle, it looks pretty damn awesome, and we're giving away 2 of those bundles. So !giveaway if you guys want a chance to enter.
And I'll tell you something, man. I'm excited for these games because I have not seen some of these team names yet before. So these are new names for me. That means that I don't know what to expect, especially in this game coming up now. Crisis versus Last Resistance. I have not seen these teams play. I don't know any of these players. I don't know any of these, either of these teams. So I'm really excited to see if this is going to be like a one-sided stop or a very close game. I want to see, if these guys are going to bring any different strategies to the game now. Obviously, On Haven, a map that we both, are familiar with, that I'm sure most Valorant players are familiar with. Nothing new to the community, but I do hope that I get to see something different from one of these teams or both of these teams coming into this game.
And let me tell you something, Eric. I mean, I was able to cast last week's Pit of Valor as well, and Last Resistance is definitely one of those teams that likes to make a run early on in the Pit of Valor. I mean, they made it, I think, all the way to the quarters, if not semis, last week, and I'm expecting them to do the same. I'm expecting them to come out with a huge chip on their shoulder, looking for a little bit of revenge, as they were knocked out last week. But hey, they're going against Crisis. I haven't seen them play. The map is Haven, and I'm expecting Last Resistance to get a little bit aggressive. I mean, we've seen that last week. They got aggressive. They got early info early on to be able to cheat rotations to the other sites to help themselves stack a little bit better on that defensive side. And on top of that, they are starting defense again. So I'm expecting Alu to get really, really aggressive here to get his team some early information on.
All right, well, now I'm excited. Now I have high expectations for Last Resistance. So let's hope this is not a Caster Curse situation. They get 13-0 instead, because that would be absolutely horrible. But we are going to see... we are going to see Last Resistance line up 4 on this C site, 1 on A in the form of Chamber. Now they're Fade more so rotating over to B Connect to make sure that they have somebody at least on every site for information and callouts when it comes to this attacking side coming in on the side of Crisis, looking like they're going to potentially go for a C or B push. A looking like it's not even in question here, but round starts, moves are being made towards this B site. We'll see how it goes.
Well, you can see they're trying to get some info towards this B site. Right away, the Haunt goes in, doesn't detect anyone, so they know it's going to be a free plant, as Teet's going to go ahead, TP in, get that bomb down, and he has a shorty posted up towards the ceiling. And if they do decide to get a little bit of control back towards this B site, especially from that ceiling, they need to be careful. Ian getting Robbie early on, and there you see it. Teets with that shorty in hand gets 2, and all of a sudden, all left down to Crow, and in a 1 versus 4, but unfortunately, Kostin, a little bit more aware, understands he is in garage.
Yeah, and that was a quick 5 up, 5 down on the side of Last Resistance, correct? And I mean, remember, it's only first round, so there's nothing to be said. Pistol round is obviously pivotal to move into the second round and start building that lead, but it is only the first round. Plenty of Valor to still be played, obviously. But now, gun advantage in the hands of Crisis. I'm sure we're going to see them coast off of this into this third round.
And here's that aggression that we were talking about. It is a safe round for Last Resistance. And Crisis does understand that. So they're sitting a little bit further back. You see Kostin holding this A main, and he does punish Alu for getting overly aggressive here, but no one in the room to trade for him. And Kostin gonna go ahead, get away with that first pick. And now Crisis, they're looking to just essentially regroup together, get some information early on, and maybe just now that they have that man advantage, try to group up and take something together.
Right now, Chamber did fall to a little less than half health. So there is the potential of him getting taken out, but him carrying the spike, he's probably going to be, you know, a little further back in terms of entry onto these sites, or whichever site they choose to go as, ooh, concussion almost hits, nearly, just barely gets out, avoiding that death. Bomb Buddy's gonna go out, is going to get some damage down. Nothing yet, as Riken is going to try and hold this corner, not going to get anything on those shots. Spike is down, and now retake has to be played.
And you can see right off the bat, Crisis, when they executed on that site, all the utility came through, the nade, the paranoia, and on top of that, the amount of space they were able to take and push back Last Resistance back towards their spawn. You can see they don't really have anything to work with. They're just looking for any over-aggression from Crisis in hopes they make some sort of mistake to open this round back up in their favor. However, Crisis, they're taking their time. They know that they have to be taking sight back in their favor, but look at Aussie able to get 2 here, down to 1 before Crowan with only a shorty and a dream.
I believe.
Unable. I mean, sometimes you get lucky, right? Sometimes you get that one random bullet that, you know, is a little bit of a stray compared to the rest and gets you in the head, but not that time.
You always see 5-man one-shot shorty kills, you know?
Yeah.
But now, guns in hands of each member of these two teams. Now an even playing field for Last Resistance, having a bunch more firing power in hands, not pistols only, not a save round. This is the full buy of Phantoms and Vandals, full shields, a little bit, I think there were 2 halves on the side of them, but this is now going to be where they have to land their shots, where they have to hold the site. And so far, Ian Crone grabbing 2, Slimmy grabbing 1 in return onto Crone. Another coming through on the side. Oh no, I lied. That was just little. That was one of Fade's little prowlers. I got ahead of myself.
You can see Crisis, they're able to get sight fast, but this time Last Resistance, they have something to say about it. They do not want much happening from Crisis. They're not allowing for them to get a lot of control throughout this backside of the map, and hey, they did a good job despite losing 2 members. Crisis, they officially get 1 round against them, and Last Resistance, I mean, that was their bye round, so nothing less from expected there. But here's the thing. Crowan and Riken, they're going to be forced on light armor here if they can buy full guns, and I mean, that's not the best thing to do because, I mean, Crisis, they're going to be on that full buy, so there is a slight disadvantage going into this round, but at the same time, like I said, the Last Resistance, they've done an excellent job throughout the last couple of Pit of Valors, and I can only imagine they're getting better weekly, so this is going to be a pretty close match, to say the least.
Right, in the lineup all the way onto A, where they only have a chamber placed, as well as a breach in the connecting of B to A. But what I was going to say is definitely on that last round, that looked a lot like a quarterfinals playstyle instead of the 2 first rounds that we did see. A little knife spam. Teats holding in this A long area, going to potentially, yep, smoke off, yep, is going to smoke off Heaven, is going to smoke off the B Connect. And now the push onto site is going to come through. 4 members on a chamber, sneaking through though. The last member of Crisis is going to be seeing if they can catch anyone that's, you know, flanking or roaming or more so just out in a random position. Big ultimate comes through though. Oh, 2 down already. Teats grabbing 2. Elu grabbing Slimmy in the process. 2 more come out. Crisis now 4 versus 1, 2-1 in rounds, now upping themselves to 3-1 in rounds, and that was a dominant round. That looked very convincing on the side of Crisis.
Yeah, they did a really good post plant there. They understood what everyone was watching. The communication was there. And for the side of Last Resistance, I mean, they did wait for all their teammates to rotate over before they started trying to retake the site, but there must have been some sort of miscommunication. I mean, Alu had a perfect nade towards this long A, and he did get 1, but Teats, a little bit too much for them to handle. Able to get 2 there. And now, Last Resistance, they find themselves in a very difficult spot as they're back on an eco. As Crisis, I mean, they didn't really lose many members, so they're in a very good spot financially.
Absolutely. They don't have to worry about anything right now. They are sitting very, very well off and playing this round very, very slow compared to the last few rounds where they just kind of, you know, bulldozed onto site. Now slowly pushing up methodically into B. I don't know if they're going to fully commit though. They're pulling away. They're hesitating. Bump. Buddy, okay. Lineup coming in. There it goes. Let's see if it's going to find anybody popping into this site. Going to hit. Few walls just dissipate. Nothing out of that. On the site now is Crisis Gaming. Spike is going to go down. Smokes are on the B to C connect. No way for anyone to. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Close. Toasting just barely getting out of there.
You can see this trip. Riken is aware. But do they know? That one's right there as Aussie able to punish him. And Alu able to finally get one here. Brings it down to a 3v4. And Ian comes in huge with the beast. Gets the third. Can he get the fourth?
Oh my god.
My goodness.
Oh my god.
Find you.
I don't know what I just saw there. But that flank from Ian, from a round that was just seemingly impossible, Ian comes in and man oh man, what a play.
No, that was beautiful. Oh my gosh. Beautiful flank for two lined up headshots. No problem getting those kills at all. And then for the third little peek out of window by Garage to get the third shot, and then the fourth after he picks up another gun. I think it was a Vandal. I think it was a Vandal. Picks up a Vandal, swings for that fourth shot, closes out the round. Beautifully done.
Back and forth. Last Resistance able to get their second round finally, and oh, this time Crisis a little bit aware that Alu will be there. Alu able to get one before falling to his death, and now Crisis, they got two opening picks. They're just gonna go ahead and take this site and play that post plant.
Oh boy, Chamber now coasting, going to plant this spike onto the A site, and now the retake will have to be made on the side of Last Resistance. Last Resistance pushing up slowly, waiting for these smokes to fall, is going to take out any possibility of that Chamber repositioning now. Oh boy, blind comes out, but oh my gosh, the blind shot from Teens is going to take out Crow, and that's not what you want. And now the last member, Riken, falling back on the side of Last Resistance, just going to save this op. That is unfortunate timing. Oh, unfortunate timing for Crone. He almost had the pick. Teets, though, a little too fast for him.
You can see, like, right now, Last Resistance, they have the idea down, but it's just their execution. It's not up to par with how they normally are playing, and I don't know if it's because of how Crisis is dictating the pace of this game right now, but Crisis right now, they don't seem to have any issues. They're able to speed up the rounds whenever they find the need, and Last Resistance just seems to be caught off guard or forced on a retake every single time.
Now 4-2, we're gonna have to see some sort of adjustment here by Last Resistance if they want to start pulling these numbers back for themselves. Only 6 rounds in, but I mean that is almost halfway through this game if we are to continue. Or no, I'm sorry, that is not halfway through this game. That's halfway to 13 rounds. If it would be a 13-0. Excuse my dumb. It's been a little bit.
Patience. No one willing to make that initial move. As you can see, Riken posted up close towards short, and he's about to meet up in the coastin in a chamber battle, and Riken this time gets that opening pick, which is exactly what Last Resistant wants. And you can see the noise cues are coming towards the C site. Robbie hesitating on this satchel, looking to create some space, but it looks as if they're just gonna fall off. They realize that there is the over rotation here towards the C site already, and they're choosing not to gamble it.
Oof. Yep, the pull up is going to be towards. I'm gonna assume this. I'm gonna assume this B site.
30
Riken
seconds
holding
left.
on this long as well, though. Not gonna be able to do much because the other side is nowhere near. Smokes going out now as there's a fight in garage. Robbie takes out Alu, and that is going to be the easy taking of C site. Crowan is going to. Oh, things gonna get shaken up here though with that breach ult. Moving on to site. Crowan takes down the spike holder. Henry's gonna take down Slimy. Robbie taking down Henry, and Crowan taking down Robbie. As of now, Aussie takes out Crowan, and that is going to be another win for the side of Last Resistance. A very close game still.
That was such a crucial kill onto Teets. I mean, being the bomb planter with not much time left, getting that kill was absolutely crucial. And that left Crisis in a horrible spot. I mean, everyone was starting to fall off towards C-Long, and they never really got the entirety of site. They kind of dabbled within it. They allowed Teets to kind of TP in, but that ult that came in, it just ruined all the plans, and Teets had no choice but to plant backside. Otherwise, he's simply not getting it down. And after he was taken out, they knew they secured the round.
Absolutely. Now, of course, the switch up. I mean, after something like that, I would definitely do exactly what Crisis is doing here, moving on to this A side rather than the B and C. They've had success on this A side multiple times, in more so just taking the quick plant instead of this methodical, slow-paced movement that they tried on B and C. Though it's worked once or twice, it's not been perfect every time. Slimy grabbing Henry though, and now a plant coming down again. This A site easy for the taking every time almost by this Crisis.
You can see Last Resistance still waiting for each other to be able to execute a retake, but if you look at Slimmy, he's ready to concuss, and he does. This messes up the timing as now Ian has given up his position towards this heaven. Coastin, ready and aware. Operator posted up. Riken has something to say about that, and this is the battle of the chambers at this point, trying to get picks left, right, and center, but it doesn't look like there's going to be enough time. Last Resistance, they're going to opt out to save this round, as they really do want to start affecting the economy of Crisis.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. Not going to really affect the economy of Crisis. They keep on giving them rounds to win. Still early in this half, though. I do believe that if Last Resistance tightens up a few more things, they can pull this back in their favor. But realistically, it is on them to do so. And with the purchases being made on their side, it looks like this is going to be an uphill battle for this round coming in.
Where are you?
See, the haunt early on towards grass. Doesn't tag anyone as it's destroyed right away. Robbie sending that boombot into garage, clearing it up, and this is early information. As you can see, Alu starting to get aggressive, understands that they have garage control, but Coastin ready for it. And right now, Crowan and Henry, they're debating. Do they get a little bit more aggressive as Coastin? I mean, getting that opening pick, still posted up, still patient. As Crisis, they understand that Last Resistance, they might be trying to get some early information as Crowan comes out and beats the op despite having a peeker's advantage. And oh my goodness, the situation's even back down. Crowan gonna go ahead and ult away, give some information, as now they're a little bit more concerned. They're not sure where Crowan would have TP'd to.
I don't think Crowan just realized he helped give up that C site. He went to the other side of the map to back up his teammate, but the push is actually where he already was. He ulted out for no reason, and now the plant coming down on the C site is going to be called out, and Last Resistance now scrambling to be able to reposition, to retake this site.
You can see the smoke's coming in. The retake is about to go. But Slimy, or Slimmy, able to get the one onto Ian. And Ian has been a huge catalyst for Last Resistance. But instantly taken out of the picture. As Slimmy continuing the barrage as Robbie gets one as well. All left down to Henry with a Sheriff and a Dream in the smoke. But Robbie comes in from behind and now grabs the offer as well. And is able to bring them to a 6-3 advantage.
And now a timeout called here by Last Resistance. This makes sense to me for sure. 1 minute timeout activated. This is where you have to analyze and realize more so what is not working. You have to figure out what it is that is putting your team at fault and dropping these rounds. What it is that needs to be adjusted, and what it is that needs more so needs to be bettered. I would guess, or I would say, more so in, I guess, positioning and in strategy. It seems like they're just not ready for these pushes, and when it comes to retaking site, they just drop the ball a bit by, I mean, 1 or 2 kills.
Yeah, I feel like early on, when they're trying to hold the sites, they're losing too many members before they can even begin to think about a retake. And on top of that, the post plan from Crisis, no discredit to them, has been amazing. Their post plan has been very, very on point, and overall, it's just they're playing the man advantage to a T. It's very textbook that they're playing it that way. And you know, once they get that opening pick, which they have been, aside from maybe a couple of rounds, they're just using that to their complete advantage. And Last Resistance, I mean, as we say that, Aussie able to get one. Luckily, Ian trading things out, but I mean, being down a man on this defensive side with it being 3 maps, it kind of puts the defensive side on a little bit of a struggle. And Crisis, every time they get this opening pick, they understand, okay, now we just got to group up. We group up, we take something fast, and they can't really stop it with 1 to 2 members there, and it forces them back to play this retake. But at that point, I mean, they're up 2 people.
Yeah, now here, best scenario, Last Resistance wins this round, coasts it into 3 in a row to tie this up. Worst case scenario for Last Resistance, or maybe for Crisis, this goes 9-3, and we know what that means. But 2 kills traded out here, 3 versus 3 still. 1 for 1's coming out around, but here we go, 3 versus 1. Ian stepping up big this round to pull it into only a 2-round deficit. Beautifully played on this retake. Gonna have it handed off to Henry for him to get the rest. Beautifully done. That's exactly what you want if you're Last Resistance. That is what the timeout was for, and it looks like it was effective.
That's exactly right. And Eric, that's exactly what you want to see coming out of a timeout. You want to win that round. You want to see if that call was, you know, beneficial, if there's a difference that changed. And this time around, I mean, they got the trade instantly, which is fantastic. And on top of that, the rest of them, they stayed passive, right? You saw Ian playing towards the back of site. He does get spotted, but he fought his way back in from C-Link. And that created all the hesitation from Crisis to get more aggressive and more control towards that B site. And I'm looking for some sort of changes. As you can see, Crowan now boosted up towards boxes towards this A site. Little does he know, Teets is right there, and 4 members of Crisis are towards this long. I mean, man, the Prowler does spot him, so he is forced out of his spot. But right now, the execution has been winning for Crisis.
Yeah, but 3 kills coming in for Last Resistance. Aussie trading one back. 2 versus 3 situation now in favor of Last Resistance. This is going to be a rough one, I think, potentially for Crisis, as they are in a pinch right now, as Alu is on the back side of the side of Crisis.
There.
I don't know if they know or not, but this is going to have to be played like Army of 2, back to back, hand in hand. They have to keep each other alive. Elu is going to let them know where he is now. Kosten's going to have to hold this angle as best as he can. Henry watching
30
into
seconds
sewers
left.
to make sure that the other member of Crisis doesn't pop out and take someone's head off, but not much movement coming
Face
through. A
your
lot of
fear!
decision to be made as the ult is going to come out from the fade. Henry drops from Kosin, and the shot is going to miss. Second shot misses as well. Riken, 2 big shots that
10
had to
seconds
hit,
left.
is going to miss both of them. Elu now on site, misses.
Oh,
Kosin
no.
goes big. Oh, that is so detrimental to this tying
Last
of
round
rounds
before the
that
switch.
Blast Resistance needed. Oh, they had the man advantage, they had the position advantage, and it just was not enough. It was played better by the side of Crisis. Beautifully played by Kosin and Aussie Haza on that one.
Yeah, I think it really came down to over peaking, and I mean, Last Resistance, they got those opening picks early on, they got that man advantage, but they didn't allow Crisis to really get going with the plant. And I mean, by the time Crisis got into sight, Last Resistance, they just kept peeking and peeking. And I mean, Crisis, being a team better than that, they understand how to counter that, and they took complete advantage.
Well, we will have to see now as this A site once again is going to be rushed, planted on. Oh wait, no! The plant doesn't go down! In fact, Last Resistance takes out 4 members immediately! What a disaster! Teats running for the hills, Vandal in hand, knife out with a prayer and hope and a dream that he does not get caught. Oh my gosh, 54 seconds now left in this round. Are we going to see the Bloodhounds sent out? Oh, wait a second. Oh,
no.
Okay. Spike
They gave
retrieved
it up.
though. Plant goes down. Oh man. Wait. What? No. Okay. Riken with 3-piece grabs. Go ahead and takes out Teats, and that'll be that'll be the round. 7-5. Wow. Okay. That was a convincing round out of Last Resistance for sure. Beautifully played. Now only a 2-round deficit again. Going into this next one, we got the jams, we got the kills, we got the plays. This is definitely a game. I can't wait for this next half. Yep, the next half is gonna be something.
And honestly, usually what would happen is when that TP happens and occurs, generally they would be standing on top of the bomb to prevent Teats from being able to do that, but it doesn't seem like they're positioned right. Teats able to use that ult, get that bomb, still get that bomb plant down, but ultimately 4 members is just a little bit too much for Crisis to win that round. But hey, 7-5. No, I wouldn't say it's a commanding lead anymore, as now all Last Resistance has to do is win this pistol round. And if they do, they're right back in this. But Crisis, being on this defensive side now, I'm curious how they're going to stand up towards Last Resistance.
Last Resistance with 2 frenzies in hand, looking for a little bit of aggression. I'm excited for this. Elu with half shield as well on the purchase. Probably went all out on the utility buys, but I'm definitely thinking, as I think we have a potential technical pause. Timer set at 15. Yeah, I think we do have a pause, which is okay, but it gives us a little bit more time to talk about this. What I will say is that Last Resistance now can play on their aggressive playstyle that they've shown on defense, right? On defense, we've seen them push and you know, get a little bit more bold in their plays instead of just sitting back, hanging out, waiting for them to you know, get their information, waiting for the side of Crisis to come to them. They're like, you know what? Forget it. We're just gonna go. We're gonna see if we can get some kills, see if we can get some information. I mean, at times it has been not in their favor with how the results turn out, because they have been, you know, caught out a few times early in the rounds, and that has been hugely, or more so widely, in Crisis's favor. But now, oh, Kosin. Okay, take a second. That's not right. 2 members down on Last Resistance, and this pistol round is now looking a little less favorable for Last Resistance to take and move into this tied game in the next 2 rounds. Oh boy, Riken missing all the shots except for the ones that matter coming in at the end. Slimmy down and out. Now a 3 versus 4 as Crowan is going to take Kostin low here. Plant coming down on the A site. Kostin going to get out of there safely as the smoke pops up there, is going to blind anyone on either side from getting any kills. Now, Riken moving up through these sewers to back his team up. Henry now has given his position away for now. Teets, as well as the others on the side of Crisis, are going to have to wait out this smoke, get some information, and then push onto this site. Here it comes. Robbie, yep, members dropping on each side of Last Resistance in a 1 versus 2, and actually turn it around after a very early loss of 2 of their members. Beautifully played.
And just now, I think the positioning from Riken won that round. If Riken was towards Hell, which I believe Robbie thought that was the case, so when he satcheled out of Heaven, he got Crowan in sight, but didn't expect the second in Riken to just be standing there, so instantly looking towards the short. And Riken, I mean, free kills for him. He just looks at them and just has a free show, essentially.
Absolutely. Riken popping off for sure when needed. Now, oh my gosh. Oh, the spray, the prey, and the absolute confirmation of a kill on the side of Last Resistance now. Crisis dropping down to 4 members now left to defend these sites. Make that 3 members as Henry's gonna grab Ozzy Haza. That is also huge. And now another trade coming out from Alu onto Kostin. Beautifully done. Now site is going to be taken as Ian is going to take out Robbie. My gosh, is this gonna be a flawless? It is. Beautifully done.
And that's exactly what you want out of your bonus round. You want to be able to get as many guns down or hurt the economy for Crisis, but I mean, Crisis being on pistols, they wanted to get a minimum of 1 or 2, but they were unlucky, unable to get anything going for them. And Last Resistance, flawless round, and now gonna go ahead, stay on that bonus. Riken being the only one on a Phantom and full armor. Meanwhile, the rest are on Bulldogs and Spectres, and on the side of Crisis, you got 3 members with light armor, which could become disastrous. But let's see how this one plays out. Right away, you can see Last Resistance getting that A lobby control, pushing Crisis back. Aside from Robbie, do they expect this? Robbie up close and personal already, but there is a smoke to kind of buffer the time. As no, they're deciding to fall off. They realize, hey, you know what? We got the orb. We're a little bit low on health. There's no need to contest. As Last Resistance, they have to push into us.
Exactly. There's no need to get aggressive on this defensive side. More so, just going to get picked off and taken out. That's not what you want. Kostin's going to take out Alo, and this is why you wait. Kostin taking out Henry as well. Kostin coming in huge this round as Crowan is going to take out Ozzy Haza and is now going to have a trade come in the form of Ian. But Crowan picks up a triple of his own, is going to smoke off, is going to now plant, is going to fake the plant actually to see if he can get anyone to push onto him, is now going to rotate off to B as 2 members of Crisis are looking goofy on this C site. Absolutely bamboozled on this rotation all the way to A. Oh my gosh, beautifully played. But now this is going to have to be the spike plant and the hold on this post plant scenario. This could be a very big brain play if, and that is only if, Last Resistance takes this round for themselves.
You can see the rotation coming in from Slimmy, unaware that there's one going to be towards this A link. Robbie, a little bit concerned, not 100% convinced that there's anyone there, but look at this. Riken able to punish one, but now down to a 1v1, and now it's a 50-50 scenario. Bomb is planted, so favor is in Crowan as he's holding an off angle. Slimmy not expecting that whatsoever. And Last Resistance, they're gonna regain the lead here.
Wow. Wow. That was played so beautifully with the triple being picked up from Crowan, and then the quick rotation after faking the spike plant, forcing Crysis's last two members to run onto site in a frenzy, trying to get kills in smokes that there was no one there on the other side of the smokes to get the kills on. The rotation was already made through to B, all the way to A, and then the plant made, beautifully played. I think that is going to be one of the better rounds we see all game in terms of strategy. And Poston, what is going on, bud? All the shots missed, and now two members are going to drop on the side of Crisis. That is very unfortunate. Going for that haunt just doesn't get it. Absolutely whiffs both shots put into it. And now that's almost a free round. Almost a free round for Last Resistance if they just play off of the momentum that they already have here.
And I just feel like in that positioning there, I mean, yes, he had the tour de force active, but he was shooting utility the entire time. He didn't even have a shot at an actual enemy, as Riken coming in garage as a late flank, and all left down to Ozzy. Alu finishing things off, and I mean, if it wasn't for Ozzy getting that one pick, that would have been back-to-back flawless rounds for Last Resistance. And now 9-7, the lead starting to grow, and you can say that Last Resistance, I mean, they're slowly finding that groove.
Absolutely. And it's funny because you mentioned their strong side on defense as well as their aggressive play on it, and it seems like they are doing much better here on offense because of that aggressive play. 4 rounds in a row, technically 5, we're counting the last round of the first half, but 5 rounds in a row going into the 6th now. 9-7, up 2 if we can do our basic maths, ladies and gentlemen. Crisis looking like they might potentially be in a bit of one themselves.
Riken, he hears a bunch toward this A lobby. He is aware that they're up close now. That's the trip already taken care of, and look at Last Resistance. They haven't gotten much map control, but they do know that Crisis has pushed towards this A lobby already, and right now they're gonna make their move. They don't have much more time before they get pinched, so they understand the importance of making a directional change. And Riken getting that flash support from his teammate to push towards this lobby, and Riken's getting one. Understands there's more. Unfortunately, things are starting to fall apart. Crowan, despite having the paranoia out, still able to take care of Teets. Down to a 1v2.
Wait a second.
Ian, you've seen him win these before. Not this time.
Oh, Ian, it's okay. It's just 1 round. Crisis pulls back, making it a 1-round game. Woo! Listen, man. This is a banger of a first round. Let me tell you what. This is the way to open the 99.9th pit of Valor. If I've ever, had a way to think of opening it more so. It's only the first round.
Yeah,
what are we gonna do on the second?
Usually we see a little bit of a stomp on the first round due to some seating and different play styles. But I mean, this time, Crisis, I mean, I gotta be honest here, they're picking up a fight, and that's definitely surprising for me.
This right here is a grand finals round, if you ask me, with how close it is. But Spike left while information is sought after by the side of Last Resistance, as no one really on this A side, but I don't think there has to be. Oh, wait a minute. Hello?
Shadows traveling.
Wait, am I? Oh, wait, am I? I am thoroughly confused. Doesn't matter.
Execution coming in, and oh my goodness, they're just running into Crisis's traps, and down to 2 members. Crowan has lurked his way up to this A site, about to meet up to Kostin, but is spotted. And man, Kostin knows there's an Ares in A site. They don't really want much to do with it, but you know what? Hold a tight angle, and Crowan will peek into it. As now Kostin getting another pick here, down to just 1 in Ian. Vandal and a Dream against 5. I don't think he's gonna go for the plant. I think he's just gonna try to contest, and he does get that opening pick, which is good. But now he knows there's a bunch towards this A lobby, and he's gonna have to fight for some more information.
Oh man, Ian, 1v5. I mean, we've seen him nail 4. Oh man, that'd have been a cool clip. The 1v5 comeback for the defense of this spike, but not going to happen. 9-9, all tied up as Crisis comes back, showing some life in this second half, saying we're not going to get absolutely stomped out of this second half. Beautifully done.
If you guys look at the scoreline right here, Coastin 21-11. Score is tied up 9-9. However, there is a little bit of a trend going as now Crisis, they've won the last 2 rounds despite losing the first 4 of the half. But here comes that buy round from Last Resistance. I mean, now you see Ian being the only one on light armor. But I mean, their executions so far have been pretty near flawless. So let's see what they decide to do here towards the safe site as Robbie, well-placed grenade, and Ian is already removed out of the picture.
Oh man, that's not who you want off your side right now on Last Resistance. Ian being almost a clutch master out here with all of the plays we've seen so far coming out of him. But if you are Crisis, that is going to feel really good taking out that member. Ooh, Henry though, taking out Ozzy Haza. Oh, Ozzy Haza, but Robbie grabbing 2 for himself. Now, only 1 more left. 30 health and a Dream. Riken going to pick up this Vandal, is going to get this spike down as the last 2 members of Crisis come running towards this A site. Oh boy, yep. Coastin peeking out, taking out Riken, and now is going to go and defuse this spike. 10-9. Crisis hitting double digits first in this first round.
And it's been a back and forth match, Eric, and right now Crisis, they're regaining their momentum. They're playing it a little bit slower. They're understanding that they're not trying to hold the site. They're just trying to get as many picks as possible before Last Resistance executes, and then the rest of it is just retaking it together as a team, and it's been working perfectly for them. Riken trying to extend their lead or even regain that lead back last round, but I mean, Crisis, they're just playing it a lot better as a team game right now.
You want to play?
Yeah, no, it is for sure. No, Coastin pulling out this tour de force, going to see if he can catch anyone. As oh man, Riken pulling out his as well, seeing who can have the better shot on these chambers. Hawk coming out, Slimmy, oh hello, flies in and takes off the other head, takes off the head on the other side of his barrel. Crone taking out Teeds. 3 versus 5 in favor of Last Resistance. Oh, Riken catching Robbie slacking. And now going to take out Ozzy Haza. This looks like it could be a flawless round as Coastin's gonna get smoked out coming from this garage area. I don't know what Coastin can do here now. Oh man, almost gets Crone. Is going to blind him. And yes, that is going to be a flawless round, tied up again from Last Resistance, pulling back and channeling that big energy that they've shown these first 4 rounds in this half.
10-10, Eric. I mean, things are going down to the wire. Both teams officially in this double-digit territory.
A gift.
And, I mean, can we expect a potential overtime for map 1?
You know what? I would not be surprised at this point with how these teams are playing. Absolutely one of the closest games I've seen in a while. Back and forth, very entertaining, very... I can't even say fast-paced, just very methodical play consistently by these 2 teams, where it is turned into... It is gone from Valorant to Checkers at this point, or chess. Checkers, I feel like, is just kind of blindly played. Oh my gosh, Alu with no one to fire at. That was That was a little close. If there was anybody in that garage, I guess, but there wasn't. All members are pulled off. C has been planted on though, and now Riken going to catch Kosin. Ian gonna catch Slimmy. 2 members down now on Crisis. This is not what you want. You don't want to go down in these rounds. You don't want to have your economy tainted. Alu's going to be taking out another member, but Robbie grabbing 3 of his own. This is going to be still a very close round as, yep, Riken's gonna hold off and Robbie gets taken out as he runs for a last second desperate attempt to defuse this bomb. Now 11 to 10. Last resistance goes up again.
You could see how aggressive they were, and I mean, at the same time, after they got that aggression, after they've taken good site control, they started playing passive. They allowed Crisis to rotate into their crosshairs, and that's exactly what Last Resistance wants to do here. And they regain the lead yet again, but right now, I'm expecting a lot of back and forth. They both don't really understand yet how their playstyles are against each other, and you can see Robbie here getting aggressive here, some towards this A lobby. So now it's just posted up, not looking to get overly aggressive, looking for any type of mistake thrown at him. And Alu has a little bit of understanding. Han comes in. They do know that they're still outside because of the haunt being broken. But look at this positioning from Teets. He's already pushed up long C along with their chamber, and Riken, despite watching this grass push, they still don't have any info towards the C site.
Get out of here.
Robbie though is going to grab Ian, and that is not what you want. Again though, Alu trading out onto Robbie, going to push up this long now. And the dynamic duo of Teets and I'm pretty sure it's Kosin, yes, coming up right behind, but going to get taken out is Kosin as well as Slimmy. Now 3 versus 2 versus 1 versus none. Oh my gosh. Alu is going to be with Crown here, or Crowan I should say, moving onto this site. Oh, Aussie though. Aussie is going to get down that spike, and now the plant is going to stop, but Crowan is not going to let that stop the side of Last Resistance from getting the win on this round. And now, as you heard the pretty lady say, it is match point.
Eric, that was pretty ridiculous. I mean, Crowan, despite having to shoot the haunt towards the right side of his screen, able to flick right back to Aussie and take him out. And I mean, much needed round, puts them towards match point, and you can see the economy for the side of Crisis. Aussie on a Spectre with full armor, so that's an immediate disadvantage. Teets getting aggressive again, has no idea. Crowan has TP'd. Alu gets the second as well, and now things are starting to fall apart for Crisis. All Last Resistance has to do is group up and take things slowly. But as of right now, it doesn't look like they're ready to do that just yet. As you can see, Ian lurking his way towards B, and they do not know that Crisis already fully rotated towards the C site. As Ian getting another pick, and now they're gonna funnel into this A site, and it doesn't look like Crisis is set up for this at all.
No, not at all. Last Resistance is going to have all 5 members up, healthy and full of utility, except for Alu using those 2 blast packs to get across the site. But fight goes down, and now Crisis has to deal with a 2 versus 5 situation. This has to be the clutch of the game if they do not want to go home early. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is a win all, lose all type of situation. You either win and move on, or lose and go home, and that is it. Going home, the tickets bought back, the plane ride, the goodbye, the good night, and that is the game. 13 to 10, won by Last Resistance. Beautifully played.
Honestly, Eric, I mean, this was such a back and forth match, and then on top of that, I mean, I do have to give credit to Crisis here. I mean, they came out, especially this being an opening match, 13 to 10 loss. I mean, that was a close match. I was expecting a lot more, especially Last Resistance. I mean, like I said, I've seen them play last week. I've seen the runs they've been able to make. And man, they win this by a sliver of a margin. But I mean, I gotta say, that last round, it was pretty convincing.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if you look at it, the beginning of this game, Last Resistance was a little shaky on the start, getting a few here and there on the wins, but not really anything convincing like we saw in the second half. But they do pull it off with 4 rounds in a row at the beginning of this second half, and then bringing it right back after dropping 3 to a full-blown victory over Crisis. I mean, Crisis, we will say goodbye to you this week, but come back next week. That was impressive. A few things tightened up here and there, and I think that is a team that can make a run in these brackets for sure.
Yeah, with teams like this, I mean, yes, it is the 99.9th Pit of Valor, and we also call it the Ben Has COVID edition. Unfortunately, Ben, the organizer of GLG, is out sick today. But hey, the show carries on every single Wednesday, and with this being 99.9, we can only expect the competition for Pit of Valor 100, which takes place next week. And again, I mean, the competition's only getting better, and because next week is such a big one, Community Gaming has also partnered with us for that and made it $2,500. That is absolutely wild, something that we would never think of for GLG. And again, remember, we started at $50 for grand prize, and it's been 2 full years and maybe a little bit more that Pit of Valor has been a thing. And I mean, now, even with the help of Community Gaming, we're at $250 every single week. And again, 100, it has to be that much sweeter. $2,500, and I'm only expecting the competition to be this much better.
Absolutely. It's going to be fierce. And I honestly cannot wait, man. It is 6 sleeps away, but it needs to be here like tomorrow.
It does. And honestly, for those that are watching and are excited, I mean, this is just the beginning of today's Pit of Valor. 13-10 for the first map. I can only expect next matches to be even more intense, and I'm hoping so. But in the meantime, grab some drinks, grab some more snacks, because we have a jam-packed evening here, and we'll be right back after this break.
Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. Rivers running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me.
Now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's a
And there we have it, your Pit of Valor crown champions.
It's a day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good.
chicken. It is Z now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's per se, but K is now going to go ahead and buy up their guns. But again, the seesaw mentality kicks in here. You have to find a solid 1 to 2 rounds consecutively to build that momentum, and I think this is a chance to do so as they go right on to this B site. A lot happening. Executive so good with the tripwire. What the? Executive is mowing the lawn, and the lawn in this case is blades of grass composed of cake sailors. Take that in your mind. No, it's on the right. So they are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Oh, at least the ops don't play though. Question is, but let's say that we're do something. Hello. Up on the road, like you mentioned, Project. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project F because these shots are ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air. The second one was on a rope, and finally, I think he's come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take. Woo! He's able to dash. Oh my God, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What's this round?
Ultimate early. The Lemons will swing towards the site and they will gain themselves a net positive kill, but it only puts them at even odds. Jinx is still up inside too. They'll send Andrea to the afterlife and a hipfire kill, their third. And a Hunter's Fury not by the side of Agogi, but instead popped by the side of Glizzy Gobblers. Just zoning away the last remnants of Agogi. Lycia will not survive against Jay Wookie. The fight at the beginning continues to go into a tumultuous point. Well, Angokin afterwards, though, as Diets gets the kill with the Vandal, but they are on the wrong end. A 2v3. Glizzy Gobblers, they're man down, and they may decide to push this one, but notice where Agoki have stepped back to. They're holding that main entrance of A. No one's extended towards site. This is going to force the side of Glizzy Gobblers to swing forward. Jawookie finding one. Jawookie finding two. The third kill for them in this round. Now it's just the last, and it will be the last of them all as a 4K drops for Jay Wookie through the wall.
Can't claim it. Here comes a 4th kill here from Poe, looking to make his highlight play. As there's only one more remaining, it's Lure Jesus. Can he get all 5 as Lure? He takes out 3! Give it to Poe! Give it to him! Put the respect on this man's name! 3 letters isn't enough to describe his skill, but it might just be enough to describe how good he's doing this game. 12 to 6. They're climbing back.
To assist them. They're not. Mixer does find one as we trade back. But they are short-lived, and it does not matter though. Zippy gets 1, make it 2, make it 3! As all of their heads walk clean off their shoulders, and WTP in this half strong.
There comes the end of a battle, which just lasts a little bit too short for my liking, but an even exchange comes out now.
5v2. Snacky had a look there for just a moment. Doesn't like what they saw, didn't take the shot, and we'll have to wait for Mikey to re-swing. They'll do just that. Mikester close, and a quick flick and a kill by Snacky will bury them 6 feet under. CP will re-swing this one, doing the jiggle peek to evade out the shot. Number of players step through the defender spawn section, but they can't step out of market because there's still one more player small pizza unaccounted for, and they're in market as of right now. Ty has to play smart. They spot interlaced first. They're aware maybe there's a player in B main. There's not. It's 2 on Stampy.
They're going to eat dust. So now they switch it up completely. They've abandoned that lobby side, made their way onto C here. Kloop is completely blocking off the garage. Shiver finally trades it up, but 2 bodies have been dropping. Meanwhile, 3 ultimates to boot for Dice here, but Z, the platform demon with the 3-piece combination. Z has held that back corner down.
Range against the rifle. Chance trapped on site. Will be flashed and does find one. Quick swing to Yoster for a second, but Swift Bob.
Yeah, Sugar Free coming online at the perfect moment, and the kills that they've won so far might just go to waste as Meister with the collateral coming through, making sure that they're checking all these corners, but they don't check left, and there's Sacred in the back, knifing them down, and Glyph with the final kill. What a solid round there from Headhunters. 2 left alive. They steal away the operator as well. That is a huge swing in credit power.
Spike goes down, 5v5 retake void, sending the hour drone and gets denied, to say the least here. So, Cake Sailors, let's see what they can do. Valet is kind of that lonesome wolf towards mid, has to be careful and doesn't want to fall behind and not offer Valet to the rest of the round ahead of him.
Rotations from the defensive side are not going to be good enough as they're running right into the collapse. collapse coming from Valor. Kaide picks up two. Opposite squad, you're just like, okay, everyone got involved. Everyone still had utility to spare, even at that point in the round, and we're able to use it here as we're getting to see the very typical shots of the Odin through that paper thin wall. I was worried the Cray Cup wasn't going to pick up 2 kills, and Cray Cup says, no, don't you worry, I'm going to actually pick up 3.
You said it well, and I think you're right. Like, number-wise, Cray Cup for 2K, 3Ks is very much up there. Like, just stomping Stark squad, and I think we're going to be seeing a repeat of their pistol take onto B-side by the looks of it.
Fortunately for Oiz, Caloric has found success. Flash drive goes out. Nicely dodged. Final lines them all up, and they all fall. 3 for final.
Mikey able to find Liv, who was trying to get sneaky with that teleport there, and now it's just Port Canyon, has the tour de force, doesn't have the spike just yet, and they're blinded a lot. They can't see.
Yeah, nothing is worse than having a long-range weapon and getting blinded into oblivion here. Manages to get the double peek. Give me that replay, Rose. I want it.
Secure this round, assuming because it's got the clutch panties on and secured for this one.
What did you just say?
Well, clutch pants. You know what I mean? Like, you never heard that saying before? Like, clutch pants? No?
I know, I have never heard it.
Maybe it's a Counter-Strike thing. Ignore it, but don't ignore the culture roadie! See, there it is. What did I tell you?
You called it! Holy smokes! Followed up by that beautiful 4K from that missile round from Sheliana. This pick up as well as getting even all held down the shot through the smoke. Oh my goodness, what a crazy game we saw. Yeah, that shot really just did rasp.
So if you want a piece now, Ploop having a dance in hell and gets picked off there by Chicken. It is Z now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's per se, but Cake Sailor's not going to go ahead and buy up the guns. But again, the seesaw mentality kicks in here. You have to find a solid 1-2 rounds consecutively to build that momentum, and I think this is the chance to do so as they go right on to this B-site. A lot happening. Executive, so good with the tripwire. What the? Executive is not mowing the lawn, and the lawn in this case is blades of grass composed of Cake Sailors. Take that in your mind. Knows that correctly. So they very much trying to see this one.
Well, at least the off's still in play, though. I questioned it, but he didn't save it over. He able to do something. Hello! Up on the rope, like you mentioned, Project it was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Ultimate early. The Lemons will swing towards the site, and they will gain themselves a net positive kill, but it only puts them at even odds. Jinx is still up inside Tube. They'll send Andrea to the afterlife and a hipfire kill, their third, and a hunter stream not for the side of Agogi, but instead pop for the side of Glizzy Gobblers. Just zoning away the last remnants of Agogi. Leisha will not survive against Jay Wookie. The fight at the beginning continues to go into a tumultuous point. Well, Angleton afterwards, though, as Diets gets the kill with the Vandal, but they are on the wrong end. A 2v3. Glizzy Gobblers, they're man down, and they may decide to push this one, but notice what Agogi has stepped back to. They're holding that main entrance of A. No one's extended towards site. This is going to force the side of Glizzy Gobblers to swing forward. Jawookie finding one. Jawookie finding two. The third kill for them in this round. Now it's just the last, and it will be the last of them all as a 4K drops for Jay Wookie.
Can't claim it. Here comes a 4th kill here from Poe, looking to make his highlight play. As there's only one more remaining, it's Lunar Jesus. Can he get all 5 as Lunar? He takes out 3! Give it to Own. Give it to him. Put the respect on this man's name. 3 letters isn't enough to describe his skill, but it might just be enough to describe how good he's doing this game. 12-6. You're climbing back.
To assist them. They're not. Reicher does trade back. But they are short-lived, and it does not matter though. Zippy gets one, make it two, make it three. And all of their hands blocked, flipped off their shoulders, and WTP in this half strong.
Once again, find this edge to really work off of. But there comes the end of the battle, which just lasts a little bit too short for my liking. But an even exchange comes out now.
5v2. Snacky had a look there for just a moment. Doesn't like what they saw, didn't take the shot, and we'll have to wait for Mikey to re-swing. They'll do just that. Mikester close, and a quick flick and a kill by Snacky will bury them 6 feet under. Zippy will re-swing this one. With a jiggle peek to evade out the shot of the player, step through the defender spawn section, but they can't step out of market because there's still one more player spawn piece unaccounted for, and they're in market as of right now. Ty has to play smart. They spot interlaced first. They're aware maybe there's a player to be made. There's not as 2 on stand.
They're going to eat dust. So now they switch it up completely. They've abandoned that lobby side, made their way onto C here. Ploop is completely blocking off the garage. Shiver finally trades it out, but 2 bodies have been dropping. And meanwhile, 3 ultimates to boot for Dice here. But Z, the platform demon with the 3-piece combination. Z has held that back corner down.
Range against a rifle. Chance trapped on site. Will be flash and does find one quick swing to Youngster for a second, but Swift bot.
Yeah, Sugar Free coming online at the perfect moment, and the kills that they've won so far might just go to waste. This Mikester with the collateral coming through, making sure that they're checking in this corner, but they don't check left, and there's Sacred in the back, knifing them down, and Cliff with the final kill. What a solid round there from Headhunters. 2 left alive. They steal away the operator as well. That is a huge swinging credit power.
Strike goes down. 5v5 retake for sending the owl drone, and he gets D9 to say the least here. So take Sailors, see what they can do. Valet is kind of that lonesome wolf towards mid, has to be careful and doesn't want to fall behind and not offer value to the rest of the round ahead of him.
Patience from the defensive side are not going to be good enough as they're running right into the collapse coming from Valet. Finally picks up the opposite squad. You're just like, okay, everyone got involved. Everyone still had utility to spare even at that point in the round, and we're able to use it here as we're getting to see the very typical shots of the Odin through that paper thin wall. I was worried the Cray Cup wasn't going to pick up 2 kills, and Cray Cup says, no, don't you worry, I'm going to actually pick up 3.
You said it well, and I think you're right. Like, number-wise, Cray Cup to 2K2 killers is very much up there. Like, just stop and eat the Stark squad, and I think we're going to be seeing a repeat of their pistol take onto B side by the looks of it.
Fortunately for Ois, Caloric has found success. Flash drive goes out. Nicely dodged. Final lines them all up, and they all fall. 3 for final.
Mikey able to find Glyph, who was trying to get sniffy with that teleport there, but now it's just Pork Canyon, has the total force, doesn't have the spikes just yet, and they're blinded. They can't see.
Yeah, nothing is worse than having a long-range weapon and getting blinded into oblivion here. Manages to get the double peak. Give me that replay, Rose. I want it.
Secure this round, assuming because it's got the clutch panties on and secured for this one.
What did you just say?
Well, clutch pants, you know what I mean? Like, you never heard that saying before, like clutch pants? No?
I know, I have never heard it.
Maybe it's a Counter-Strike thing. Ignore it, but don't ignore the culture roading! See, there it is! What did I tell you?
You called it! Holy smokes!
So if you want a piece now, Blue having a dance in hell and gets picked off there by Chicken. It is Z now to take him down to the 1v1. Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's per se, but K-Killer is now going to go ahead and buy up their guns. But again, the seesaw mentality kicks in, and you have to find a solid 1 to 2 rounds consecutively to build that momentum. And I think this is a chance chance to do so as they go right on to this B site. A lot happening. Executive so good with the tripwire. What the? Executive is absolutely mowing the lawn, and the lawn in this case is blades of grass composed of cake sailors. Take that in your mind. Knows that correctly. So they are very much driving this round.
Well, at least the off's still in play, though. Question it, but he did save it over. They do something. Hello! Up on the rope, like you mentioned, it was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project F because these shots are ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally one was come. Maybe these things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the DVs entirely. What is this round?
Ultimate early. The Lemons will swing towards the site and they will gain themselves a net positive kill, but it only puts them at even odds. Jinx is still up inside too. They'll send Andrea to the afterlife and a hipfire kill, their third. And a hunter screen not by the side of Agogi, but instead pop for the side of Glizzy Gobblers. Just zoning away the last remnants of Agogi. Lisha will not survive against Jay Wookie. The fight at the beginning continues to go into a tumultuous point. Well, Ango can afterwards though, as Giants gets the kill with the Vandal, but they are on the wrong end. A 2v3, Glizzy Gobblers, they're man down, and they may decide to push this one, but notice where Agogi have stepped back to. They're holding that main entrance of A. No one's extended towards side. This is gonna force the side of Glizzy Gobblers to swing forward. Jawookie finding one, Jawookie finding two, the third kill for them in this round. Now it's just the last, and it will be the last of them all as a 4K drops for Jawookie.
Shot through the wall. Can't claim it. Here comes a fourth kill here from Poe, looking to make his highlight play. As there's only one more remaining, it's Lunar Jesus. Can he get all five as Lunar? He takes out three! Give it to Poe! Give it to him! Put the respect on this man's name. 3 letters isn't enough to describe his skill, but it might just be enough to describe how good he's doing this game. 12-6. They're climbing back.
Trying to assist them. They're not. Mixer does find one, has been traded back. But they are short-lived. And it's not matter though. Sippy gets one, make it 2, make it 3. And all of their heads will have clean off their shoulders. And WTP in this half strong.
Trying to once again find this edge to really work off of. There comes the end of the battle, which just lasts a little bit too short for my liking, but an even exchange comes out now.
5v2. Snacky had a look there for just a moment. Doesn't like what they saw, didn't take the shot, and he'll have to wait for Mikey to reach.
Welcome back, everyone, and we have our second matchup of the day. Joined with me again is Eric, and we are gonna follow Last Resistance onto map 2 of this week's Pit of Valor. Again, 99.9, and the big 100th Pit of Valor is next week. Brought to you by Community Gaming as well. $2,500 grand prize and prize pool in general, and it would be literally the biggest Pit of Valor yet. And again, if you guys remember, 2 years ago when we started Pit of Valor, it's about $50 grand prize, and right now, I mean, Pit of Valor 100, we had to make it special, $2,500. And Eric, I mean, I'm excited after seeing that first map. I'm excited.
Yeah, and I mean, coming out of this, sorry, Last Resistance is definitely shown that they can, go the distance after playing against Crisis. I do want to say though, I have seen a Gauge Black before, and this is a team that I've seen very much so late in tournaments, quarterfinals, semifinals. I'm excited for this one. I think we might have a repeat of last round with a very close game here.
I mean, it is the map of Icebox, and I mean, Agogi, we've seen them. We've seen them multiple times in this tournament, and I mean, 2 familiar teams, I would like to say, and nothing better. I do expect a bloodbath on this map because, for one, the angles are relatively tight. There's a lot of verticality to this map, especially on that A site. I mean, even on the B site now, with all the areas that you can boost up, and I mean, I'm expecting a chamber on this map. I mean, I think that's the Sentinel of choice. Usually you see a Viper and Sages as well. Will we see all of that? I think the Viper and Chamber are going to be the necessities on this map to begin with.
No, absolutely. As Sage does come in, Astra, interesting. Okay, what do you make of Last Resistance's choices here for agents?
I do notice that there's a swap. Cade is now in. So, I mean,
You are right.
I don't know. It's a little bit unconventional, I guess, but will it work? I believe so. I mean, as long as you have a smoke agent, it is beneficial. Astra, a little bit out of the meta now, but hey, I'm assuming the gravity well is the main purpose that they want to be picking Astra here, to pull people off of bomb when they are defusing, and just to cause a little bit of havoc. Even, you know, setting stars early on, removing them just to have a little bit of a smoke barrier, just to be able to get yourself into a good positioning. But at the same time, I mean, I don't doubt anything that Last Resistance have done. I mean, they again have come back week after week. They've gone really deep runs, but again, they are playing against Agogi Black, and I mean, we've seen both these teams play. It's gonna be a good one. That's all I can say.
For sure. And we are going to see the lineup here favoring mainly towards mid. 2 lined up, though. 3 lined up, though, on the side of Last Resistance. Going to get aggressive already coming off of this B site, and a push up mid. Alu's going to grab Nitrix, and that is going to be a great first pick coming into this round.
The tether and nade combo. I mean, it just allows for Last Resistance to just get so much aggression, and this is something that we really didn't get to see on Haven. They got that aggression towards this B main, which now Agogi Black, I mean, they don't really know what to do. They're down 2 people. They're grouping up, and I mean, it is still pistols, and you can see the stack towards this B site already from Last Resistance, only having 1 on A site as Alu gets another. Finally, Shane able to make something happen for Agogi Black, but Alu now with 3 kills, gonna go ahead, maybe secure that 4th with the classic Biohazard. Had something to say, but Henry there to trade things out as Last Resistance off to an early start, 1-0.
Yep, and a very good round. That aggression that we saw them try to make happen, or more so make use of last round, was not, you know, there for them then, but for sure just now worked in their favor as Alu picks up 3 of his own. Henry 1 and Cade as well coming in as the new member of this team, more so the substitute for this team now coming into this next round, getting one for himself as well. But push coming up through the middle towards B. I think it was a fake. It was to pull them all off of A, and now they pull back. Last Resistance not entirely falling for it. Almost, though. It was almost well done, but I think we will see an easy spike plant here by Agogi on this A site as 4 members have moved up and on to site, and call out is going to be made now. Now 1 being taken out. Ian grabbing Dwan and Nitrix grabbing Ian in the trade, but concussions coming out onto Griswold, going to heal himself. Riken now taking out Shane, and this is going to be a whole mess as Alu takes out Biohazard. 3-4 versus never mind. Everyone's dead on Agogi. Good night. That's it. Round's done. Not giving me any time.
There's really nothing Agogi could have done there, and I mean, right now, Last Resistance, they're playing like a completely different team compared to their map on Haven just now, and I mean, Alu just getting so much intel and being an absolute beast right now, starting off early 5-1, but here comes Agogi Black with their buy round, and this is where the round is just extremely crucial. If they do lose this, they're forced on yet another save. Meanwhile, Last Resistance members, depending on how many actually fall, they get free upgrades after they get these kills.
Oh yeah. But we're going to have to see now if it's going to matter. Is it just a matter of accuracy and skill level, or were the guns definitely the difference in the making of these last 2 rounds? as Gogi is now pushing up 5 men on this A site. Big rotation coming out by Last Resistance. They are already preparing for this A site to be planted on. Now, Nitro's getting as much information as he can. Shane now getting on the site, but Ian trading beautifully. Prowler's gonna go out, but it's gonna get taken down. 2 members going to get lifted up, and my goodness, look at the trades coming out. Last Resistance 2 versus 2. 1 versus 2. Biohazard coming up huge with a triple to take this round into the hands of Agogi Black.
I mean, it was a very good round from Agogi Black, but let's not forget Last Resistance. They were on a light buy. They were still on their bonus guns, and they were able to bring Agogi down to just 1 member in Biohazard. And even then, Biohazard had a tough time to win that round. And look at the rest of the economy for his team. They're on Sheriff buys, along with a Stinger. Biohazard being the only one with a Vandal and full armor. And look at Alu. Showstopper already active, but doesn't get to even activate it, as Nitrix getting that first pick, which is absolutely huge for Agogi Black.
Now, taking it a little slower, Agogi Black now. Smart choice for sure, but realistically, I think at this point, you just kind of got to go for it. Oh, because Riken will be taking your life if you peek around the corner and hesitate. My gosh, beautifully done. Shane out of the runnings now. Blizzwold is going to push onto this A site, slowly moving on as Agogi Black, as that Viper wall is going to go down onto the B site, maybe as a facade to try and maybe, I don't know, bait the other side of Last Resistance into moving over to B site. But the call to plant the spike is being made now. We'll have to see how much this is going to go in Agogi's favor, as, oh no, Riken is holding the angle and is going to get Dwan right out. Blizzwold going to get the heal out. Cade drops as well. 3 versus 3. Biohazard taking out Riken. Oh man, 2 versus 3 in favor of Agogi Black now. This is going great for them if you count at what their economy was coming into this round. And now Henry is going to be spotted out. They know where he is. Ian all the way. Oh my God! Ian with the double lineup. Henry now going to hold this angle. Is going to miss. The half is going to be grabbed. Ian is going to grab the third. My God! What was looking like such a great round for Agogi Black is immediately shut down. All hope snatched away by Ian, getting a two-man, 1-bullet headshot. Oh my gosh, hello, are we back in Call of Duty? The collats are real.
Eric, I mean, time and time again, I've seen Ian absolutely pop off, and you can see this replay here. All hope was down to the wire, but then Ian does that and able to clutch up the round. And I mean, a lot of back and forth. Agogi Black being on mostly a save. They kind of basically reverse sweep Last Resistance, but if it wasn't for Ian, I mean, that round was very well theirs, as they were able to get that bomb down. They got that positioning, and look at Henry caught off guard. Tour de Force active. Biohazard getting that first pick, and that opens things up. And now Agogi Black, they're cutting noise. They're just waiting patiently, seeing if there's any type of trade potential that Last Resistance is going to try to go for. But right now, I mean, they're not really in position to go for it. As you can see, Alu gonna get tagged by the drone. Doesn't really have a choice, but now the execution is gonna be towards this B site.
Yeah, and this Viper wall also cutting off this whole B site, not allowing Alu to really poke out and see anything. Is now the Sage wall is gonna go up, but oh man, it doesn't find anything from the Alu ult. Okay, but Shane does find Ian. Biohazard with a shot of his own. Oh my goodness! In a matter of 10 seconds, every member of Last Resistance dropped, and now 3-2 is the score. Agogi Black taking that as a convincing round of their own.
And you see the patience there. Biohazard, Tour de Force active. not overextending. He's just holding very tight angles, making sure that no one gets the pick off on him. And I mean, with that 2 to force and the speed you can shoot these bullets at, everything was kind of in the bag.
Yeah, honestly. Now going to be, it looks like a quick push onto this B site. Wait a minute, Last Resistance has no members here on this B site. They've all lined up on A. They kind of put all their eggs in one basket, hoping that this would be the push onto A, but it's not looking like that at all. And now a free site for Agogi, but I don't think they understand that they have the free site. As Spike is passed backwards, now we're gonna see it be planted. But they had plenty of time. Uh-oh. Alu with a pistol kill on the Blizz. Uh-oh.
Oh, the stick.
Uh-oh. Alu getting another kill. Shane. Alu. What the? Can he get the ace?
One less.
Alu. Oh!
No.
What a clutch by Biohazard. Hello.
Oh, everything. And Eric, I mean everything was in Alu's, I guess, favor at that point, but a Biohazard again, already at 12 to 3. And I mean, if you would look at Alu's score 10-5, with it being the 7th round right now, and 7th round, keep in mind, hasn't begun yet or begun, and Biohazard's at 12 and 3. This is absolute insanity. If it weren't for him, I mean, this would have been a landslide, but this time, Ian taking out Biohazard right off the bat. But I mean, they do have the res. Will they choose to use it? Henry getting another, and Biohazard, never mind, he's right back up, Vandal in hand. Keep in mind, he's only 4 away from his tour de force again.
Oh my gosh, that is got to be menacing. I mean, that has to weigh in on the minds of the other side. That's not what you want, man. You do not want to be dealing with a chamber that is absolutely top fragging, for one, but 2, hitting all the shots with the tour de force when he pulls it out. But holding on this A site is Ian alone. Second member in the side of in the form of Kane. Hello. Oh my gosh, Ian is actually insane.
Ian has honestly bailed Last Resistance out of so many situations. I mean, now down to a 2v3 for Agogi Black, and I mean, the stun's gonna come out. That's what we were looking for the Astra to be doing, but keep in mind, Biohazard's still alive. Down to a 1v3.
Oh,
this
man.
time, Henry, a little bit too much, but that wide swing together really allowed for them to take that side back.
Yeah, that could have been so much worse had Henry not been, you know, what's it called? Sorry, had Gliswold not been looking away, climbing up that rope. That could have been really bad for this side of Last Resistance. But 4 to 3, and now a timeout is going to come out from the side of Agogi Black, going to reconsider their strategies, maybe talk about how they can more so pull ahead, tie up first, and then pull ahead in this first half.
You could see, I mean, right now, Last Resistance, they're doing an excellent job really playing for that retake, a lot better than when they were on Haven, as their execution on the retakes have been a lot closer knit, and you can see the trade potential coming out of each angle that they're peeking. They're peeking it together, they're taking their time, they're calling what utility they have left to be used during that retake. But Agogi Black, I mean, so far 3 rounds already on the attack. It's looking like a lot of a back and forth match, as it already has been, but Biohazard has been the one to single-handedly win these rounds. So he's going to need help from his teammates, especially from Nitrix and Dwan down there. But hey, anything can happen at this point. There is one op up in hand, in the hand of Riken. So I'm expecting them to walk into some very tight angles, depending on where Riken's deciding to play. But as of this moment, it looks like he's going to be stacking towards this mid spot, watching any potential crosses.
Okay, here we go. Alu, hello.
Spike
That-
down,
oh,
attacker.
Okay, well, doesn't even matter. Riken gets the kill before Alu can position up here. That is a very, very cool strat they have here on defense. Hopefully we get to see it more so put into use later, but Cade, oh my gosh. Oh, Henry above you. Henry above you. Riken is going to take out Dwan though. And now 1 versus 2, they have the spike. Biohazard has to play immaculate here to perfection. And honestly, if anyone can do it, it's going to be Biohazard.
I mean, we've seen him in multiple different situations. He's built his team out multiple times. Can he do it again? He does dink Riken down to little to no health. Down still, 1v2 situation. Does fake plant to readjust and reposition. And Riken getting a little bit overzealous here. He knows the bomb isn't being planted, but Alu luckily able to secure the round for his teammates. But man, a 2v1, that is not what you want to do on the side of Last Resistance. You know that was a fake plant. You don't want to force a 2v1 down to a 1v1 situation at any point, and especially against Biohazard. Come on.
No, Biohazard is a problem. I mean, look at this man. Twice the amount of the next member of his team, just absolutely causing devastation for the side of Last Resistance, taking guns out of hands and putting bullets in heads. The man is a monster.
You can see Tour de Force active again. Riken gets that off back from his teammates, unable to connect to Shane, but they got the info they need. They understand there's gonna be a bunch of the stack towards A, and look at the team of Last Resistance. 4 running towards the site of A already, but now they're reassessing. They call that there is no commit. Look at Henry, Stinger in a dream. Everyone has ran in. The Viper's pit is active. They're gonna go ahead and get this bomb down, and now they're in a very good position to hold this bomb site. But Alu holding an angle from Snowman, able to get that opening pick. And here comes the
Biohazard.
But no. Showstopper's no longer active, but Henry has that res, and now Gogi Black.
Oh no!
Down. Oh, but Biohazard again!
Wait, he doesn't
Trying
hear
to make something happen.
Oh no, they could have pulled it off. They could have pulled it off. Oh! They do pull it off, but they could have pulled it off sooner. Well played by Last Resistance. In all of the commotion, Biohazard could not hear the sound of the defuse, and if they would have stuck that, it would have been a lot less of a risk to pop out and take out Biohazard in the end. But all's well that ends well. It's okay. It happened. My gosh, there's so much happening on these ropes right now. I'm getting overstimulated. But still, Biohazard, 17 kills now. 1 more, and he is 3 times the next member in kills on this leaderboard for his team. Ian getting aggressive. Oh my god.
And that is the aggression we were looking for. I mean, they realized, you know what, we were a little bit too passive on the side, on the Haven. It's time. It's time to turn things up a notch. We almost lost out on the first round, but now, I mean, you can see Last Resistance, they do not care. Alu getting one, but gets traded out by Nitrix, but still, 1v2 situation. They have the man advantage, so they had the men to drop, but now, as long as they stay together, Nitrix still debating as to which site to go, clearing every little angle possible. Doesn't want to get caught off guard, but luckily he does have the bomb in his possession, and he's gonna go try to get towards this B side unless he decides, you know what? They probably split up. They probably rotated off, and it seems that way. Riken, unaware that mid is a potential, but all of a sudden turns around, gets taken out.
30
and now
seconds
Nitrix,
left.
he knows. He knows that they probably were playing it together, so he should be open for the most part. And it's full sprint ahead. He's gonna be able to get this bomb down. And now this puts Last Resistance in a very difficult position. Cade down to a 1v1. But does Nitrix have an idea that he's going to be coming through Snowman?
I think he knows now. Oh, Cade, not looking the right way, is going to get taken out. And Nitrix clutching out that round. Beautifully done, making it a 2-round game, or half now, I should say. Last Resistance, that was a little rough.
It honestly was. I think the way they played the 2v1 was a little bit too safe. They weren't getting the necessary info, especially because they were stacking it together. But at the same time, I mean, they weren't really playing it together. They were holding each other's separate angle, but not really in the position to trade each other. And on top of that, I mean, that mid lurk, Riken was not expecting it whatsoever. Does break this Owl drone early on, and look at the replacement. Alu is now there, up close. And, I mean, Owl drone only spotted Chamber. Didn't know the TP was involved, but now Glizzwald gets that first opening pick onto Cade. And things are not looking too good for Last Resistance.
Silence.
Oh boy. 2 members already down on the side of Last Resistance is now Gogi Black gonna slowly push onto this B site. Nitrix up top, looking for any other members that he can grab. Looking for more information. Is going to fire out this recon bolt. Is not going to find anyone. Riken, though, is going to find Shane, and that is going to be a kill traded. Shane right back up. I don't know if that was the call. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Oh my. Yeah, Henry taking out Dwan, but almost a flawless there because of that res. Very beautifully played by Gogi Black. And as you heard the pretty lady, last round and a half, and Biohazard just almost at a 20 bomb before the half is even finished.
Yeah, as of right now, he has more than 4 times the kills of Glizzwald. And I mean, that particular retake, Last Resistance, they were kind of just peeking one by one. They weren't sure what they wanted to do. I know they were down the numbers, but at that point, there was no sort of wide swing coordinated with each other. It was just, let's all try to play hero. Let's all try to get a pick. And ultimately, I mean, with 5 members, they just got taken out as Ian getting aggressive yet again, gets that opening pick, but Glizzwald there to trade things out again. And now, I mean, still a 4 versus 4, but look at the health of Ian. Down to 10. That's not what you want. Dwan killing Alu as well, and now only 3 members left, and I would almost count it as 2 as Ian down to 5 to 10 health. And I mean, he's soloing right now on this A site, as finally Cade looking to rotate over to help his teammate, but it might be a little bit too late.
Yeah, it is a 4v3. Mind you, if anyone at low health is going to be pulling off crazy plays, it's going to be Ian for sure. Now smokes popping, now completely shutting down the idea of pushing onto this site, as I'm pretty sure rotation is going to come out from the side of Agogi Black over towards this B. Riken. Okay.
30 seconds left.
I mean, that's what's needed. Riken posting towards that mid, and look at Ian. He needs to come up huge here. He needs to hope that no one checks their up close corner, as Nitrix coming up from pipes does end up checking it. And just like that, down to a 1v3. Make that 1v2. But Nitrix on top of 410. Better angle, and Riken not expecting it whatsoever.
Well, this is now an all tied up game. This is anyone's going into this half, and we will see what is going to happen.
Also want to bring up a big shout out towards our sponsors, Drink Control, for a meal replacement plan. You know, gamers, sometimes we get not enough time to eat, and Drink Control has definitely helped us throughout that. And again, a special thank you to Community Gaming for upping our weekly prize pool from $50 to $250. And on top of that, Pit of Valor 100 coming next week with a prize pool of $2,500.
Well, going into this, we are seeing the push-up from 2 members on the side of Agogi, but 3, oh, sorry, no. On the side of Last Resistance, 3 on the side of Agogi, 1 getting taken out on the side of Agogi. That is going to be Alu dropping down to half health as well, as Gliswold's now going to check this corner, but nobody's there for him to be able to put a bullet into. Now, Gliswold's going to rotate over towards this A site as Agogi's just... I'm sorry, his last resistance is just kind of hanging out.
Oh.
Okay.
I guess Biohazard with only that one bullet in the Headhunter, not willing to part ways with it just yet. As, I mean, it's basically a pocket guardian, right? One bullet is all you need, especially on a pistol round, to make a difference. But last resistance, they've grouped up at A. They've taken site by complete storm. Now Gogi, they're looking to fend their way back on site.
Right here.
Art is going to go out, and, oh boy, Shane is going to drop Cade, Rex is going to drop Nitrix, and Alu is going to drop Gliswold. Is, oh my goodness, a 2 versus 1 in favor of Last Resistance now comes into play. Biohazard is going to fake the defuse, going to fake the defuse again, is going to see the head, is going to shoot, not going to get the kill, but Ryken is going to get it. The chamber on chamber fight going in favor of Last Resistance.
I'm gonna be honest there, that round had my heart beating because for multiple reasons. For one, Last Resistance being on the attack, they got that opening pick early on towards this mid. They grouped up, they took site. But all of a sudden, Agogi Black, they just started executing on this retake. They got the kills to bring them back down to a 1v2 in hopes that Biohazard clutches up that round. And again, I mean, Biohazard came so close.
Oh, man. But it wasn't enough, which is, oh. But that's actually huge. That is what we keep, okay, so it looks like the top 2 have been traded out here now on each, Ryken. Cade, this substitute coming in, absolutely carrying his weight, as now one last member in Nitrix is going to get taken out by Ryken. Fight goes down 8-6. Agogi now going to have to really try their damnedest on this full buy round.
You can see how fast the flank came in from Agogi Black. I mean, it was absolutely phenomenal. The speed in which the flank came in was supposed to catch Last Resistance completely off guard, but the issue is they hesitated on their take. They waited back, and because they waited back, Agogi Black, I mean, the entirety of the team came into a wall of resistance. And I mean, the name kind of suits their team because they know what they're doing and how they're positioning themselves.
Absolutely. Now, a little bit of a fun fact. Cade was actually in the coach slot last game for Last Resistance.
Wow.
The man can do it all. They switched they switched their coach because their 5th had to leave in the middle of this game, so they had to make sure that they had that substitution made. And I mean, after that last round, honestly, I think it was worth the switch. This whole game, Cade's been holding his own weight. Coach, player, whatever. Substitute, father, maybe, I don't know. Chef, architect, who knows? The man can do it all. Cade the Conqueror, simple as that. But Alu getting taken out by Gliswold here in the kitchen, where Cade should have been, because he is obviously the chef picking up all of these plays.
No.
But Biohazard taking out Ryken now. Ooh boy, Nitrix taking out Henry. Ian grabbing one back though. He's gonna drop himself. And Cade, the last hope of Last Resistance, not making it to the next round.
I mean,
Live, that is.
No one cleared yellow, and Biohazard was just he pitched a tent. He pitched a tent. He stayed passive, waited for a plant, and at one point they just started planting. A free kill for Biohazard. Then the TP is there, which is basically instantaneous for the chamber to get out of any situation. And look at him. 25 and 11. It doesn't even matter that 3 of his teammates are 8 kills and below. He's doing all the work.
Yeah, but now this very quick push being made onto A site. Dwan doing all he can to make sure he slows down this push. As a Prowler is going to go out, try and get some information. We're not going to find anybody in the lower areas of A. Now, the wall goes up and the shots go out. Henry's going to take out Biohazard. Huge pick on the side of Last Resistance. Beautifully played. Spike is down, and now the retake is going to have to come out by Gogi Black. The methodical plays are going to have to happen as Ian is going to take shots out, is going to get taken down, and now on the site is Agogi as the defense has now been mounted as well on the side of Last Resistance. 3 members taken out, but Nitrix trying his best. Cade shutting down any at all chances to be made, or to be had more so, by Gogi Black. Now going up 9-7. Last Resistance doing well for themselves on this switch.
And to kind of give you an idea, that crossfire that came from Ian and Alu on top of 410 and towards site was fantastic. They did not expect that kind of a crossfire, and the second they walked into it, I mean, the trap card was activated. And look at Glizzwald walling off early on to try to get an orb, but instantly met with resistance, has no choice but to fall off as the tether was there along with another nade. And Shane already pushed through A. Cade spots him, does get the dink down.
Uh-oh.
But now they're going to be trading the peak. There's 2 there. Cade stuck to his lonesome, but it doesn't really matter. Able to get 1 at least. But Dwan also knocked down to 11 health. Has to run away for that heal. But Griswold, he's nowhere close.
For you.
Heal does come out from Gliswold though. After traveling almost half the map, Nate is gonna go out. Alu looking for this blast pack to get him over the wall and onto the site as Biohazard is going to take out 2!
Spike down A.
Take flight.
Oh man. That tour de force, absolutely a force to be reckoned with at all times in the hands of, oh my goodness, of Biohazard. And now Dwan taking down Alu. Shot is going to ring out. And the diffuse going all the way through with this op. Probably just going to sit.
Gliswold.
Oh no. Oh no. Riken did not check. He had his AirPods in.
Can someone get this?
I mean, the stealth push from Gliswold through the ropes to their nest, and it's something that
my God,
I didn't expect Riken to really be aware of. But at the same time, I mean, now it just puts an op back in Agogi Black's hands, and Shane, whether it be Shane or Biohazard, I mean, either agent on that operator can be detrimental to this attacking side of Last Resistance. And right now, Shane, I mean, does instantly get caught out by one of the Prowlers. And look at Alu. He's already getting into sight, but look at Shane!
Oh my God. Cade, though, trying to pick up this gun, can't get it. There we go, grabs it. As a Phantom now in the hands of the substitute. Coming in. Oh boy, Shane. Shane, in a very good position, ducks into the smoke, pops out the knives. Plant is already down. Oh, close. Biohazard saving Shane's life almost. In though.
Oh no.
One enemy remains.
Oh no.
Oh!
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, Henry! Henry! What? What?
Well, remember when you were talking about a shorty long range?
Yes.
I mean, it worked out.
Oh my God.
Henry with the massive wall at the back of sight, but none of Agogi Black members check that corner, and man, he comes out with a 4K to somehow win the round back in their favor. And Last Resistance, I mean, that was not a round that was supposed to be in their favor. Biohazard came out huge. 28-13 already, but down 2 rounds, and that has to say something for Agogi Black right now.
Absolutely. But what I will say, Biohazard is 2 kills away from dropping a 30 bomb in this game.
Mm-hmm.
The man is actually playing out of his mind. And if anything,
is.
Agogi should be proud of him. Absolutely. No matter how this game goes. Win or lose, this is a pop-off game for sure for Biohazard.
You can see no team wants to give up any type of information early on. You can see Shane, though, actually watching close mid, making sure that no one is getting aggressive or trying to push towards Boiler for that matter. But look at Griswold. Griswold is about to meet up with a little bit of resistance coming here, and Griswold able to get Riken. It's gonna go ahead and fall off right away, but Henry with that res, back up he goes, and here comes the ultimate. The tether going out as well, not able to connect to anyone. Shane has no choice but to fall off, but he does break the wall, does get spotted, but Biohazard starting off along with Nitrix with the Hunter's Fury, getting one as well. And just like that, last resistance down to just 3 members, but hey, the trades are coming in. Cade getting one for himself as well, down to a 3 versus 3 situation. Cade far back and has to run for his life to try to get this going, but there's not enough time.
What a shame. Cade too far to do anything. And now this game is a 1-round difference. Last resistance, I want to consider rethinking the strats here after that one.
And honestly speaking, I don't know what the positioning was like there because Cade was very far away, and I'm assuming Last Resistance didn't really anticipate for that site take to be that fast. As Agogi Black, I mean, they fully rotated already, and I mean, the fight was just back and forth throughout the site. They didn't really have any time to adjust. They just had to get that bomb down, and Cade just unfortunately not in the right spot and way too far away from site. But look at Biohazard, 1 away from 30.
Here.
Down 1 round, and looks like he's about to meet a couple of members. Does spot the head here.
Oh my.
Doesn't connect with anyone. But they continue to peek. The Prowlers get active. The Haunt is there as well. And Dwan gonna be in this site with the pit active. And I mean, that's always a frightening sight to see. Biohazard does get that 30, gets it onto Ian. And now people are dropping on the side of Last Resistance, down to 3 members. Not really getting any spacing towards this site. Has no choice but to start falling off. As Agogi Black have fully fended off this site.
Oh my, Shane, that would have been such a huge pick.
30 seconds
As
left.
Griswold brings back Dwan. Now a 3 versus 5. Going to fake that grab on the ult orb. Cade is going to trade one, but it does not matter. This round looks like it's going to get turned into a nice tied game as shots are just coming through. Oh, wait. Dwan gets taken out. Nah, but Shane takes out Riken. Tour de force and a dream. Just not enough this round for the side of Last Resistance. As Riken, yep, here's the timeout and the rethink of the strategy. This has to be Last Resistance coming back into this next round. Heads on correct and strategy planned out right, or else they could be saying goodnight to this whole tournament.
And honestly speaking, I don't know if I really like the timeout right here and then, especially from what it seems economically they're going to be entering into another save round. I personally like the calls unless they're looking to do something specific and try to gain some sort of momentum. I mean, they are on that attacking side, so they get to dictate that pace. But right now, I mean, Agogi Black, they're holding true. I mean, with the man Biohazard on the site, that's not a site you want to be taking anytime soon because, I mean, he's tearing you guys apart.
Yeah, hitting that 30 bomb and again, 3 kills away from that tour de force already again. It's just not fun. It can't be fun to be on the other side of that barrel while Biohazard is just aiming down it and firing away.
And on top of that, I mean, Shane is the one holding that operator in hand. It's not even given to Biohazard right now. He has the Tutor Force every 8 rounds or so. And, I mean, because he's been getting many kills, he's getting it every 2 rounds. So at this point, Last Resistance, that's something that you have to start factoring in. But Shane, able to get some info early on towards this mid, not able to connect. But he's going to get that information, get the chance to fall off. And now Gliswold, I mean, he knows that the noise is coming towards this mid.
There.
Has to fall off. But now they're going to run into his crosshairs. No, never mind. Henry getting that opening pick, getting another. But Dwan finally able to take him out. And Dwan just holding down the site. Alu left to his lonesome in a 1 versus 3. Pinched completely in a 180-degree angle. And Biohazard, all of a sudden, a Gogi Black, 11-10.
Yeah, Gogi Black bringing this back entirely.
That works.
Picking up the slack is Biohazard, just retaking this lead. Or more so, capturing the lead, because I don't think they had it at any point. No, they did not. They've tied the game twice. But this right here is the first time they have taken the lead all game. And, I mean, very well played. Mainly Biohazard. I think if they don't have Biohazard, this game goes entirely different.
Oh, it would be completely different. And Biohazard has been the one guy that honestly has pulled a Gogi Black out of so many situations. And as we said early on, so many of those rounds wouldn't have even been a contest if it wasn't for him. And right now, look at Biohazard. He spotted Alu, but he has no idea where he's going to be going, as right now they're playing Ring Around the Rosie. It's all about the timing, as it looks like Biohazard is just going to allow Alu to just rotate off. And now, look at that. Ryken already on top of 410. They've taken A site completely.
Spike planted.
And Biohazard going to be on a late flank.
Oh, Lord.
That's not good.
Yep.
Return to dust.
All of a sudden, down to a 3v2.
One
Last
enemy
resistance.
remaining.
Alu still lurking towards this mid, all left down to Nitrix. But he knows he's kind of pinched, 29 health. At this point, he's just going to try to get something going, as he knows. Try to get one, that flick onto Henry. Absolutely massive. But there's that gravity wall that we were talking about on that attacking side to be able to pull people off of bomb. And 11-11, we're all tied back up.
Said it was gonna be a close game, but oh my. This has become a second round banger between these two teams. Last Resistance and Gogi Black putting their all into this round so that they do not go home and they can progress into the next round. I'll tell you right now though, these games have to take a toll on you. Playing 6... No. Not 6 rounds. That makes no sense. Hello? What did I think I just died. Anyways, so playing these 2 long rounds, Last Resistance, I mean, if you were to go all the way to the end, all the way to finals, as Last Resistance, playing these long games must take a mental toll on you.
Hunter's Fury. Not able to connect, but look at Alu. Alu coming out huge with 3 already. And that res from Henry. I'm not sure if that was the decision to make, because it was already a 1v4 or 1v3. They could have saved it for the last round, depending on how it goes, but Last Resistance, again, pulling out ahead, putting themselves at that match point. A little bit of a deja vu from last game, but a little bit closer than they would like. But here's the thing. The economy from a Gogi Black is not looking the greatest. Shane, 1 away from the Blade Storm, however.
Oh yeah.
And Biohazard does have the tour de force, and we've seen what Biohazard can do with that. And I'm expecting nothing but the same resistance. As you can see, Biohazard already posted up towards Belt, waiting for someone to just over-peak this angle. And it looks like one will, and Alu instantly gets punished, as now Agogi Black, they get that opening pick, but will he continue? As now Ian spotted going down the rope from Nest. So now they know.
Oh man, Biohazard has every single, every tool he needs in that tour de force to be able to carry out this rest of the game. More so, the rest of this round, to make sure that this team is not knocked out of this tournament. If anyone is going to be the crutch, if anyone is going to be the nice cane to walk on, the walker that is going to more so keep this team balanced out and upright, it is going to be Biohazard. As now, the site is going to be pushed on. Spike is going down. Information is going to be grabbed. Spike is down. Here we go.
Gogi Black being up the men advantage here. You can see Shane, Blade Storm active, only has one knife left to his name unless he gets the kill to get renewed. But right now, Ian, they know they have to make a play. They know they can't get overly aggressive, but Biohazard there. But Henry coming in huge with 3. Can he clutch it up? No, down to 1v1. Cade, he has the opportunity here. Griswold's gonna half it, but he doesn't finish it off. And Cade somehow holds on and delivers their last resistance towards Agogi Black.
Cade coming up huge as the coach. Mind you, the coach position is what he was in last game. Comes up huge for his team in a few rounds in that game, doing his best, and that last one beautifully done, closing out and sending Agogi home. Cade, wow. Last resistance, congrats again on a very long and hard fought round. Take a second, breathe, good luck in your next one. Agogi sadly is going home because of the best of ones that we host here in these rounds. But what a hell of a match for the second round of this tournament. This might as well be the Pit of Valor 100 right here, man. The 99.9, almost the 100th Pit of Valor, and it is living up to the hype.
Honestly, Eric, I cannot agree more. I mean, the competition, from seeing Last Resistance last week stomp through some teams to them only winning 13-10 and 13-11 in the first 2 rounds. I mean, that's a statement on its own. The competition level has definitely increased, and the teams have come out to play. And I gotta give a huge props to Henry on that last round. I mean, he came out of nowhere in this match. I mean, he was struggling here and there, but all of a sudden, the rounds that really mattered, he came out huge. That 4K on that A site hold under rafters, I mean, that is just ridiculous. That shorty kill at the end, and then on top of that, a 3K at the last round to leave it down to Cade. Hey, kudos to him.
Absolutely. Very well played.
It's honestly, I'm excited. I mean, matches like this have only gotten better. And again, this is still, it's an early night. It's only 7:53 Eastern. There's still so much more Valorant to go. So make sure you guys stay hydrated, get some more snacks. We'll be right back after this break with the next match.
Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. Rivers running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling, and I'm feeling, and I'm feeling good. eyes when you shine. You know how I feel. Scent of the pine. You know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine. And I know how I feel. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new life for me.
Now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opping, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's a.
Feeling good. Blossom on a tree.
And there we have it, your pit of valor crown champions.
It's a day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good.
Soapy, what a piece now. Blue having a dance in hell and gets picked off there by Chicken. It is Z now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opping, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's per se, but K-Killer is now going to go ahead and buy up their guns. But again, the seesaw mentality kicks in here. You have to find a solid 1 to 2 rounds consecutively to build that momentum, and I think this is a chance to do so as they go right on to this B site. A lot happening. Executive so good with the tripwire. What the? Executive is mowing the lawn, and the lawn in this case is blades of grass composed of cake sailors. Take that in your mind. Knows that rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Well, at least the off's still in play though. And question is, but he did save it over. He was able to do something. Hello. Up on the road, like you mentioned, Project. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F because these shots are ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air. The second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What a round!
Ultimate early. The Lemons will swing towards the site, and they will gain themselves a net positive kill, but it only puts them at even odds. Jinx is still up inside tube. They'll send Andrea to the afterlife and a hipfire kill, their third. And a Hunter Fury not by the side of Agogi, but instead popped for the side of Glizzy Gobblers. Just zoning away the last remnants of Agogi. Lisha will not survive against Jay Wookie. The fight at the beginning continues to go into a tumultuous point. Well, Ango can afterwards, though, as Giants gets the kill with the Vandal, but they are on the wrong end. A 2v3. Glizzy Gobblers, they're man down, and they may decide to push this one, but notice where Goki have stepped back to. They're holding that main entrance of A. No one's extended towards sight. This is going to force the side of Glizzy Gobblers to swing forward. Jaworki finding one. Jaworki finding two. The third kill for them in this round. Now it's just the last, and it will be the last of them all as a 4K drops for Jay Wookie through the wall.
They can't claim it. Here comes a 4th kill here from Poe, looking to make his highlight play. As there's only one more remaining, it's Lure Jesus. Can he get all 5 as Lure? He takes out 3! Give it to Poe! Give it to him! Put the respect on this man's name! 3 letters isn't enough to describe his skill, but it might just be enough to describe how good he's doing this game. 12 to 6. They're climbing back.
To assist them. They're not. Mixer does find one. It's the trade back. They are short-lived, and it does not matter though. Zippy gets 1, make it 2, make it 3! As all of their hands walk clean off their shoulders, and WTP in this half strong.
There comes the end of the battle, which just lasts a little bit too short for my liking, but even exchange
there for just a moment. Doesn't like what they saw, didn't take the shot, and he'll have to wait for Mikey to re-swing. They'll do just that. Mikester close, and a quick flick and a kill by Saki will bury them 6 feet under. CP will re-swing this one, doing the jiggle peek to maybe bait out the shot. Number of players step through the defender spawn section, but they can't step out of market because there's still one more player, small pizza, unaccounted for, and they're in market as of right now. Ty has to play smart. They spot interlaced first. They're aware maybe there's a player and B main. There's not. It's 2 on stand.
They're going to eat dust. So now they switch it up completely. They've abandoned that lobby side, made their way onto C here. Ploop is completely blocking off the garage. Shiver finally trades it up, but 2 bodies have been dropping. Meanwhile, 3 ultimates to boot for Dice here, but Z, the platform demon with the 3-piece combination. Z has held that back corner down.
Range against a rifle. Chance trapped on site. Will be flashed and does find one. Quick swing to Yoster for a second, but Swift thought.
Yeah, Sugar Free coming online at the perfect moment. And the kills that they've won so far might just go to waste as Mikester with the collateral coming through. Making sure that they're checking all these corners, but they don't check left. And there's Sacred in the back, knifing them down. And Glyph with the final kill. What a solid round there from Headhunters. 2 left alive. They steal away the operator as well. That is a huge swing in credit power.
That spike goes down. 5v5 retake. Roy sending the owl drone and gets D9'd to say the least here. So Cake Sailors, let's see what they can do. Valet is kind of that lonesome wolf towards mid. Has to be careful and doesn't want to fall behind and not offer value to the rest of the round ahead of him.
Rotations from the defensive side are not going to be good enough as they're running right into the collapse coming from Ballet. Kaide picks up 2. Opposite squad, you're just like, okay, everyone got involved. Everyone still had utility to spare even at that point in the round, and we're able to use it here as we're getting to see the very typical shots of the Odin through that paper thin wall. I was worried that Craig Cup wasn't going to pick up 2 kills, and Craig Cup says, no, don't you worry, I'm going to actually pick up 3.
You said it well, and I think you're right. Like, number-wise, Craig Cup for 2K, 3Ks is very much up there. Like, just stomping the Stark squad, and I think we're going to be seeing a repeat of their pistol take onto B-side by the looks of it.
Fortunately for Oiz, Caloric has found success. Flash drive goes out. Nicely dodged. Final lines them all up, and they all fall. 3 for final.
Mikey able to find Glyph, who was trying to get sneaky with that teleport there, and now it's just Port Canyon, has the Tour de Force, doesn't have the spike just yet, and they're blinded a lot. They can't see.
Yeah, nothing is worse than having a long-range weapon and getting blinded into oblivion here. Manages to get the double peek. Give me that replay, Rose. I want to
secure this round, assuming because it's got the clutch panties on and secured for this one.
What did you just say?
Well, clutch pants, you know what I mean? Like, you never heard that saying before? Like, clutch pants? No?
I know, I have never heard it.
Maybe it's a Counter-Strike thing. Ignore it, but don't ignore that clutch roadie! See, there it is! What did I tell you?
You called it! Holy smoke!
Off there by Chicken. It is Z now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's per se, but Cake Sailor's not going to go ahead and buy up the guns. But again, the seesaw mentality kicks in here. You have to find a solid 1 to 2 rounds consecutively to build that momentum, and I think this is the chance to do so as they go right on to this B-site. A lot happening. Executive so good with the tripwire. What the? Executive is mowing the lawn, and the lawn in this case is blades of grass composed of Cake Sailors. Kick that in your mind. Goes out directly. So they are very much in the driver's seat.
Or at least the off's still in play though. I mean, question it, but you can save it over and do something. Hello! Up on the ropes, like you mentioned. mentioned, it was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Ultimate early. The Lemons will swing towards the side, and they will gain themselves a net positive kill, but it only puts them at even odds. Jinx is still up inside Tomb. They'll send Andrea to the afterlife and hit fire. Kill their third. And a Hunter's Fury not for the side of Agogi, but instead popped for the side of Glizzy Gobblers. Just zoning away the last remnants of Agogi. Leisha will not survive against Jay Wookie. The fight at the beginning continues to go into a tumultuous point. Well, Angokin afterwards, though, as Diets gets the kill with the Vandal, but they are on the wrong end. A 2v3. Glizzy Gobblers, they're man down, and they may decide to push this one, but notice what Agogi has stepped back to. They're holding that main entrance of A. No one's extended towards site. This is going to force the side of Glizzy Gobblers to swing forward. Jawookie finding one. Jawookie finding two. The third kill for them in this round. Now it's just the last, and it will be the last of them all as a 4K drops for Jay Wookie.
Can't claim it. Here comes a fourth kill here from Poe and looking to make his highlight play as there's only one more remaining. It's Lunar Jesus. Can he get all five? It's Lunar. He takes out three. Give it to Own. Give it to him. Put the respect on this man's name. 3 letters isn't enough to describe his skill, but it might just be enough to describe how good he's doing this game. 12-6. You're climbing back.
To assist them. They're not. Reicher does find one. It's betrayed back. But they are short-lived, and it does not matter, though. Sippy gets one. Make it two. Make it three. And all of their heads locked clean off their shoulders. And WTP in this half strong.
Trying to once again find this edge to really work off of, but there comes the end of the A battle, which just lasts a little bit too short for my liking, but an even exchange comes out now.
5v2. Snacky had a look there for just a moment. Doesn't like what they saw. Didn't take the shot, and they'll have to wait for Mikey to re-swing. They'll do just that. Mikester close, and a quick flick and a kill by Snacky will bury them 6 feet under. Zippy will re-swing this one. With a jiggle peek to evade out the shot of the player step through the defender spawn section, but they can't step out of market because there's still one more player spawn pizza unaccounted for, and they're in market as of right now. Ty has to play smart. They spot interlaced first. They're aware maybe there's a player in B main. There's not. It's 2 on stand.
They're going to eat dust. So now they switch it up completely. They've abandoned that lobby side, made their way onto C here. Ploop is completely blocking off the garage. Shiver finally trades it up, but 2 bodies have been dropping. Meanwhile, 3 ultimates to boot for Dice here, but Z, the platform demon with the 3-piece combination. Z has held that back corner down.
Range against a rifle. Chance trapped on site. Will be flashed and does find quick swing to Youngster for a second, but Swift bot.
Yeah, Sugar Free coming online at the perfect moment, and the kills that they've won so far might just go to waste. This Meister with the collateral coming through, making sure that they're checking on his corners, but they don't check left, and there's Sacred in the back, knifing him down, and Glyph with the final kill. What a solid round there from Headhunters. 2 left alive. They steal away the operator as well. That is a huge swing in credit power.
Strike goes down. 5v5 retake voice, sending the L drone, and he gets D9 to say the least here. So take killers, see what they can do. Valet is kind of that lonesome wolf towards mid, has to be careful and doesn't want to fall behind and not offer value to the rest of the round.
Chasing from the defensive side are not going to be good enough as they're running right into the collapse coming from Valet. Kaide picks up the opposite squad. You're just like, okay, everyone got involved. Everyone still had utility to spare even at that point in the round, and we're able to use it here as we're getting to see the very typical shots of the Odin through that paper thin wall. I was worried the Cray Cup wasn't going to pick up 2 kills, and Cray Cup says, no, don't you worry, I would actually pick up 3.
You said it well, and I think you're right. Like, number-wise, Cray Cup for 2K, 3Ks is very much up there. Like, just stop and kick the start squad. I think we're going to be seeing a repeat of their pistol take onto the site by the looks of it.
Fortunately for Ois, Caloric has found success. Flash try to go down. Nicely dodged. Final lines them all up, and they all fall. 3 for final.
Mikey able to find Glyph, who was trying to get sneaky with that teleport there, but now it's just Port Canyon, has the tour de force, doesn't have the spike just yet, and they're blinded. They can't see.
secure this round, assuming because it's got the clutch panties on and secured for this one.
What did you just say?
Well, clutch pants, you know what I mean? Like, you never heard that saying before? Like clutch pants? No?
I know, I have never heard it.
Maybe it's a Counter-Strike thing. Ignore it, but don't ignore the culture roaring. See, there it is. What did I tell you?
You called it! Holy smokes!
Welcome back, everyone. I mean, it was a little bit of a break, but I guess you guys that are still watching, let me ask you, who do you think is going to be playing on this next matchup, Eric?
Are you asking me personally? You asking them? Because I know who's going to be playing.
Venture a guess, you know.
I mean, I would take a wild guess. We've seen an interesting pattern here in the last 2 rounds, featuring a certain team with a certain LR for their abbreviation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Last Resistance again playing against Susbus. I guess we are just going to be a Last Resistance stream for the remainder of today until they win or until they lose, one or the other. But Susbus 7, maybe they are the team to take this out. And if we've been following the trends, ladies and gentlemen, we started with a 13-10. We just had a 13-11.
Now we got a new one.
If this follows in pattern, we'll be going to overtime. We'll be going to overtime this game.
I mean, the map is going to be of Ascent, a map that we haven't seen today yet. And I mean, the beauty of GLG is, on top of that, not only do you get to watch some fantastic Valorant, you also get to participate in giveaways. And I mean, if you guys don't know already, !! giveaway in chat for a chance to enter. But we are giving away 2 of the new bundles along with community gaming. So altogether, 2 full bundles are going to be given out. So you and your friend can actually be rocking that latest skin bundle. And we've all seen that new bundle. I mean, it looks pretty sweet. So if you guys want a chance to win free skins, ! giveaway in chat for a way to enter.
As we wait for these teams to get in, we have seen Last Resistance win these last 2 rounds, but it seems like they've gotten a little closer each progressing round that they get to. So I'm a little worried in this game coming up. But mind you, I do not know Susbus 7. So I do not know them as a team and what potential they hold. So I'm hoping that we get a very good game instead of a one-sided, mashup here. But we will see as we get into game. Realistically, I've been enjoying these past 2 games. I've been enjoying the real competition coming out of these teams. Well, these more so Last Resistance than whoever they faced. But hopefully, we do get another banger here coming onto map 3 for us here for this Pit of Valor 9.9.
We're going to get picks in select as well. I mean, I saw Susbus 7 play last time. I saw Last Resistance play. I mean, the last 2 maps along with last week. And I gotta say, I mean, I don't remember if Susbus 7 was the ones that played Last Resistance last event and got knocked out by them, but both teams have what it takes to really progress throughout this tournament. I mean, 3 maps in, they're still here. So that definitely means something. And I mean, for the first time tonight, we're going to be able to cast Ascent. I mean, it's a map that we haven't casted yet. And luckily, it's been different maps every single time. And as you know, Eric, Ascent is one of those maps that we always love to see at GLG. I mean, sometimes that's the only map we see. So,
yes, I remember times of nothing but Ascent throughout the first 3 rounds that I've casted, and past that, I've seen a lot of Ascent. So, hopefully, I know this map well enough now at this point, but we are going to see all agents locked in for both of these teams. On the side of Last Resistance, you do have Killjoy, Raze, Astra, Fade, and KO picked up. And now for Susbus 7, you have Viper, Fade, Astra, Chamber, and Breach picked up. Interesting pick on the Astra as well for both these teams. As you have said, they've kind of fallen out of meta, but both teams seeing use in her, picking her up. Let's see how this goes for them.
and this time you have Last Resistance starting on the attacking side. So first time we're going to see that tonight going into this. And again, we started to see Last Resistance get more and more aggressive, and I'm expecting that same type of aggression. Alu's still on that Raze, and I mean, we've seen what Ian can do in terms of that supporting role, and this time they're going double Sentinel, or I mean, sorry, double Initiator to kind of get into these sites, to get themselves that information. Meanwhile, they don't really have a proper Sentinel to really slow down the pace too much on the side of Susbus. Just the Chamber with the 1 trip. And one thing I did gotta bring up, Eric, I mean, that Susbus team logo, it's looking pretty intense.
Yeah, that is definitely not what I'd want to be on the opposite side of, but we're gonna see how Last Resistance takes it, as they are now going to push onto this site and get absolutely annihilated. Oh my god.
I don't know what happened to Last Resistance just now, but
murdered.
I mean,
They got massacred.
they did.
They got taken out.
There's nothing left.
Throw it away.
Riken just in his lonesome in a 1 versus 5. Now, I mean, sitting through the smoke, bomb is down towards Switch, but there's nothing really that he could do. He's gonna walk into, I guess, an array of angles to have to clear. But look at Shadow Donut up close to the left or to the right of him, and he's just gonna stay passive, not make any sort of noise. They're gonna go ahead and break that door, and
30 seconds left.
Riken at least able to get 1. But it doesn't look good right now. It's like a Shadow Donut. He pushes in, and Riken gets him as well. But this aggression through this Viper's orb.
Oh!
Riken.
No way. No way.
Bringing it down to a 1v2.
Okay.
But oh my goodness. That's a scary sight.
Is Riken gonna carry the team today? Is that what it is this round? Is it Riken's game? Before it was Ian, before it was Alu. Is it Riken's game now?
Honestly, Eric, I mean, down to a 1v5, being able to get 3 and put the situation in such a difficult spot for Susbus, that was a huge round, and I can only imagine the confidence that Riken has right now.
Yeah, no, that's gotta feel good coming into this next round. And I mean, more so going into the rest of these rounds, head held high. When it does come to having a real gun in hand, I'm sure Riken's not gonna have any problems pulling out all the stops as Skulls gets out of there almost a little too late, but does grab Henry.
Trap destroyed.
This is their eco. They do know, but Akame just gets taked out of 39 health, feeling the pressure towards this short. Has no choice but to fall off, and look at Ian. They've already gotten this cat control, making sure that they work this angle together. They know Akame's lit.
Here.
But now Akame looking to reaggress a little bit, but this classic Ian not ready for that angle at all. Alu finally getting a trade off and might be a little bit too late. They are still on classics, and Skulls gonna go ahead, peek out, get a second of the round. And things are just falling apart right now for Last Resistance, albeit they are on pistols. Able to get at least 2 down, which is a good sign, being on full classics. But now Skulls gonna finish things off with a big 3K.
Well, 2 rounds in favor of Susbus. We've seen this before. We're seeing it again. This is potentially going to lead into history repeating itself in terms of Last Resistance now taking these rounds into their hands and pulling ahead. But we will see.
And this is the bye round. Last Resistance, they need to play this round together. They don't want to lose any members early on for no reason, and on top of that, they need to keep in mind that their economy is very crucial pending on this round. They can't be losing too many members off, but look at Shadow Donut. He's up close and personal. The flash comes in. Henry, doesn't matter, holding the angle for his teammate, which works out perfectly. And now James forced back towards spawn as well. Gonna go ahead and reaggress with the flash peek, but Henry still playing anti-flash. Works out in the favor, but the timing. James ends up peeking a little bit too late, but not able to capitalize. And right now, Last Resistance, I mean, they got that opening pick towards this mid. Skulls very close towards this B main, has the TP set, so he can get out of this situation. And he does exactly that. As right now, Last Resistance, they're looking to take B by storm.
Oh boy, and they are definitely doing so. Almost. Riken taking out Skulls now on this site. But Riken grabbing one of his own. Actually, no. 2 members left on the side of Susbus. 3 versus 2 in favor of Last Resistance. This is not what they want. Spike goes down, and now Susbus has to pull it off. Rosalind and Akame. Ooh, Rosalind grabbing Alu. That is huge. Alu, one of the bigger members. Ian, though, grabbing Rosalind. And now Cade grabbing Akame. That is going to be the round. 1 on the board for Last Resistance. Here we go.
I mean, there's this back and forth we're looking at, but the thing that I don't think worked out was just the amount of value Susbus got that round. Being on Marshals and Spectres, they were able to take out 3 members of Last Resistance. And I mean, as you can see, the economy on that side, Alu on a classic right now, looking to maybe buy a Bulldog, I would assume, or maybe even a Guardian. Oh, no, actually, Riken gonna be that Lord and Savior and drop him and light armor up, but this is a little bit of a disadvantage for Last Resistance, but they do have the lockdown in play, and I wonder if that's what they're going to be trying to make a play towards this A-long, get some picks as Alu working up towards this tree room, trying to get some sort of info, but Akame actually playing a lot further back, a little bit hesitant to get any aggression going. As Last Resistance, they're still waiting. They're just going to wait it out.
Yeah, and probably smart, honestly, by them not to push anything or make any sudden moves off of, no information. But we do see the lineup towards this A site, and this could very much so be in favor for Last Resistance, with only 3 members compared to their 4. Their Astra is sitting, though, on the opposite side. Cade just waiting for any potential flank to come through, as now all the members of Susbus 7 are going to end up on the side of this A site. Now, onto the A site is Last Resistance. Spike is going to start getting planted. Spike goes down, and now 3 members in heaven. Shadow Donut is going to pop out some utility. Rosalind holding this angle. Now spotted out. Henry grabs 2. Henry is going to get... Wait a minute. Okay, never mind. Wow. Riken comes in, grabs 2, as well as the rest of his team standing up, grabbing kills. And that is now 2-2 here, as Susbus 7 goes into a little bit of a save round here. 2 Stingers and a Spectre later. Half shields all around. And Well,
That's exactly what you want, right?
There goes
I
the
mean,
round. If you last resistance, absolutely.
That was a round that was a little bit kind of on the fence, right? Last resistance being on a buy there, not sure what to do, and they made that execution work to a T. As look at Riken getting that opening pick along with Cade. The little bit of a back and forth trade-off as it's left down to Rosalind towards this B site, but Riken, they did the job. They got what they needed. They got those 3 picks, and now they're just gonna group up. Rosalind down to 12 health. Skulls aggressing towards mid. Here's the pushing towards A. But little do they know, Last Resistance have already pushed through heaven. They have full control as Alu now lurking back towards top mid. All left down to Rosalind. Spectre, 12 health. About to walk into Henry. And Henry. I mean, that's one thing I do want to bring up last round as well. When they took that A site, I mean, Suspect did an excellent job not losing too many members before the retake. But all of a sudden, Henry comes in with some crucial picks, which puts Last Resistance in a very good spot to win the round. And I mean, they won it with 3 members standing. And I mean, they put Suspect in a little bit of a recession.
Yeah, definitely set them back around for sure. But now, Suspect, guns in hands, shields on bodies, ready to run right at the side of, well, not so much as run at them, but more so wait for them to come to them and not run anyways. So onto this A site through Garden is going to be Last Resistance. Alu grabbing Akame, already 1 kill down in favor of Last Resistance. Akame finding the unfortunate end there. But now on the site, going to get the plant down. Now looking around the corner, Rosalind trying to see if she can get any information out onto this site for the side of Suspect. Nothing coming out. Henry going to pull off as Rosalind does grab Ian. That is a big pick. Ian, definitely a player that we've seen make huge plays, as now James and Shadow Donut finding kills for themselves. 2 versus 2. Now the situation popping off. Riken going to see if they can get any more kills. Riken going to grab another one, and that is going to be the round closed out. Very close one. Very close one. Last Resistance pulling ahead now, ending this round in convincing fashion at that. 2 rounds up, 4-2. Last Resistance now showing why they are this far in the tournament.
And now you can see, I mean, that particular round, Riken just fully allowed Suspect to commit to him after causing such a distraction, and Cade just sitting wine, patient, waiting. And after Riken was able to just call that they're fully committed on him alone, I mean, Cade just peeked out and had free kills at that point. But look at Skulls, Tour de Force active, does get revealed. It's gonna go ahead, still post up towards this tiles, and no one looking to peek that right now, as the presence is going towards this B site, with Riken lurking still towards this top mid, catching any type of rotate. But here comes the take. Last Resistance, the tether going in, and now Shadow Donut fully blind. Ian comes in, gets 1, Alu with another, and the amount of space they've created, they've just overtaken that B site.
Alu hopping off now. 7 health and Dream. Gonna get taken out by Rosalind. And now, Rosalind, ooh, beautifully done. Rosalind going to look for more kills, but Cade, the coach, closes it out.
The run is starting.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if this is gonna be one of those matches that we've seen the last 2 times at Last Resistance. I mean, 5 rounds straight. I mean, they basically just lost pistols. They lost pistols. Ever since their gun round, they've really grouped up, and look at their economy, Eric. Riken and Cade at over 8,500 credits. And then on top of that, Henry at 66. And Ian, 59 after the buy. That is ridiculous. Their economy is going to be booming for the next couple of rounds.
Oh yeah, they have no worries at all. And if they start getting kills as well, Kame missed the one way, but it's okay. It's fine. Smoke still goes down. And now Last Resistance has to kind of wait a second before pushing on through. they might just pull off as two members are sitting here mid in case anyone from the other side of Susbus comes through and pushes, but no one seems to be giving an inch really, or more so even moving an inch at this point. It is just absolute standstill here on both sides as we do see Rosalind rotate over, or rotate through the back, not going to actually rotate, going to just sit here. I am an absolute liar. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but smokes are now coming down and movement coming through now. A little late in this round as Alu's going to find the first pick onto Skulls. Alu dropping to 70 health. Now, two members coming out of the garage. It is four members on this site. Alu blind. Just pull the trigger, Alu. Akame there, taking out Alu. Two members dropping on the side of last resistance. Two members left now. 4 versus 2 as J-Mez takes out Riken. This is going to be a rough round for the side of Last Resistance. Susbus showing a little bit more life now here in this 8th round. Oh my goodness, Cade. Coach Cade now trying his damnedest to find kills. Does find one. Can he find another? Is going to get damage out. Is not going to get anything yet. Is going to get a second, but gets taken out by Rosalind. A valiant effort, but he does not pull it off. Now 5-3, still in favor of Last Resistance, but Susbus not going down without a fight.
I mean, Rosalind has been excellent so far. She's just gotten so many crucial picks for the side of Susbus, but at the same time, if you notice, that entire round from Susbus, they played far back. They knew Last Resistance likes to get aggressive. They know that they like to push them back, but rather than being pushed back, why not start further back and be prepared for it? And that's exactly what they did. And Last Resistance, they couldn't counter it. They couldn't combat it in any way. And right now, the Viper's Pit is active towards this B main. And that could be rest assured to force Last Resistance away and closer to this A site.
Concealment.
Okay, Shadow Donut now holding a great angle. 3 members of Last Resistance right on the other side of that smoke. That is scary. Oh my goodness.
Oh, he gets tagged. Right now they have some sort of information, but it looks like they're gonna try to double back towards this B side or potentially try to go for a mid to B split. As you can see, most of Susbus members have already rotated to this A site because the Viper's Pit is active and they want to make sure that they can cheat rotations over. But right now, James being the only line of resistance towards this mid, causing Last Resistance to hesitate, and now they're looking to take this A site and not looking so good. Skull's getting that opening pick onto Alu. Now by his lonesome towards this bomb site though. Gets taken out by Henry. And just like that, they're gonna go ahead, get this bomb down. And now Shadow Donut does get taken out by the Prowler as Riken had a free kill. And now a 4v3 post-plant situation, but Ian coming in huge, peeking through. Oh, does get judged down, but his boy Henry is there and ready.
Well, Last Resistance kind of shutting down any idea of that comeback here in this first half, convincingly at that. But it's not to say that there's still life. I'm sorry, it's not to say that there isn't life still in the side of Susbus. It's just going to be a little rough on this next one with the economy that they have.
It is, but I will never count the shorties out. I mean, we've seen shorty plays this game. Well, not even this game, but tonight in general. And I mean, some of the times it comes out huge. But right now, Shadow Donut gears a bunch of this presence towards this B site. Does get revealed by the Haunt. Has no choice but to fall off. But there comes the Prowler, and here comes the ult. They know exactly where he is. He's stuck in sight. And Ian taking him out. Riken, Alu getting one to their own. Make that 2 for Alu. But now Skulls to his lonesome by himself in a 1 versus 5. Headhunter out, unable to connect as Alu gets a 3-piece.
Well, 7-3 now, and a timeout coming in from the side of Susbus. Whew. Probably a smart idea. Probably a smart idea to try and get the next few rounds in their favor. They've only got 2, but if they can pull them off for themselves, it'll make it a 2-round game. And next half, take the 2 pistols, you're all tied up. It's that simple. It's not a stretch. It's not a, it's not unthinkable, but it has to be executed perfectly if it is going to happen.
They really need to start stringing things along, and that's why this timeout here comes out extremely clutch, because again, I mean, this has been one of the most even maps that Riot has made, and sometimes you see a reverse sweep on that attacking side, so it's very hard to gauge, but ideally they want themselves in a 7-5 position. But this timeout, it's extremely crucial. They have to buy up here. They will have Shadow Donut on a light buy here with only 3,500 credits, unable to buy full armor and a full rifle. But in this sense, I mean, he might opt for that Bulldog like we were talking about before, or even a Guardian for that matter. But he needs to get something going because his team needs his help.
Recovering it.
Excuse me, sure, I had a frog in my throat after that round. But we are going to see the Killjoy ult come out in hopes to fend off the other side. More so, slow everything down. Almost will speed everything up. Here we go. Last resistance. Pushing on the site. Cade is going to grab Shadow Donut, but more kills than that coming out from Susbus. Last resistance now down to 2.5 men, basically, with Henry kind of just laying on the ground. Henry goes down. That is now 2 versus 4. James pushing onto this site, using all the utility to grab Cade. And now Ruslan, wait a second, getting taken out. Riken coming back for the revenge of his teammates, but the hard stick by James.
Enemy remaining.
Oh my goodness.
Riken,
That is not what you want.
Riken! Oh no, that is actually devastating to the economy of Susbus. They had the guns they needed in the hands of the members that they needed them in, and they just get taken out almost right there at the end, the last second.
I mean, you could tell Susbus went over some sort of strategy because they won that round and they didn't want to leave anything to chance as James releases that Rolling Thunder with only 1 on site and just runs in and guarantees himself that kill. But all of a sudden, I mean, you saw Riken come out despite losing the round and only being on 1 HP. He's able to get 3, which now Henry, they're taking advantage of the fact that their economy is not very good right now. Shadow Donut, only line of resistance left at B site, gets 1, gets taken out instantly, and now it's all left down to Rosalind by herself in a 1 versus 3. No idea that Ian has pushed up close towards mid, but the timing doesn't matter. Rosalind gets the diff towards the fade this time around. Down to a 1v2 or 1v3 now. Still has an odd to win this, but it's not going to be easy with the positioning of Last Resistance right now. They're just holding angles. They know exactly where she is, and they're not going to over-aggress.
Well, this is going to... oh my goodness. Wait, Rosalind, hello? Oh, that drone? Okay. Rosalind? Oh, Henry taking her out. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine. We move into a 4-8 half now. Switching sides. Last Resistance on defense. This is going to be interesting because if you look at the past 2 games, we've had Last Resistance on the attacking side to end these games out. On the defending side now, though, how are they going to fend for themselves when it comes to it? Also, right now, we want to give a huge shout out to our sponsors in Control. You know, words are hard, bud. Words are definitely hard. But what I'm trying to say is Drink Control. They are a meal replacement. Go check them out, gamers. For sure, you know when you're playing at long runs of time that you get hungry, forget to eat. They are definitely the people to look into and go to for meal replacement, as well as a huge shout out to Community Gaming. They have allowed us to give more to these tournaments, especially the next one that we have coming up as the Pit of Valor 100. We're giving away $2,500 in prizes for our competitors. Excited to be a part of it, excited to see it happen. They've definitely allowed us to really take everything to the next level. So thank you so much to Community Gaming. But now into this next half, we already see Suspus lining up into this middle part. Not sure if they're gonna go A or B, but they do have two members of Last Resistance right here, ready to meet them. Shots coming out, 2 down already. Could be more. Now going to have a flash thrown out, 3 drop, almost the full team down. This is a disaster. This is not how you want to start out, Rosalind.
Oh no.
Knife
Oh
to the
no.
face, Riken, you didn't have to do that. Riken. You didn't have to do that. That was such an insult. Leave Rosalind alone.
Honestly, at this point, Riken's like, you know what? I'm 16-4. You're 17-11. We need to settle this right now. And you know that they went for the jugular there, but all of a sudden, 9-4. Last Resistance putting themselves in a good spot. They won that pistol. And now they're on the verge of hitting that double-digit territory. And you can see Suspus, they don't want any part of that. They're going to go ahead, buy up Spectres, light armor, and try to win this round back. But right away, getting that first pick, which is absolutely huge. But there's a man named Ian, able to get 2. Cade gets 2 for his own. And all of a sudden, all the more insult to injury for Suspus. They bought up on their bonus for Last Resistance, and now they find themselves in more of an economic drought.
Well, that was a little bit of hope given to them and a lot of hope taken away. That is going to be devastating now going into this next round. Suspus just kind of has to hold on and pray for the best.
They are mine.
Well, let's say this, Eric. 2 games was required for Last Resistance to warm up, because right now they are firing on all cylinders. All 5 teammates are roughly around the same part of the scoreboard with 11 kills. And right now, look at Alu. They've already aggressed through this A main. Does get stunned, however, but gets so much information as Henry there to trade things out yet again as a support agent. And now they know their whole team of Suspus trapped towards this top mid as Henry going for more. Getting 3. Gonna go for the 4th as this pop flash comes out. And they run back to back. And Henry with a huge 4K to secure their now 11th round.
Oh no. Oh, not like that. Henry with a 4-piece, beautifully done. 2 more rounds and they are moving on to quarterfinals, but Suspus still has to show that they have a little bit left in the tank. I'm sure that Rosalind has it in her to carry their team as Jamie's grabbing an op. This could definitely be the switch up they need if Jamie starts getting picks with it. Oh my goodness, but Alu grabbing 2 already. Spike is down. They know where the spike is. They have the information. And now Henry popping around the corner to take out Rosalind. That is the top frag. If you don't want getting taken out, Akame though showing off girl power, taking out Alu as well. And now Jamie's grabbing a pick with that op onto Henry. 2 versus 3. They are not out yet, but it is going to be very, very hard for them to continue on with Spike down and 2 members in Ian and Riken, your 2 playmakers holding down the angles as the spot out is going to happen. Oh, but Jamie's saving is going to save Akame. Hold on, Riken, don't turn the corner. Wait, Riken is going to get the kill onto Akame. Cade, Coach Cade, picking up the last kill on the Jamies, and that is going to be
Match point.
Yep, you heard the pretty lady. Match point, ladies and gentlemen. Akame and Jamie is doing as much as they could to hold on. One last round, potentially of full buys, coming out of Susbus 7. Look at
Eric,
all.
I just have to point out, okay?
Please point it out.
Did you see the coordination, this entire defensive side between Alu and Henry? The flash and satchel peaks catches them completely off guard. But look at this. Alu again with the tether this time.
Oh no, my God. They're pulling out all the stops, and Alu again grabs Roslyn through the spray and pray of the smoke. Oh my gosh. In now, popping out the fatal. Alu, pull it. Oh, not the pre-fire. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be game. That is it. That is the 13-4. That is not what we thought we would be seeing on this round. We predicted something much different. We predicted overtime, and instead we got an absolute over-the-knee spanking from the side of Last Resistance. Very, very much so showing why they are worth going into this quarterfinals. So, I guess those last two games meant nothing in the idea of competition as they just breezed through that last one.
Eric, I mean, I would like to say something, but at the same time, I'm at a loss for words.
You gotta say it.
Last Resistance, I mean, dude, they woke up. That's all I have to say. I mean, the last week's Pit of Valor, I was casting the last 3 matches. So by the time I saw them, this is the team I saw. The aggression, the coordination, and like Alu for one, being on a raise. I don't know who's calming these aggression pushes but the coordination, but the utility combos that they're throwing out, whether it be the tether and then the nade, or if it's just a flash peek from Henry and a satchel in from Alu. I mean, the coordination was there, right? Susbus had zero idea what was going to happen. And by the second they found out, oh man, I'm blind, Alu is in their face. They had no time to react whatsoever. And I mean, Last Resistance, I mean, they didn't even need to bring it down to the Last Resistance. They just went at it. They did not care. Susbus just, it's time to just get on that bus and head home.
Yeah, it is going to be a long city bus drive home. A lot of stops along the way. More so in analyzing what they need to do next time to stay in the tournament and progress on past the what's before quarterfinals. I think we've had these. You know what? Not trying.
It's just the bracket now.
Octuple finals. Anyways,
it's just
round three. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if everyone else that is watching is going to follow Last Resistance into the next rounds. I mean, honestly, at this point, it's become a Last Resistance stream. We are standing Last Resistance on this stream right now. We're all pulling from it at this point. They've come this far. We've seen their trials and tribulations through this tournament so far. Good luck to them in the rest of it. But I don't know if we will be following them in the next quarterfinals broadcast.
Honestly, I don't know, but at this point, I mean, they are a fantastic team to watch. It's super exciting. On top of that, I mean, this Ascent match just really woke us all up. I mean, the pace they played at, it was just exciting. There was never really a dull moment. The pace was just so fast. And I mean, again, teams need to watch out because they need to be able to adapt fast. But again, I mean, that is it for Eric and I for this week's Pit of Valor. But our next casters are going to come. They're going to bring out the rest of the matchups in our Pit of Valor. 99.9. Again, $250 grand prize. And on top of that, our next week's 100th Pit of Valor, $2,500. Eric, I mean, I'm excited to see Last Resistance playing that one as well. But until next time, I mean, we'll be back right after this break with the next matches.
Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. Rivers running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling, and I'm feeling, and I'm feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me.
Now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opping, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's a.
Feeling good. Blossom on a tree.
And there we have it, your Pit of Valor crown champions.
It's a day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good.
Soapy, one apiece now. Poof having a dance in hell and gets picked off there by Chicken. It is Z now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opping, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's per se, but K-Killer is now going to go ahead and buy up their guns. But again, the seesaw mentality kicks in here. You have to find a solid 1 to 2 rounds consecutively to build that momentum, and I think this is a chance to do so as they go right on to this B site. A lot happening. Executive so good with the tripwire. What the Executive is absolutely mowing the lawn, and the lawn in this case is blades of grass composed of cake sailors. Take that in your mind. Knows that right. So they are very much in the driving seat of this one.
Well, at least the off's still in play though. And question is, but let's say that you something. Hello. Up on the road, like you mentioned, Project. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project F because these shots are ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. He's able to dash. Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Ultimate early. The Lemons will swing towards the side, and they will gain themselves a net positive kill, but it only puts them at even odds. Jinx is still up inside too. They'll send Andrea to the afterlife and a hipfire kill, their third. And a Hunter's Fury not by the side of Agogi, but instead popped for the side of Glizzy Gobblers, just zoning away the last remnants of Agogi. Lisha will not survive against Jay Wookie. The fight at the beginning continues to go into a tumultuous point. Well, Tango can afterwards though, as Giants gets the kill with the Vandal, but they are on the wrong end. A 2v3. Glizzy Gobblers, they're man down, and they may decide to push this one, but notice where Agogi have stepped back to. They're holding that main entrance of A. No one's extended towards sight. This is going to force the side of Glizzy Gobblers to swing forward. Jawookie finding one. Jawookie finding two. The third kill for them in this round. Now it's just the last, and it will be the last of them all as a 4K drops for Jay Wookie through the wall.
Can't claim it. Here comes a fourth kill here from Poe, looking to make his highlight play. As there's only one more remaining, it's Lure Jesus. Can he get all 5 as Lure? He takes out 3! Give it to Oh, give it to him. Put the respect on this man's name. 3 letters isn't enough to describe his skill, but it might just be enough to describe how good he's doing this game. 12 to 6. They're climbing back.
To assist them. them. They're not. Mixer does find one. It's been trade back. But they are short-lived, and it does not matter though. Zippy gets one, make it two, make it three. And all of their heads walk clean off their shoulders, and WTP in this half strong.
Here comes the end of the battle, which just lasts a little bit too short for my liking, but an even exchange comes out now.
5v2. Snacky had a look there for just a moment. Doesn't like what they saw, didn't take the shot, and we'll have to wait for Mikey to re-swing. They'll do just that. Mikester close, and a quick flick and a kill by Snacky will bury them 6 feet under. Zippy will re-swing this one. Doing the jiggle peek to evade out the shot on the player, step through the defender spawn section, but they can't step out of market because there's still one more player small pizza unaccounted for, and they're in market as of right now. Ty has to play smart. They spot interlinks first. They're aware maybe there's a player in B main. There's not. It's 2 on Stampy.
They're going to eat dust. So now they switch it up completely. They've abandoned that lobby side, made their way R to C here. Kloop is completely blocking off the garage. Shiver finally trades it up, but 2 bodies have been dropping. Meanwhile, 3 ultimates to boot for Dice here. But Z, the platform demon with the 3-piece combination. Z has held that back corner down.
Range against the rifle. Chance trapped on site. Will be flashed and does find one. Quick swing to Yoster for a second, but Swift bot.
Yeah, Sugar Free coming online at the perfect moment. And the kills that they've won so far might just go to waste as Mixer with the collateral coming through. Making sure that they're checking all these corners, but they don't check left. And there's Sacred in the back, knifing them down. And Glyph with the final kill. What a solid round there from Headhunters. 2 left alive. They steal away the operator as well. That is a huge swing in credit power.
Spike goes down, 5v5 retake voice, sending the Owl drone and gets denied, to say the least here. So, Cake Sailors, let's see what they can do. Valet is kind of that lonesome wolf towards mid, has to be careful and doesn't want to fall behind and not offer value to the rest of the round ahead of him.
Rotations from the defensive side are not going to be good enough as they're running right into the collapse coming from Valet. Kaide picks up 2. Opposite squad, you're just like, okay, everyone got involved. Everyone still had utility to spare even at that point in the round, and we're able to use it here as we're getting to see the very typical shots of the Odin through that paper thin wall. I was worried that Cray Cup wasn't going to pick up 2 kills, and Cray Cup says, no, don't you worry, I'm going to actually pick up 3.
You said it well, and I think you're right. Like, number-wise, Crank Up for 2K, 3Ks is very much up there. Like, just stopping Stark Squad, and I think we're going to be seeing a repeat of their pistol take onto B-site by the looks of it.
Fortunately for Oiz, Caloric has found success. Flash ride goes down. Nicely dodged. Final lines them all up, and they all fall. 3 for final.
Mikey able to find Liv, who was trying to get sneaky with that teleport there, and now it's just Port Canyon, has the tour de force, doesn't have the spike just yet, and they're blinded a lot. They can't see.
Yeah, nothing is worse than having a long-range weapon and getting blinded into oblivion here. Manages to get the double peek. Give me that replay, Rose. I want it.
Secure this round, assuming because it's got the clutch panties on and secured for this one.
What did you just say?
Well, clutch pants, you know what I mean. Like, you never heard that saying before, like clutch pants? No?
I know, I have never heard it.
Maybe it's a Counter-Strike thing. Ignore it, but don't ignore the clutch roadie! See, there it is! What did I tell you?
You called it! Holy smokes!
So if you want a piece now, Pluke having a dance in hell and gets picked off there by Chicken. It is Z now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's per se, but Cake Shiller's not going to go ahead and buy up their guns. But again, the seesaw mentality kicks in here. You have to find a solid 1 to 2 rounds consecutively to build that momentum, and I think this is the chance to do so as they go right on to this B site. A lot happening. Executive, so good with the tripwire. What the? Executive is absolutely mowing the lawn, and the lawn in this case is blades of grass composed of cake savers. Kick that in your mind. Knows that right. So they are very much driving this one.
Well, at least the off's still in play though. I questioned it, but he did save it over. He saw it. Hello! Up on the ropes, like you mentioned, it was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project F because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Ultimate early. The Lemons will swing towards the side, and they will gain themselves a net positive kill, but it only puts them at even odds. Jinx is still up inside Tube. They'll send Andrea to the afterlife and a hipfire kill their third. And a Hunter's Fury not by the side of Agogi, but instead popped for the side of Glizzy Gobblers. Just zoning away the last remnants of Agogi. Lisha will not survive against Jay Wookie. The fight at the beginning continues to go into a tumultuous point. Well, Ango can afterwards, though, as Diets gets the kill with the Vandal, but they are on the wrong end. A 2v3. Glizzy Gobblers, they're man down, and they may decide to push this one, but notice where Agogi has stepped back to. They're holding that main entrance of A. No one's extended towards site. This is going to force the side of Glizzy Gobblers to swing forward. Jawookie finding one. Jawookie finding two. The third kill for them in this round. Now it's just the last, and it will be the last of them all as a 4K drops for Jay Wookie.
Can't claim it. Here comes a 4th kill here from Poe, looking to make his highlight play. As there's only one more remaining, it's Lunar Jesus. Can he get on fly this Lunar? He takes out 3! Give it to Own. Give it to him. Put the respect on this man's name. 3 letters isn't enough to describe his skill, but it might just be enough to describe how good he's doing this game. 12 to 6. You're climbing back.
To assist them. They're not. Mixer does find one. It's good trade back. But they are short-lived, and it does not matter to them. Sippy gets 1, make it 2, make it 3! And all of their hands locked clean off their shoulders, and WTP in this half strong.
Once again, find this edge to really work off of, but there comes the end of the A battle, which just lasts a little bit too short for my liking, but Even Exchange comes out now.
5v2. Zaki had a look there for just a moment. Doesn't like what they saw, didn't take the shot, and they'll have to wait for Mikey to re-swing. They'll do just that. Mikester close, and a quick flick and a kill by Snacky will bury them 6 feet under. Zippy will re-swing this one. With a jiggle peek to evade out the shot of the player, step through the defender spawn section, but they can't step out of market because there's still one more player spawn piece unaccounted for, and they're in market as of right now. Ty has to play smart. They spot interlaced first. They're aware maybe there's a player to be made. There's not. It's 2 on stand.
They're going to eat dust. So now they switched it up completely. They've abandoned that lobby side, made their way onto C here. Ploop is completely blocking off the garage. Shiver finally trades it up, but 2 bodies have been dropping. Meanwhile, 3 ultimates to boot for Dice here, but Z, the platform demon with the 3-piece combination. Z has held that back corner down.
Range against a rifle. Chance trapped on site. Will be flash and does find quick swing to Yoster for a second, but Swift bot.
Yeah, Sugar Free coming online at the perfect moment, and the kills that they've won so far might just go to waste. This Meister with the collateral coming through, making sure that they're checking all these corners, but they don't check left, and there's Sacred in the back, knifing them down, and Glitch with the final kill. What a solid round there from Headhunters. 2 left alive. They steal away the operator as well. That is a huge swing in credit power.
Spike goes down, 5v5 retake was sending in the Owl drone and gets denied, to say the least here. So, Cake Sailors, see what they can do. Valet is kind of that lonesome wolf towards mid, has to be careful and doesn't want to fall behind and not offer value to the rest of the round ahead of him.
Chasing from the defensive side are not going to be good enough as they're running right into the collapse coming from Valet. Kaito picks up 2 opposite squad. You're just like, okay, everyone got involved. Everyone still had utility to spare even at that point in the round, and we're able to use it here as we're getting to see the very typical shots of the Odin through that paper thin wall. I was worried that Cray Cup wasn't going to pick up 2 kills, and Cray Cup says, no, don't you worry. I would actually pick up 3.
You said it well, and I think you're right. And like number-wise, Cray Cup for 2K, 3Ks is very much up there. Like just stop and eat the start score, and I think we're going to be seeing a repeat of their pistol take onto the side by the looks of it.
Fortunately for Ois, Caloric has found success. Flash tried to go down. Nicely dodged. Final lines them all up, and they all fall. 3 for final.
Mikey able to find Lift, who was trying to get sneaky with that teleport there, but now it's just Port Canyon, has the total force, doesn't have the spike just yet, and they're blocked. They can't see.
Yeah, best thing is Lewis been having a long-range weapon getting blinded into Oblivion here. Manages to get the double kick. Give me that replay, Rose. I want it.
Secure this round, assuming because it's got the clutch panties on and secured for this one.
What did you just say?
Well, clutch pants, you know what I mean? Like, you never heard that saying before, like clutch pants?
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Pit of Valor. We're now moving on to the semifinals. Tonight has gone pretty smoothly, but that's probably because we've only seen one team through the entirety of it. And guess what? We're not breaking that pattern just yet. Last Resistance won some more. We're running things through. You got 2 Newcastle in front of your face. My name is Nick, if you've never seen me before, and you're probably going to pray you never see me again. And it's all the same exact thing. Scott, you don't want to see him in the first place. Regardless, we're here, and we're ready to get into some games, baby.
I'm excited to be here, not so excited to be with you. That's the point we're drawing across. But we got 2 games here, the semifinals and then the finals to follow through. Much like you just said, we're seeing the same old teams. LR here versus DRK for our first matchup here for the semifinals. And it looks like we're heading on over to at least a fun map of Breeze.
Yeah, that's kind of the redeeming factor here, right? Because we've seen a lot of maps here tonight. We've seen Last Resistance on every single one of them. And I mean, for us to finally get around to Breeze, that's what I'm looking forward to. We actually get to go ahead. I feel bad for Endless and Eric because they had to go through all of that, see Icebox, see Haven, see all these maps that you're kind of used to. We're also getting to these later stages now where these games are supposed to be ironing out a little bit. We're supposed to be getting much closer competition. I'd say at least the biggest round scatter I want to see is the minimum of an 8-round differential where you're looking at an 8-13, maybe 10-13, 11-13, overtimes, no matter what it may be. I feel like that should be the bare minimum to ask for at a lot of these squads. And I think, honestly, when we look at Around the Dark, I think it's going to be something they can go ahead and give to us. I don't know the roster to the fullest extent, but looking at the bracket, what they've been through just to get here, it's not like they've eased their way up the bracket entirely. They have made sure to fight to some extent, but Breeze is definitely going to be a testament to that strength with how large it is and how much you really have to be on your toes.
And the way seeding works, you never truly know what opponent you're going to face off against first. You're facing off like a team that's taken 7 crowns in the last, 100 plus GLG Pit of Valors that we've had, right? Or your team that just came in this week and is trying to get a little bit of scrim practice going. It's hard to tell. And team that struggles throughout it, maybe they've got themselves a tough schedule. Maybe they just aren't ready yet for the end of the season, or really the end of this event here when we reach the semifinals and that final stage. Let's go ahead and jump on over to the rosters. Let's see the players for both these sides. A lot of you should be fairly recognizable, so to say, as you got Ryan, and Henry, Alu, and Cade. The opposing side for DRK is Kizith,
Go ahead.
Malkus Moose. I'm going to get this right. And we're just going to call him Mousy, Jets, Chunky, and Sick. All right, we got it out there eventually, Dallas. We'll figure it out.
I'm going to call him Eminem. Without the bars, without the, 9th Street, we're just going to go straight for Eminem, let things kind of ride on the map. But regardless, the one thing we were really here for in the first place could be these Asian compositions. Obviously, the KO can be somewhat of a staple for both these sides, considering how large this map is, how big these null commands are, and really have an impact on the site, even in these knives to go ahead and give yourself so much intel to work off of. I like the double initiators where you get yourself either a Fade or a Soba, and we see that coin going ahead and having 2 different heads to it. Looking at Dark running Eminem on that side with the Soba, and then Ian running that Fade. So we're going to be able to see the differential there, but the biggest thing I'm going to be looking at is the entries onto these sides, because that's the other differential we get. That's going to be the only chance we really get to see the pacing of the game switch up, and it's whether or not Neon really goes ahead and sticks to those legs and gets right down onto these sites and these lanes, or whether or not we see him kind of hanging back a little bit, because Jet's going to be that one and done kind of situation. It's the biggest kind of rivalry in terms of duelist lineups that we get time and time again, and especially here on Breeze, is where we can really see him fold out to the fullest extent.
Bar a couple weeks ago, and it was my first time doing the latter half of Pit of Valor. We always crack jokes that whenever you see a Neon, either they absolutely go off or they don't do anything at all. And I thought maybe that was just the case of the early first 3 games of Pit of Valor as we get closer and closer to quarter, then semi, then finals. And then last time, that wasn't the case. An ace happened in the semifinals with a Neon. So maybe they just get stronger, more confident as the games get on. Maybe Alu will have that big pivotal play style that's necessary to kind of bring that tempo and pace for the side of Last Resistance here early. But defensively, they're going to sit back towards the site, mostly stacking up over towards A. 4 players close to defend. 1 player close, maybe peek over towards Nest. I don't think Riken's going to go ahead and engage in that direction just yet. But for the looks of things, Darken are actually working themselves quite swiftly over towards that B site, having sprinted up through Cannon. It will be a suppressed play of Kai. Luckily, they do get a snake bot off in time, maybe slowing down a little bit of Darken, but not truly enough to keep them at bay. Sick loses the first fight, Kai, early. They're going to have another contestation over there against the player hiding over in B back. That's Chunky. They're still quite low, needing to be dealt with just inside Cubby. Instant and Mouse M&M will go ahead and find themselves each a piece, but that's still a man advantage for Darken, but he is not done just yet. They'll take down 1, almost take down a second, manage to escape from M&M, cannot successfully get the kill, and it's going to be a big 3K for the man themselves. That's Last Resistance now getting the defuse in round 1.
And even then on these halves, you're looking at kind of the momentum just starting to build a little bit. There's not too much to work off of just yet, but Last Resistance, they have to make sure to have themselves to hold this defensive end. I think Riken's going to be a huge cornerstone to that attribute alone, that one kind of thing you're trying to set, because we're talking about pacing. We talk about it really being a factor more on the attacking side, where we will see a little bit of a buy come out as Riken is going to be forcing out that Guardian, the decision I love to see with that first shot accuracy being one of the best in the game. That honestly, that chamber has to go off right here, right now. Has to find those first bloods, has to slow down this game, has to make Darken really go ahead and double down on their own thought process and say, is this really worth it? Because one thing we have to figure out whether it's worth. It's going to be this force buy. Will it actually find that value they need? I think honestly, if they go towards this beef site where it looks like they're kind of lingering towards, it's going to be a much better area for them to really excel in these close quarter combats and get themselves in those situations.
Cade's holding strong, though, sitting closer to Killer. And once again, look at Darken working their way quickly up through B. In round 1, they were a little bit slower overall, but looks like they're sticking a little bit more true to themselves. They do have a Stinger in the hands there of Sick, who will quickly put themselves on site there with the Tailwind. Unfortunately, though, Cade's still able to find 1 kill before M&M can find the refrag back. An even trade so far, but that will be Spike being allowed to be planted down on site. Jax extends quite far over through elbows, able to take down Alu, the Neon, to the side of Last Resistance, but thankfully their KO Henry is still there to fight back, even the odds once again. And it really is this battle attrition towards the site. 1 player through Hall, 1 through elbow. Hall player again managing to devastate Sick, the opposing side. M&M will pause in once again, much like last round. There's just 1 player left standing, sitting all the way back in the back of the site. Keza trying to at least find 1. He's able to do just that. Second one possibly there, but denied quickly by that Guardian we so complimented before, and Last Resistance will find another round.
And not to make it cheap by any means either. I mean, you look at Last Resistance, they lost 2 players in the meantime, but they're not really too stressed for it. And considering the Dark can also force themselves out in this round, and they didn't have nearly as much to go by. They do have the planning side, the attacking side, so they had the benefit of those extra 300 credits for both those rounds with the plant to work off of, but it's not going to be essentially enough to really compensate for what they've lost already. As you can tell right now, Last Resistance making their little switch around, saying we still have enough of these rifles, we can guarantee ourselves 1 more, and then we'll see the retaliation come through on that round 4. But as it stands right now, things aren't really going to speed up too much. Darken isn't going to find too much relative success, but if they get it thrifty, by all means, and prove me wrong, it's been an outstanding way to really turn things on its head, make sure this winning streak doesn't go to their favor, and really make sure this game has to turn on to its side.
Last Resistance are barreling towards the side of Darken, and because of that, that's where Darken's weapons are going to be the strongest. Stingers and Marshals, a Headhunter as well. 4 on the feed already, and it's just keep them standing, Dallas. What are you doing in this scenario? You're just funneling straight to Darken, who you know is either going to have Stingers, the cheapest SMG, or a Sheriff that easily can knock you down. You all fall victim to essentially just 2 players and a Headhunter. The wrong idea and the wrong situation costs you ultimately the round. It's just a Cade to try to fight themselves back. Unfortunately, it's not going to matter because it swings back around over through Halls and is able to take the head off their opposition. Last Resistance fumble around, and that may mean 2 in a row because they don't have the eco to buy again.
That's exactly what I was kind of implying earlier, is looking at the economy, seeing how things were looking all that good, and around like that, that's exactly what we need to see Darken really step up to the plate and swing, and they got themselves a near home run in that, I mean, already looking at the stats and what they've accomplished. But I mean, looking at what could go on going forwards now. I mean, the Nightfall available for Last Resistance, and even then, more so, kind of a little bit more of a larger game to be playing here. A lot more ideas have to be thrown out. K being one off that Viper's pit for that defensive side, having to go ahead and immediately lock off an entire half of the map if need be. But I don't think this can be something that really comes out in this round. Last Resistance may go ahead and just take it like the mid they are. Go ahead and keep on moving forward and see what they can manage here, because you know the Darkened, they're going to be stacking up. They're going to be getting themselves the money because they've got themselves that round. They're going to be looking for a tie game, and you know that when you get the ties, that's where you can go ahead and step right back up. Everything evens itself out, just make it really expensive for Darkened, and make sure that these Bulldogs they have aren't going to get all that much value that they really want.
Discussions do go out. Flash Resistance, a little bit of breathing room. Alu hiding within the Cloudburst is able to take down Jets and he's in position to snuff out. Unfortunately, Team Arcade is not allowed the luxury of survival, much like last round. 2 more teammates will join them, make that 3, and Last Resistance will not put up much of a resistance past that point, as Darken will find themselves with 4 players still alive and a round win to tie things out to the scoreline, dropping 2-2. Thankfully, though, Last Resistance can buy out in this round, and on top of buying out, they're fully committing. Riken's going to be picking up that operator. They do have the Viper's Pit available for Cade. They're somewhat close here to at least 2 ultimates. Riken maybe 3 pips off. That's an ult orb and a little bit of change on top, especially with the operator to be easy to catch back up, and Alu's only 1 away to really get that Palpatine up and show who really has the force.
Yeah, and I gotta say, at this stage of the game right here, I mean, you gotta look at these squads and what they're doing. They're obviously tied on the field with Dark, and they have themselves a little bit of a lead already to mention, considering that Keza can go ahead and drag that kill to Henry, make sure to get really that advantage that they're looking for. But the Viper's Pit is also going to come into play, and that's a big thing here. We saw it in that last round when the Nightfall came into effect, really get everything you need, but it's because Last Resistance didn't use that preemptively. I want to say it was a little bit more of a panic idea, just kind of throwing it out there, saying, all right, post plant's going down, we got to the half, this is going to look doable, but you don't have that utility there to do that damage in the rear end when the Nightfall actually falls through and you're decayed down to 1 health. So that little bit of a lack of preparation could be something that Last Resistance works on in these next couple rounds, but as it stands right now, they don't really have too much else to work on besides just holding on to these sites. So look at the even game, and it's not a pistol round anymore. You got full rifles, you can't die. You have to make sure to hold on to what you got and really flush it out. You can tell they're doing already that with the hit 1. Baloo looking to follow things up as well.
Could be back to a pistol round if Last Resistance can't clutch up. Great job by Alu and company to be able to find themselves 2 off the board. Alu still uncontested the back of B site. Knocks down Sikapeg, who would initially tailwinded on over towards Pillar and survived the initial onslaught through that short stack wall.
30 seconds
it's just
left.
Kazis left standing, and they do still have 3 shots left of that tour de force. But the mainstay operator tends to be a little bit too powerful in this scenario. Riken finishes the job quite quickly. Last Resistance will survive that round, and they'll manage to go back ahead, and they'll have enough money to really play out this round just the same. Far except for Henry, who died first in that last engagement for Last Resistance close towards that B side of B main when they overextended, maybe contest that ult orb. Because of that, they don't have any money in this round, only 2,000 credits to their name, and I don't think they're going to buy anything. They'll just stick with pistols and maybe pick up a weapon of a player that injury towards first.
Yeah, you can see the ideas there with the full armor there in the rear end to go ahead and have that survivability as a backup plan, and just like if something does go their direction, you have only 2 ult points to get that no command to work with. But you gotta make sure to find that first pick, and that's not going to happen. Keza is gonna open things up. That's gonna be a Lou right there in the middle. That is a gun to pick up, whether it's friend or foe, but it's gonna be something nonetheless. So you're hoping to get these fair exchanges and make sure you can get this round evened out. That's not the case so far. Last Resistance has to get 2 more players as Dark and just close everything out. It's a 1-for-3 trade on the board, and it's a spike count as well towards the A side. Just gotta make sure to hold these corners, and that's exactly what they're doing, but they're not really expecting the swings as, you know, swiftly as they're really receiving them. So the Viper's put down for Dark inside is coming into effect here, and we really just lingering things out, trying to play up that clock. Even then, flashes galore just to go ahead and stall out some more time on the board.
All about that stall. You don't really necessarily have to worry about picking up these kills. They have to come to you. Situate your 3rd kind of floating rib player in a spot where they can contest if they try to entry. That's Kezith sitting over towards doors. They'll find the last 2 and finish it off very strong for the side of Darken. And once the story goes back again, Last Resistance are in another scenario where they're forced to go for that pistol round. Can't help but believe things might have been a little bit easier if they had gone ahead and left no rifle in the hands of Henry, but Ian actually bought them a Bulldog at the last second there in that threat phase of the last round, and it did net Henry 1 kill, but past that, there wasn't really any success for the side of Last Resistance. Their entire defensive structure just kind of got concave within. It felt like their own weakness was the problem. Darkin just took advantage of any and all gaps.
That was the biggest thing, is that Last Resistance also hasn't found any sense of normalcy so far. I mean, everything's been really unorthodox. These first couple rounds have been kind of something you're not really too used to. Now you go ahead, you're looking at your economy, still not all that good. You're just trying to really bounce back. You're trying to find some pattern to work off of. But instead, you're just getting really desperate. You're looking for these corners to hold. And I mean, every single time, Darkin's doing a very, very good job of getting on the side. You see him checking every single corner, knowing what these are looking like, checking every single box before you put that spike down, and really causing Last Resistance to kind of panic just to get back on and find some relevancy here. So Luke can get one in the meantime, but Sick is going to find a very quick exchange and make it a 2v3 as that retake does come to effect. And then Operator coming out of Riken, it's going to be too much unless Ian can get himself on that spike to really go and press that 4 button.
Last player
Ian
standing.
has to extend to deal with the Sova of Eminem. Riken's able to, unfortunately, be forced to watch his teammate fall on that refrag, and they will not be allowed to even touch that spike to even go for that defusal. A round win by Darkin. They climb up now to 4. A great round for them. They noted instantly once the Haldrone comes out through Cave, they get a little bit of information on the early player of Ian, who was just kind of staying up and personal. Sorry, Cade was staying up close and personal with that frenzy. Once they realized through that quick scan that that player does not have a proper weapon in their hands, they knew exactly where they were going to lie. A Cubby player over towards Pyramid. That was Henry just trying to do their best to survive, maybe hoping for a single kill with the Sheriff that they had in their hands. The side of Darkin were unfazed by that. An instant kill. They knew exactly what they were doing. The only non-denominators that really caught them off guard were the Tour de Force, and of course Alu swinging up close with that overclock or overdrive. So Last Resistance only able to squeak a couple out, and Darkin still looking good. And another potential here for Darkin to find an early kill, but that's 2 for Last Resistance. They start off strong.
These flip-flop scenarios, right, where I think honestly usually I like to refer to these teams and kind of suggest we're going to say, hey, go 2 rounds in a row without buying. Make sure you have some kind of a safety net. Even if it comes around to the ultimates, go for 1 round alone where you're investing nothing but ultimates. And make sure you don't even really buy the full armor just to back it up. You can find yourself a tricky, but there's only so much you can really do in those situations. You just have to let everything ride out. You can't go crazy. If you're going to go all in, make sure it doesn't cost you too much, because I mean, you have a lot to lose considering that we're now getting to the rear end of this first half, and you don't want to be stuck in this hole. So as Darkin has kind of gone ahead and got shut down a little bit, they still have the majority of their players left. I mean, they got themselves the plays for them to work off as well, and Sick is now the last one standing as an absolute closure comes through from Riken. They finally find themselves another round of the board. Last was able to even it out once more, and finally in, I want to say, a manner that looks comfortable to them, because they didn't lose very much in the process. They have a buy right here, and they're making sure that Darkin has to retort, which is not a situation we've seen too often in this game thus far.
I would dare say that's the first true rifle round we've seen in this game. We had one in round 5 or round 6, I believe, but it was such a slaughter for the side of Last Resistance that I don't really consider it to be our first true rifle round. That one was. Darkin was fully expecting the rifles to come out. Last Resistance had prepped themselves accordingly, having had that save and the ultimate expenditure of the round before, and they had a very good win, dominated across the board, and Darkin were left with only finding 1 kill total in that round. He heats up once again, a little bit quiet after their first round performance. They had found 3 or 4 initially, able to find the first blood here in this round. Cade will join them. Another play had been somewhat quiet recently. They'll take 2 straight to the afterlife, leaving only the player of Sick and Co. Chunky doing their best to swing back around that corner, but if you thought last round was good, this one's even better, a flawless for Last Resistance.
Yeah, I mean, just looking to double down here, finally getting themselves into a little bit of a pattern and making sure they can maintain a lead off that. Looking at what the entire game has really kind of dwindled down to so far, Last Resistance, they're just thankful for those first 2 initial rounds. Those were saving graces for them, and now they would have really been in the rear end, and honestly, I could say Darko would already be sitting at 6 if it wasn't for those. So that's the real big problem if you look down at the math and how everything likes to add up. But going forward now, there's a lot here that you can be looking forward for the future. You got Eminem coming up with the ultimate here soon, looking for a little bit of availability, playing out that clock as you mentioned, which Darkin was very sufficient in doing, but they got to get onto that site. They got to find that initial engage. They got to find that aggression and really bring it to life. And already finding those shots into Alu there in the middle, a player who can't be healed, as nobody can be healed, excuse me, with absolutely none of that potential out of a Sage and Sky not there. You have to find some kind of alternate avenue, look for any way to get yourself to be relevant, and Alu does exactly that. Still maintain to get a kill in the meantime.
A really aggressive swing, especially after losing the first confrontation. That's the right idea coming out of Last Resistance. Make things sure unknown at the very least. Ian's able to find themselves the third total kill with the side of Last Resistance.
Last
but
player
it's a
standing.
short-lived success for that player. Sick managed to find the refrag back, but where there's one, there's typically two nor three for the side of Last Resistance. Quick frag in return by Henry. Looks like Alu will extend quickly with the classic in their hands, but it's not going to matter. Another refrag back, and Last Resistance will now guarantee themselves a position of dominance where they say, hey, we're at least breaking even at halftime, if not going above and beyond. With only 2 rounds left in this half, it's now up to Darken to tie things out or pray for the best. They'll take a timeout, a much needed one in my opinion.
And even then on the defensive side, it's good for Last Resistance to go ahead and be getting this even round, or even half, excuse me, no matter what. Because, I mean, I feel like the defensive side of this half is definitely a lot more difficult than the attacking side, considering how large it is. You can really take advantage of the fact of how you're the first on the side. I mean, a 5-man stack versus 3, too, no matter what those numbers are, you're finding yourself a very easy site to take, considering how large these are the majority of the time and how much area you have to work with. I mean, so much room for activities is what you can really dwindle it down to. So these two ultimates to work with, I think Dark, and they had themselves a very nice setup of potential, but they're looking for a little more resources. They don't have really too many ultimates to work off of because the Tour de Force me, they're really more for a post-plant situation because you don't want to be swinging out with that. But I think it all comes down to really investing your players, making sure that your Viper can really stay alive, like your KO and Jet really throw themselves into the fray. Make sure they take that admirable sacrifice to get that spike down, and if you can maintain that, I think they get themselves at least a 50.
Darken, timeout's over. Talking has to end, and now action must begin. This is the time we say action is coming, and from the looks of Darken, they're going to send their way quickly over through window on B main, as well as up through towards elbow. Maybe Kazza swings back over to B main, but they do have that Tour de Force pop, and they really do want to stand in an aggressive manner. Looks like it'll be a bit of a stall, popped out by Last Resistance. That Viper spit down shards by Cade with a kill there with the snake bite. Henry joins from the feed with that Phantom. Resistance still with the man advantage, and they still haven't dealt with the Tour de Force nor with Sick, who's getting quite aggressive. Henry's able to finally shut down the players that swing over towards Arch's side. Last Resistance still managing to hold strong. Riken has the shot of the lifetime, but Kestis will meet them, but neither will connect. Subtraction goes out. The 0 point successful for the side of Last Resistance. Alu cleanses the life of Jets, and it's just one player left standing, and they are shut down in an emphatic fashion. Ian finishes the job.
Ready for it even then. I mean, looking at Last Resistance, what they maintained thus far, you look at Dark and how much they invested, it was only really the Tour de Force in that last round. But going forward now, you got to look at, once again, those setups. I mean, I want to talk about Keza specifically. I mean, not really just kind of going and hounding on this player because he's doing an outstanding job, just really looking on that leaderboard. Even then, surprisingly enough, for the side of the field, that's at a deficit right now. So you got to put this guy, obviously, into aggressive positions, but not really any too much to choke himself off, more importantly. You have to open up this map, make sure these kind of lineups that you find, play along those Viper walls. As soon as they swing through, they're running into that utility that you have available to go and just absolutely murk them. But it hasn't been the situation thus far. Dark has been kind of struggling to get themselves with a unit onto site, and instead it's had to come down to really a lot more of these individual efforts that we've seen so far. Obviously, Keza being at the lead, so looking for a little bit more. Speaking of Keza, he's already done injustice for this round, and then a little bit of follow-up as well as Chunky is looking to pick up the torque and carry it all the way onto that site and hopefully blend it down.
With the null command popped as well, that makes things in a really nice spot on the side of Darken. They'll officially go ahead and put that spike down to the hands of Jets. Chunky looks like they're choosing a possible swing there. Riken may meet them through central of those two pyramids, but the Viper's pit popped down, and Darken will now essentially put a vice grip on this objective, not wanting to give up any control towards this spike. Riken will start to slowly pivot themselves around pyramid, work towards cave side, and step in through bricks. Chunky sitting up on top of Crate will fall. Riken gets a sneak peek of their ankles and center mask themselves to get an easy kill. Jets sitting over on top of a small wall. Riken will give away their position for just a short moment, but that's all it will take to set this way back. Hunter's Fury will go pops, and now Jets has the flank position, sees their shoulder, doesn't fire initially, but will ultimately finish the job and get themselves that frag. The scoreline still in favor of Last Resistance at halftime, but at least Darken will tie things up a little bit closer. Scoreline going 7-5.
Well, this just gives us a little bit of a chance. So with coming around to this half, we can go ahead and give our shout out to our sponsors once more, because you and I haven't really done that yet. Obviously, Control being one of them, going ahead and providing a great amount of goods. And even in the next week during the Pit of Our 100, we'll also be pitching in much more. But speaking of pitching in, Community Gaming is presenting and powering every single bit of this prize pool, and also being the one-stop shop for our entire tournament to be organized through and from. So thanks again once more. And as we set ourselves onto the 7-5 half with Last Resistance leading, we see the switch up coming through. We see these players now going ahead and settle themselves down once more. And I gotta agree with you there. Darkin, they're looking much better to say that 7-5 is gonna be the lead that they're kind of working against instead of an 8-4. So they can make sure to even that with the pistol round. But they have to, once again, as I mentioned, this defensive side doesn't really treat these players all that well. They're gonna make these adjustments really fast and make sure to get these pistol rounds as a little bit of a, I don't know, a cushion comparative, because I mean that's exactly what LR had, and look at it again, the lead when it came around to the rear end.
Advantage is still in favor of Last Resistance. Pistol round will go forward, and they now have the advantage, being able to swing towards that site quickly. Alu slides in, but can't connect the shots now, can you? Jets finds the classic kill, still sitting in the back of B. Sight will start to linger over towards Arches. Unfortunately, Ian gets the upper hand, but they lost their teammate of Henry just as quick. The man advantage still now in favor of Darkin. 2 players over towards the Arches side. The Sova of M&M actually hanging out behind that wall, and they'll swing out quickly with a little bit of assistance, but not much needed to take down the player of Ian. Riken has unfortunately left his teammate of Cage towards the back of B. Sight. Cage cannot complete for another kill. Riken at least clutch for one more. There's still more 2 more targets they'll actually have to cut through. 6 sitting over towards Cubby. And well, if you're a Last Resistance fan, you'll take note of a notable absence of that spike ticking down.
Teleport's
It's
ready.
now in the hands of Riken to figure out what they need to do in this scenario. A quick swing to Cubby, and Sick is none the wiser. M&M's up close, and Riken a 4K in the pistol round as Last Resistance put up a major fight to bring themselves to 8.
I know Riken's just rubbing it in, saying, I don't even need 300 dreads of the spike. I know everybody else wants them, but why not? We just keep on running it through. I got myself enough money in that last round. That's all that matters. The rest of you, go ahead, play under me on the leaderboard. It's whatever. Ian, I'm coming for your spot next. But all things considered, though, looking at the map, looking at what we got to work with, Last Resistance, they had themselves an outstanding effort, all, of course, lead by Riken. But in a round like this, where you're looking to invest a little bit more, I mean, and even in investing in that Vandal, Riken's going ahead and taking a very, very big hit for the rest of the squad right here, right now, saying, I got so much money just purely off of kills, I can make sure to really invest this where need be. I can find myself the Vandal. We can find ourselves, hopefully, these big, longer lineups on A and successfully win these fights. And you already see them leading the charge, picking off second, not really worrying too much about those flank plays anymore. You can go ahead, check your spots on site, and you got to swing into these spots, and you do exactly that, winning those fights as well. So flawless thus far, getting that spike down, looking to keep things going as he gets the 3K.
Take advantage of the weapons you have at hand. Ian for the 3, like you mentioned. Riken will at least join them on the feet, not wanting Ian to do everything, but Ian still wants to have a say in it. Ultimately, in the end, a 4K for them, and the Last Resistance flawless round win to bury the hatchet even further for the Darkin side. Now it should be rifles that can be collected for them. Note that Last Resistance still have a couple of rifles themselves. Riken with that Vandal and a Bulldog in the hands of Cade, so there's still plenty of firepower potential in their hands to quickly close that distance. And the best player to close that distance with is Alu on that Neon, and they've got a Stinger, a weapon that, well, quite recently has been getting picked up more and more by players, especially ones that can close that distance quite fast. And if it's enough and Darkin kind of get caught off and unaware, then we'll see another Last Resistance round fall in their favor and hopefully reach double digits.
Yeah, most simply could. I mean, considering the Last Resistance, we're looking at them kind of order things out. I mean, these players that are kind of excelling in these different areas are making sure to get the weapons that excel in those quarters. So you look at the CQB with the likes of Alu on that Neon. Look at it slide into combat. Look at it put that barrel right to somebody's chest and pull that trigger. You got, obviously, in towards the back, you got Kezeth with, or even then Riken with that Vandal, looking to play this long range, hopefully to find that first kill to where once 2 players do get onto a site, they can pick up that gun or at least have some of a background of Ian doesn't get aggressive enough. So that Nightfall's be able to make sure to really create a catalyst for this aggression, really create that environment to push yourself into. But surprisingly enough, that's not even the case. It's a complete bait on the field, and you already see a switch around going on in the entire map. Everybody's switching things back over to B, but problem is that it hasn't even followed through either. Just the entire game plan laid out by Last Resistance seemed to be a Trojan horse, and they said, we forgot to get inside.
Honestly, Last Resistance had the idea of switching, but They didn't get any information off that Nightfall. They marked no one.
30
The
seconds
Chamber
left.
rendezvoused back and managed to get back behind boxes. Chunky was just too far to the side, was not tagged by it whatsoever. Last Resistance didn't gain enough off the usage of that ultimate, and now an uphill battle on site. Henry's up close and personal. Chunky will manage to unfortunately miss the opportunity of a lifetime. Kenneth, though, will take rid of Alu, and Henry will finally fall in the hands of Sick. And though red time was reached, the spike will still go down. The extra little bit of credits will still pad their pockets, but it's ultimately a round result in favor of Darkin. 4 players surviving those rifles too much to contend with, especially considering the limited arsenal that that third round really gives to that last resistance attack after taking the first 2.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the way that this is kind of started panning out a little bit for Darkin to get themselves a first round, I mean, honestly, last resistance, they had the resources available to them. I mean, I was kind of going ahead and getting them props, getting a little bit of setup to say, okay, things are looking good for them. It's kind of surprising they go ahead and fumble opportunities like that because it's not something you see too much. I mean, obviously, the audience has seen 3 games of them so far today. And I mean, sure, there hasn't been very many opportunities like that where you see them not really capitalizing on what they got to work with. So they have to obviously be a lot more decisive. Whether or not their utility falls through and gets that value that they want, that should be a tell at least enough to say that's created that space. You're not using entire ultimates that you get every 3-4 rounds just for intel. You're using it for space. You're using it to back up your duels to get on that side. And LR just didn't take that opportunity, and they really bit the bullet because of it.
Sek's gonna sit up all the way up in Nest. No, last resistance are stacking 3 players over towards Pillar. Alu is an angle to really dominate toward double doors, leading in towards the A site. With 2 more players, last resistance inside cave and shop, respectively. Just playing a slow con, trying to bait out Darkin and maybe overextend for 1 kill. Looks like Sick will be the player to do so inside of Nest, but a lot of respect given by last resistance to not overextend and swing that direction. Finally, Sick will send themselves out, and they'll see 3 players saying, guys, they're hitting the A site and they're hitting it hard.
Spike
and that's where
down
Chunky
A.
comes up big. A 3K to the man. And only a teammate to join them on the feed. Just Riken left standing, and we've seen this one before. 4 players up for Darkin. Just a matter of time. Thankfully, at least this time, Riken will have Spike. Much easier job to make it closer towards that site, but they put themselves in a really rough spot. Good for 1, sitting over towards Stack. Good for 2, they find a third denied by M&M, and Darkin will find themselves a round win.
I got to say, I'm just really impressed by Rocket again and again. Whether or not it's down to a 1v4 situation or even then when it comes around to capitalize on these rounds, it's kind of a Swiss Army knife in a sense, knowing that this guy's going to win fights again and again and again. And even if it's down to a last situation, you have to make sure the entire force is there. The entire army is ready to be uncalled, and you get reinforcements no matter what happens there. But already Darkin, they're looking to catch this game up a little bit. We've seen these 2 rounds kind of bounce back to their favor as LR did get the first 2. They're going to be right back around to get the pistols to work with, or maybe some SMGs every here and there. And that's kind of the problem once more. They're stuck in this hole that we saw in that first half, but on the attacking side, they have a lot more potential out of it. As we've seen them kind of almost bring these 50s to life, they can do it once more.
Alu's got the speed to at least get away from the initial spot there of the M&M Hunter's Fury. They'll swing themselves back over towards Arcus and finally deal with that player, but they did manage to lose their teammate of Cade quite swiftly off the back of that last shot. Heads up to the operator towards Nest. A little bit of an angle, maybe catching a player crossing through the pillar to maybe go for that spike placement. Because that last resistance will have to put themselves in a bit of a danger zone to get down that spike. Riken will rendezvous back over towards B main, position themselves in a spot to use that tour de force that last resistance exuded in this round to a little bit more of an advantage position. Darkin still with 2 players though, have to swing towards Alu and towards Arches. Chunky will find the kill, but there's Riken, like I mentioned before, with that tour de force to clap them right back. Just a little bit too slow on the uptake. And well, if you're Darkin, I'm saying save this round. They're thinking the exact same thing. Take that operator, that $4,900 credit weapon, and just send yourself on over towards that A site. Last resistance will be able to net themselves double digits for that 10th round win, bringing them and etching them ever closer to an ultimate win. We've seen a lot from Darkin in this half. This thing could definitely get closer.
Yeah, it most definitely could be. I mean, getting themselves that double digits, even not really investing too much into it. I mean, I talk about situations like that. These thrifties, they're not just rounds where you're saying, okay, they didn't invest that much. These are complete turnarounds for games. They set the economy back. I mean, almost tenfold for one side. You can already see the Darkin is just facing the impact so far, feeling that pressure, saying we need to make sure to buy up whatever we can here. Try to find some relevancy in this game, because if we don't win another round or really get a retaliation in this thrifty of our own, it's not going to look too good, because thrifties, they make halves entirely unless teams just completely wake up and flip the script, which we saw LR do in that first half. after Darkin's thrifty, more importantly. But I mean, now looking at the game right here, when LR has got themselves the lead once more, when they're looking to double down on top of it, when they have 3 rounds on top of Darkin and only 3 more to close out the entirety of this game, it's not a very good situation to be sitting in. Darkin needs to get aggressive with this, or at least some of these players need to get a better idea what's going on. And Jets can maintain 1 for the Classy. Can't really do much else.
That's still a really nice trade, all things considering. That sets your team up for at least something. Alu, though, swings over towards Wall and deals with Eminem quickly. Sick will and Tailwind a little bit closer. Alu may be the first player they meet, but the Crates themselves are blocking that line of sight. Sick will indeed go for the full swing, though Alu will meet them, and because the Alu will meet their maker. Sick now has the opportunity to swing towards back of sight, will send a Cloudburst, but Kate is unfazed by it. They'll swing through themselves. A second one to Chunky. Kansas the only player to find themselves the kill, and it's short-lived, much like the rest of the squadron on Darkin, as Last Resistance now bring themselves up to 11. Despite the 2-round wins by Darkin in round 3 and 4 of this second half, they had to buy 5 rifles over the span of those 2 rounds, even the ones they had to buy considering it was round 3 for them, so on top of that essentially 9-10 rifles total. Yeah, no duh, they're struggling to keep their eco together, and that's the case here even in this round, where they're barely even able to buy all of their utility and armor and rifles.
I mean, things are definitely looking pretty good for them, knowing they can double down on this, and as I mentioned, going ahead and making that lead that much larger, and they have even more to work with now, because that Viper Spit is also there into effect. They can't get themselves the aggression on the side, and once you do this on the attacking side, I mean, already look at it take its effect. You're just looking to get more pressure, you're looking to play things out, you can make the call from Kazakh, good God! With 2 on the board, that's impactful as it gets, and the Viper Stick goes down just to create pressure towards sight. It can be used for a post plant. Not only did you get an ult for an ult, but one found much more value guaranteeing some deaths.
Cade could have killed Kezeth as well on top of Wall, but you know what happened? He pops the Viper Spit, and because of that, his hands are sticking out to the side, oozing out the fog of war, the poison from his grasp. He can't fire back because of it, and his teammate falls over towards Hall. That puts Last Resistance in a really rough spot. Thankfully, they'll even Neon just a little bit further. Henry, the very slow play over towards the actual heaven side of Hall's. They'll take down 1, and they'll actually extend further to maybe retake that B site, still feeling that this is the site for them. They do have to deal with not just a Blade Storm that could be up and running. They still know that Tour de Force is up in the air for the side of Darkin, and the No Command could be popped here for this retake. For Last Resistance, they're running out of util, considering how much they had to expend to take that site, and they're running out of time now, as they are already up and close to the site. Darkin are readying themselves for this retake. Chunky and Kessa sitting inside hallway. A lot of assistance. They'll clear out Cubby there with that fragment from Chunky. Their teammate is starting to step up all the way close over towards Pillar. Sick extended themselves there with that tailwind. They won't have that mobility anymore. They'll updraft though to the same spot Kezis was at previously, and Kezis will at least net themselves a 3rd. Ryken, the last player left standing, swings, but both players will meet them. Chunky being the final perpetrator of that kill. The Last Resistance will fall short, and a defuse will go through for Darkin.
Good looks here for Darkin. Still got a little bit of a way to go, but making sure that you stop that last tick from coming around. That match point to really be rolling around, put that pressure on the table, considering that you barely gotten to eat so far. So, I mean, already time's a ticking, but you got yourself a little bit more, and Darkin also has still plenty of things to work with. They didn't have that Viper Spit for this round, and I'm sure they're looking for an aggressive push. The Jets is obviously probably going with that Judge in hand to pop it immediately, get this cut off, knowing that Last Resistance are kind of falling into a one-dimensional push. They're pushing B a lot, and you know you can just make that read. Have one player hold things down and get yourself a little bit of aggression, knowing that not too much can be available. But that Nightfall can also be a nice counter that it's really opted to be used, but it's not. Instead, just full push right out towards the back, and honestly, Jets just ran right into it.
What's the one weakness of the Viper Spit up close and personal? If you get through it before it even fully expands, then you can catch that Viper unaware or even within it. Jets extended backwards, expecting the push, but not expecting it to that degree, and Alu will come out as the victor. Sick has the tailwind queued, and they'll manage to take Henry off the board, but Alu's just as quick to get the refrag back. Ian and Mouse will manage to trade themselves in return. A 3-on-2. Ian drops into the 3v1. Ian still has a spot of dominance in back of B. Chunky will try to swing them, but they'll live to regret that one. They'll fall just as fast as Ian collects the 3K, and it feels like the 10th time in this game. Match point, series point. Last Resistance, they reached 12.
I mean, that's all they're looking for, right? I mean, you invested a little bit that one Nightfall, but knowing the Darkman invested a lot more, that's really where you're looking extremely happy. You're saying, Kazeth has been the only one to really pop off in this game. And then attacking side, Sick wasn't really feeling himself. He's kind of not looking to step up to the plate as much as you need to be. That aggression isn't finding as much value as you want, creating all that space in the map, because even then, Last Resistance, they had their own rally when they say that when Jet isn't looking too hot, the rest of the team can't really get onto site. So we're not going to be looking too bad. But, I mean, already you can look at Ian in that space as an initiator. I mean, sitting at the top of the board completely, fragging again and again and again so consistently, that makes things very difficult. So when you kill him and Henry, it all comes down to purely just the duelist out of the blue, and that makes it very, very tough to get yourself into a site when you know you have no utility to back you up. Instead, you run in regardless, you find yourself at least one kill, but maybe quickly traded just some damage done.
Chunky's in a spot where he can't actually escape from thanks to the snake bite toss behind him. Chunky now trying to duck their hand. That was the right idea, but Jet saves Chunky's life. A great return, and it's just Cade left standing. How do you survive this one if you're Last Resistance? Well, you look on the bright side of things. Sick is quite literally down to 5-6 HP total. Single shot will get the job done. You get the drop over towards Chunky. You deal with him just as quick, and Jets is hiding below over towards the side of heaven, having just gone up rope. This isn't the right idea for Last Resistance. You do still have that spike in your hand skate, so you can start to opt to maybe go towards that B site, but before I would start to pivot that direction,
30
I would
seconds.
go for a kill here. That's exactly what they'll do. They get a nice flick up to Jet's heads. The Viper on Viper battle goes in favor of Last Resistance, but the biggest battle of the war itself still has to be decided, and with the man disadvantage still heavily in favor right now for Darkin, it's going to be a hard-fought decision about how to play this one. I don't think Cade's going to have the time to really make
10
that
seconds
buying
left.
too much on halls. They will not be able to get this plant down. And
Oh, wait a minute.
Wait.
Just barely. You need seconds. It's going to be milliseconds. It's bad.
0.08! 0.08 for Last Resistance! Cade has brought this out of nowhere, Dallas. I'm in awe right now about how this has actually managed to be. Oh my goodness, 0.05 is the number been given by our observer. Disgusting. Shot opportunity for Cade. But though you get that spike down, you can't win the fight. Last Resistance, good try. Giving up the last bit of fight in the end, but Darkin will take it every time.
And even then, I quite honestly kind of like the attempt being given there. Go ahead and play for a flank. Look back towards that spawn, see if you can cut anybody out, but you know they're going to be playing as a double. Not really swinging out and waiting for that defuse to go down before you give a little bit of a peep. It's kind of a little bit of the fallback, but it doesn't even matter. Last Resistance, they got plenty to work with so far. I mean, sure, it's not the most in the world, but it's going to be enough for them to really iron things down, knowing that Darkin hasn't really had too much to work with either. It could look like an even game, but considering that Viper's pick could really come into play with, obviously, Cade having that to work with off that plant and that death in the last round gives you just enough to really tip yourself over the edge in a round like this if you can stay alive and really get that full value.
Last Resistance trying to make sure that they can, unfortunately, have their name be told throughout the entirety here of this Pit of Valor. Fragment kill there by Chunky. Chunky still manages to survive for a little bit longer. Alu there with their overcharge finding one. Ian joins on the B, but it's a bait over towards B. It's just Alu in that direction. The rest of the squad of the Last Resistance are stacked cleanly on the A site. Alu still hasn't dealt with Chunky on the back of B side either. Pulls out a classic to get the job done. Now it's just one. Can M&M find themselves some success? They'll at least get a shock dart kill here onto Riken, but a Nightfall popped backwards in. I do actually think that did tag him. It did indeed. The tendrils of death are tethering them to the ground, and Ian will finish the job quickly. Last Resistance will continue to bear their name and have this fruit go in their favor. They reach 13, and they'll take the map of breeze, heading themselves into the finals.
I mean, to be expected, though, quite honestly. I mean, we've seen Last Resistance, I mean, over and over and over again. They've gotten themselves at least to the semifinals, and they've also kind of crossed that bar right here, right now. They've gotten themselves to finals. I'd say the majority of the time they reach semis, 3 times out of 4, they're making it to finals as well. I mean, they are very consistent in that stat line, and especially here at GLG, the kind of people that they're up against, they've just proven themselves over to just be better. I mean, in 9 times out of 10, you will make sure that they are just better. And even then, you can look at the rankings on VLR. I think they're still sitting at around ranked 20-something. I mean, just nationally, they're looking outstanding across the board. But in situations like that, you've got to make sure to really harbor and hunker down on some things. You got to make sure to iron some stuff out. That attacking side, they love that B side. I mean, towards those middle stages where the economy wasn't looking all that good, and they were going for SMG plays or pistol plays or ultimate plays, whatever it may be. They said, B's the default for this. It's working for us. We look good here. Why don't we just go ahead and double down on it, triple down on it? Just keep on doing it until it breaks, until it doesn't work. And honestly, we never saw Darkin kind of punish that ideology, never really made them second guess themselves. It only came around in that first half. When we saw that 7-5, I was expecting hopefully a 7-7. But once it gets to that 9-5, you just kind of see teams lose hope more times than not, and games just kind of run to one way.
And it's shocking considering just how close 9-5 truly is. Even at
Yeah.
that point, you take the pistols. Even if you don't, the pistol rounds are easily recoverable, especially against a team like Last Resistance, which would overextend their buys and looked really uncomfortable in the first, I guess, 4 or 5 rounds of that second half, where they were kind of struggling to get the ego back in their favor, and then ultimately just said, hey, the best strategy for us is just bum rushing a site, send Alu in as quick as possible and kill everybody. And that's when it started to get out of hand for the opposing side. But beyond that, the mental game should have been there. The mental game should have been the decisive factor. And I have to agree with you. I think it just weighed down at a spot where it shouldn't. And this type of event here for Pit of Valor is a great opportunity for teams to come into this one, have a scrim, have that experience of battling it out for a prize pool, which just adds that extra little bit of, I guess, weight on the shoulders of those players to try to give themselves some little bit of extra push on the back, or see if they ultimately crumble under that weight so they can recover next time around. Good job for Last Resistance. They're heading on into the finals to fight for their chance at that $250 prize pool, thanks to Community Gaming and all our partnerships with them. And we'll see you guys in a few short minutes as we'll take a break between the semis here and the finals. Stay tuned for more.
Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. Rivers running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling, and I'm feeling, and I'm feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me.
Now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's a...
And there we have it, your Pit of Valor crown champions.
It's a day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good.
Soapy, what a piece now. Cluth having a dance in hell and gets picked off there by Chicken. It is Z now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's per se, but K-Killer is not going to go ahead and buy up the guns. But again, the seesaw mentality kicks in here. You have to find a solid 1 to 2 rounds consecutively to build that momentum, and I think this is a chance to do so as they go right on to this B site. A lot happening. Executive so good with the tripwire. What the? Executive is absolutely mowing the lawn, and the lawn in this case is blades of grass composed of cake sandwich. Take that in your mind. Knows that rightfully so. They
them at even odds. Jinx is still up inside too. They'll send Andrea to the afterlife and a hipfire kill, their third. And a Hunter's Fury not by the side of Agogi, but instead popped for the side of Glizzy Gobblers. Just zoning away the last remnants of Agogi. Lisha will not survive against Jay Wookie. The fight at the beginning continues to go into a tumultuous point. Well, Angokin afterwards, though, as Diets gets the kill with the Vandal, but they are on the wrong end. A 2v3. Glizzy Gobblers, they're man down, and they may decide to push this one, but notice where Agoki have stepped back to. They're holding that main entrance of A. No one's extended towards sight. This is going to force the side of Glizzy Gobblers to swing forward. Jawookie finding one. Jawookie finding two. The third kill for them in this round. Now it's just the last, and it will be the last of them all as a 4K drops for Jay Wookie.
Shot through the wall. They can't claim it. Here comes a fourth kill here from Poe, looking to make his highlight play. As there's only one more remaining, it's Lure Jesus. Can he get all five? It's Lure. He takes out three. Give it to Poe. Give it to him. Put the respect on this man's name. 3 letters isn't enough to describe his skill, but it might just be enough to describe how good he's doing this game. 12-6. They're climbing back.
To assist them. They're not. Mixer does find one. It's betrayed back. But they are short-lived, and it does not matter though. Zippy gets one, make it 2, make it 3! As all of their heads walk clean off their shoulders, and WTP in this half strong.
Here comes the end of the battle, which just lasts a little bit too short for my liking, but an even exchange comes out now.
5v2. Snacky had a look there. Just a moment. Doesn't like what they saw. Didn't take the shot, and we'll have to wait for Mikey to re-swing. They'll do just that. Mikester close, and a quick flick and a kill by Snacky will bury them 6 feet under. CP will re-swing this one. Doing the jiggle beat to maybe bait out the shot from the player. Step through the defender spawn section, but they can't step out of market because there's still one more player, small pizza, unaccounted for, and they're in market as of right now. Ty has to play smart. They spot interlaced first. They're aware maybe there's a player in B main. There's not. It's 2 on Stampy.
They're going to eat dust. So now they switch it up completely. They've abandoned that lobby side, made their way onto C here. Ploop is completely blocking off the garage. Shiver finally trades it up, but 2 bodies have been dropping. And meanwhile, 3 ultimates to boot for Dice here. But Z, the platform demon with the 3-piece combination. Z has held that back corner down.
Range against the rifle. Chance trapped on sight. Will be flashed and does find one. Quick swing to Yoster for a second, but Swift bot.
Yeah, Sugar Free coming online at the perfect moment, and the kills that they've won so far might just go to waste as Meister with the collateral coming through, making sure that they're checking all these corners, but they don't check left, and there's Sacred in the back, knifing them down, and Glyph with the final kill. What a solid round there from Headhunters. 2 left alive. They steal away the operator as well. That is a huge swing in credit power.
That spike goes down. 5v5 retake. Void sending the Owl drone and gets denied to say the least here. So Cake Sailors, let's see what they can do. Valet is kind of that lonesome wolf towards mid. Has to be careful and doesn't want to fall behind and not offer Valet to the rest of the round ahead of him.
Rotations from the defensive side are not going to be good enough as they're running right into the collapse coming from Valet. Kaide picks up 2. Opposite squad, you're just like, okay, everyone got involved. Everyone still had utility to spare even at that point in the round, and we're able to use it here as we're getting to see the very typical shots of the Odin through that paper-thin wall. I was worried that Cray Cup wasn't going to pick up 2 kills, and Cray Cup says, no, don't you worry, I'm going to actually pick up 3.
You said it well, and I think you're right. Like, number-wise, Crake Up for 2K, 3Ks is very much up there. Like, just stomping Stark squad, and I think we're going to be seeing a repeat of their pistol take onto B-side by the looks of it.
Fortunately for Ois, Caloric has found success. Flash drive goes out. Nicely dodged. Final lines them all up, and they all fall. 3 for final.
Mikey able to find Liv, who was trying to get sneaky with that teleport there, and now it's just Port Canyon, has the tour de force, doesn't have the spike just yet, and they're blinded a lot. They can't see.
Yeah, nothing is worse than having a long-range weapon and getting blinded into oblivion here. Manages to get the double peek. Give me that replay, Rose. I want it.
Secure this round, assuming because it's got the clutch panties on and secured for this one.
What did you just say?
Well, clutch pants. You know what I mean? Like, you never heard that saying before? Like clutch pants? No?
I know. I have never heard it.
Maybe it's a Counter-Strike thing. Ignore it, but don't ignore the culture roadie. See, there it is. What did I tell you?
You called it! Holy smokes! Followed up by that beautiful 4K from that missile round from Sholiana. This pick up as well. Keep it all held down. The shot, the smoke. Oh my goodness. What a crazy game we saw. Yeah, that shot really just did wrap.
So, and Sophie, what a piece now. Ploop having a dance in hell and gets picked off there by Chicken. It is Z now to take it down to the 1v1. Sophie opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's per se, but Cake Sailor's not going to go ahead and buy up the guns. But again, the seesaw mentality kicks in here. You have to find a solid 1 to 2 rounds consecutively to build that momentum, and I think this is the chance to do so as they go right on to this B site. A lot happening. Executive, so good with the tripwire. What the? Executive is absolutely mowing the lawn, and the lawn in this case is blades of grass composed of Cake Sailors. Take that in your mind. Knows that rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat.
Well, at least the off's still in play, though. I questioned it, but he did save it over. Is able to do something. Hello! Up on the rope, like you mentioned, it was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Ultimate early. The Lemons will swing towards the side, and they will gain themselves a net positive kill, but it only puts them at even odds. Jinx is still up inside Tube. They'll send Andrea to the afterlife and fire kill their third. And a Hunter's Fury not by the side of Agogi, but instead popped for the side of Glizzy Gobblers. Just zoning away the last remnants of Agogi. Lisha will not survive against Jay Wolfie. The fight at the beginning continues to go into a tumultuous point. Well, Bango can afterwards, though, as Dias gets the kill with the Vandal, but they are on the wrong end. A 2v3. Glizzy Gobblers, they're man down. And they may decide to push this one, but notice where Agogi has stepped back to. They're holding that main entrance of A. No one's extended towards site. This is going to force the side of Glizzy Gobblers to swing forward. Chawuki finding one. Chawuki finding two. The third kill for them in this round. Now it's just the last, and it will be the last of them all as a 4K drops for Jay Wookie. Welcome back, everybody, to GLG. We have ourselves our 99.9999999999999 Pit of Valor. We've been running this one for almost 100 plus. Actually, is 100 plus, but we're saving that big 100 for next week, where you guys can tune in and participate to fight for not a $250 prize pool, thanks to community gaming, but a $2,500 prize pool, thanks to all our sponsors, everything in between. And that's also thanks to all of you guys for purchasing those country club memberships, which guarantee you access to these Pit of Valor events to make sure you don't miss out on any of them. Only one player on your team needs that for everyone to be joined on in. Very important. Very nice to see that one going. We have a lot of teams actually signing up week by week with that.
Yeah, we most definitely do. And I mean, it's going to go ahead, obviously get yourself guaranteed entry because $2,500 is definitely a lot. And next week, that thing is going to be filling out almost instantaneously. I mean, I'm sure there's already spots kind of out the wild. So if you want to make sure to get yourself a guaranteed slot, kind of go ahead and slip under the rug a little bit and get yourself into the fray. Only $10. And I think it's a very big turnaround because it's not just the top 2 being paid out like we have right here in the grand finals. It will be the top 8 all getting allocated money in their own right. So go ahead. Why not? You got nothing else to really lose. Instead, let's go ahead. Talking about grand finals. Run the one right here, right now for tonight at least. 99.9 once more against the likes of Last Resistance, who we have seen for every single round tonight. Thank you, tournament organizers, for giving us these lovely players to look at for the past 5 hours. But as it goes on and as we keep ourselves rolling, we got Vanguard on the other side of the coin here, which is another team that I believe that you and I have seen together, and they're absolutely disgusting. And I think, honestly, we talked about them at one point, even then when they were at another grand finals, and said they deserve to be here once again. And this is their time to shine, and it's where they need to go ahead and once again step up to the plate and get themselves a crown before next week.
It's almost like we can never truly escape Last Resistance either. I pointed out during that break, we had our awesome introduction video, the break video that was playing. Finally gets a nice update, clean and crisp for GLG. And guess who's in the top right of the corner for half that? Also occasionally top left, Last Resistance. We cannot escape them, Dallas, even when we think we can. They're here for the long haul, here for the long ride, and here to fight for that piece of that $250 prize pool. But they're not the only people that can win anything here tonight. There's also a giveaway that we're giving out here for the Valorant skin bundle. Go ahead and type exclamation point giveaway in the chat. You get the newest skin bundle thanks to Community Gaming. It's really nice to see that go through. On top of that, let's talk about the map we're heading to. Which one is it here, Dallas?
It's Breeze once more, and even then, I mean, sure, it's a little bit of a double down, and I gotta say, a little bit unexpected, considering that Vanguard, if they saw how the series was going and looked at the map set, either A, they were looking at Last Resistance and saw the map didn't look all that comfortable for them, or B, they said, you know what, let's go ahead. They won it last time, let's go ahead and give them that benefit. We don't need it whatsoever. We're gonna play through this map, we're gonna make sure to win things out right here, right now, because it's 250 on the line for us to work with, and you can already see these agent compositions are going on the side of Vanguard Gaming here immediately. They are ready to play, and they want to get themselves these agent shows as fast as possible to make sure to ensure that.
For the side of Last Resistance, we see Ian's going to once again lock in that fade, none too shocking. Henry back to the KO as well, and Alu on that Neon. We saw how good Alu was just last game on Breeze, coincidentally enough. Johnny's will be locking in for Vanguard, the Viper. We should see that Viper be closing in here ever so shortly for the side of Last Resistance. There it is. They're being locked on in. Sally's going to go in for the silver. We expected that when we saw that previously. Yardi was quite good on the Neon just a couple weeks back, seeing them pick up the KO here for that Slack. Interesting to see. Creamy Duck, one of the best chambers we have seen here for GLG in Pit of Valor. Not a shock to see that go through once again. Had an identity crisis with them last time we saw them, thinking they were a different Creamy Duck. Apparently there's two Creamy Ducks actually listed under VLR, which is so interesting to see. One's collegiate, one's not. This one's under Vanguard, not collegiate. And the last one being Fox, who's nice enough actually picking up the order.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, that's kind of one thing that shocks me, and that I'm kind of excited to see, that we talk about the Jet again and again, and for me, it's never really been too big of a, I'd say, a big factor. She's great, don't get me wrong, but she's very one-dimensional. Get yourself on the site, you're very, very one-way with your approaches, and that's all you have to work with, is that one tailwind to play off of, and the Blaze Storm is great for budget rounds, but not too many teams can really find the value on the map of Breeze. Maybe glasses, they don't have enough magnification on it, really make it feel like a gun. But those shots don't typically land 9 times out of 10 unless you're just Victor or Ye or one of those insane players at the upper echelons of the game. So looking at Fox going ahead and getting onto this Yoru, we talk about the big map. We talk about how long these transitions and these rotations on the sites are going to take. Maybe that little bit of a traversal kind of will give them that edge to get across the map that much faster and even then to close out these gaps to get on the site much quicker.
Everyone's going to need to be well versed about these abilities, considering how, I guess, limited we see Yoru actually get brought out into play. Maybe it's enough of a shocker against Last Resistance that they don't expect the kid to be brought forward, but ultimately we'll have to see. Round one will go underway. Last Resistance did quite a good job to win the pistol round a couple times just before in their last matchup here on Breeze, but I mentioned it in the second half, Dallas, that they struggled, at least when they were on the attacking half, to get their ego under control for the first 5-6 rounds. Past that, they went to this, I guess, tried and true strategy of sprinting onto site and just killing everybody as fast as possible. Past that, a little weak for Last Resistance. Like you mentioned, it's not the most comfortable map in the world for them. Maybe Vanguard Black saw something that came out and said, you know what? We didn't like what they saw. We liked what they saw. Maybe we go ahead and pick this one up too, but the first round will go underway, and it's ghosts across the board for everybody.
Time to jump. Yeah, I'm definitely with you here, Menard. This first round is going to be a big one here, because we talk about the attacking side, how much influence it has, and whether or not if you can get this pistol round under your belt to make sure to get this momentum goes your way. So already, Chrome going ahead, having a little bit of a bad time getting that snake bite down, but does manage to kill in the meantime. And stays alive there towards the rear ends. It's going to look good to go ahead and get some value off of that. Some more damage to work with.
One down.
Slow and steady, not going to be the case right now for Vanguard. Taking a book at a Last Resistance, sprinting towards that site. They're able to take down 3, but a quick flank by Alu will net themselves an evening position. 2-on-2. Henry working for B-Main, a little bit of assistance from Alu, but spikes down for Vanguard. They're in a nice spot to sit pretty. 2 shock darts sent. Sally will unfortunately no longer have to get necessarily to contend. There goes the fast lane popped by Alu, and unfortunately, though, Henry's not able to get out the gate. Johnny's with a snake bite, and Sally still has a ghost, much like the rest of the team bar Creamy Duck, and that'll be a round one for the attacking side of Vanguard.
Good exchanges there, and a even better round there for Vanguard to be closing out, more importantly, this attacking side. Talk about the momentum and outplays in this attacking into the map of the breeze of what we see more times than not in terms of statistics. And honestly, they're making sure to just follow suit with that right now. Even then, talk about the Yoru. We're going to see what the impact it can be really over the course of this game, how it can be closing those impacts I mentioned with that gate crash. And those blinds are also going to be outstanding, considering you have the KO. And even then, this could be something that a lot more teams are really starting to employ here. Yoru hasn't looked all that strong, but that gate crash combined with the blind side, having double the flashes to work with is going to be monumentous if you can really get a couple kills off there. Knowing that even then towards the B side, how close quarters it is, there's a lot to work with.
Using the Yoru almost as a lone warrior initially. Taking a couple steps back with it though, they'll start to stick more to the team and look to push all the way out through that Archer side more directly. There goes the teleport. They'll transition really quickly towards that site. Fox in a good spot. Does have a little bit of player thrown with sub that came in for last. I'm assuming their actual name. Man. They'll find two with the Sheriff Fox and Creamy up fall part of the seams. Yardy's able to collect those pieces ever so slightly, but the classic's still good for Ian, and they'll find themselves that frag. Just two players left. Ian will fall to the shock dart of Sally. That evens things up ever so slightly, but still a good position for Last Resistance here in the post-plant. Their weapons are just really weak, Dallas. They're not well equipped. Classics nearby. Johnny's getting rushed for the classic hit of Alu, and because of that speed and that slide, they'll net themselves that kill. Alu swings wide with Henry as well, and there goes Sally. Last Resistance will manage to tie things up 1-1. The untold story, or I guess the tried true story of Valor, does not hold true on this map of 3 so far.
Yeah, two big kills right there off the get-go out of Viper to go ahead and pick off that Vandal, more importantly, at the hands of Last Resistance, or Vanguard back, excuse me. You gotta make sure that these kind of situations aren't gonna be happening too much. You gotta be checking your pointers, or even then, more importantly, just make sure not to go ahead and evaluate that risk, and just hold back towards the site. You got the spike down, make sure to play that defense, head up back towards your spawn, make sure you have a flank set up just in case something does go wrong there in the rear end, because obviously Last Resistance, they had themselves ready to just breach into that site from every single angle, and they took advantage of that where they could. So now, with an even game across the board, the buys don't look all that even. Last Resistance had themselves the edge. They picked up a couple of these guns, not having to invest too much, at least for one of these players, and they really have an upper hand going into this next one.
Oh, Ian is not aware there's a player directly next to them. They are just so close to that position. Finally getting dealt with, though. Creamy Duck gets a headhunter shot towards Ian. Creamy Duck, though, quite low and really only having that headhunter truly to work with. Fox is trying to at least buy some time to keep the bot flash out, but start to retreat backwards, maybe giving up the fact that Creamy Duck could necessarily die there, but they're waiting for a rendezvous to be charged back in return to maybe get away from that position. They have that man advantage. They don't want to get things equal too fast. Still, Rankin is holding close, praying that he can finally find and finish the job on a Creamy Duck. He's not able to get the safe space to escape, though. Still lingering around. Rankin will be the player that steps back, maybe thinking, did he escape when I wasn't looking? Did he manage to separate, create some space? None too sure. Alu, though, will try to meet them out that gates of cave. Yardy cannot hit the flick in a good enough timing because of that Alu takes their teammate off as well as Soundly. Johnny's has a sight lane there with the Marshall, but once that's kind of separated there with the toxic screen, it makes things impossible to push onto site. Last Resistance, Alu finds themselves yet another kill, but they're totally cornered at this point. Creamy Duck, who survived the initial onslaught, finally deals with their chamber doppelganger. That evens things up a little bit further and gives a position of dominance over towards the flank. Now they'll have to be wary of their own back in if you're trying to Last Resistance. Time, though, ticking away in favor of the defense. Alu still alive and thriving. 4 for the round, and Henry finally deals with a chamber who probably should have tied first in this round as Vanguard Black falls short.
Situations like that are already Last Resistance putting it on the board. That we don't care about aces, we don't care about clips. Alu's gonna go ahead and get kills. Henry's gonna do the same thing. We're gonna make sure we can guarantee these rounds, get ourselves a lead, and run away with it. And when you already created that space for yourself, you got yourself that safety net to play off of, and make sure to get yourself a lead and now play off of. More importantly, with the guns you have in your arsenal now, with Riken on that operator who was looking outstanding in that last map, hasn't really woken up just yet, but now has the opportunity on this defense to really look good. I mean, this is these points, these real turning points in games where things can absolutely go crazy. But speaking of crazy, Blue getting a little bit crazy with our elbow getting picked off.
Fox still once again being the kind of instigator for the side of Vanguard, and it's not really worked out for them. We did see them have a really nice breath to step onto that site of B in round 2, but they ultimately lost it, which was not the right idea for them. And since then, it's kind of been an uphill battle trying to get that eco back under control when you unfortunately lose that expected bonus round to go towards your side. 4v4 though, things are at least even. Slow for the side of Vanguard. Maybe 2 players swinging over towards elbow side for last resistance. They still have Krigan maybe watching towards Nest, but moving a little bit further back towards spawn, only leaving the player Ian on back of sight and Henry close to the wall. Henry will have to fight first as he's being swung quite rapidly, at least holding close towards Arches more. Crazy Duck will be the first player to try and get towards the next fight, and unfortunately for him, Henry will meet him at the gate. 2 more off the board. Henry will fall, and Ian cannot find a single kill in that position. Riken with the operator does win the first fight necessary, but Yardi is still there. Fragment to flush him out. That's where Ian died just 2 rounds before from a shock dart, but Yardi will manage to create enough space to get back towards that site and start to get that plant down on Pillar. Now he can position for the post plant. The only chance he truly had to win that fight was because one player didn't have a rifle, but Crone was able to collect one, but it's too quick on the draw. Yardi finds the kill. Riken manages to avoid the 0 point. That's a lot of information to Yardi, despite it not tagging, knowing, hey, at least not within this dome. Riken about to make a ton of noise, dropping off brick wall. He'll fall to the opposing side. Yardi doesn't really know how to make what of this information. He'll be wide swung, and Riken dives deep to find the player of Yardi hiding and easily handles him quickly as Last Resistance will get this defuse and take another round.
Well, if you talk about 2-shot and you're in a 1v1 scenario, easily isn't the first word coming to mind, but still nonetheless.
Hey, he looked clean.
Yeah, definitely clean. That could be something to really measure it up, considering you had the upper hand advantage. You know these corners, and these wall hops are really where it dwindles down to these 1v1 scenarios on this site, where, I mean, a lot of times you'll see players make sure maneuver that, because it's the best way to check things off. It's something you don't really expect too much. You can think of it like the bind B site, where you have that tube right there, where you can go ahead and walk on top of it. You're checking left, right, and next thing you know, neither one of those is where the swing is coming through at. But already, Last Resistance getting themselves into the round. Operator still being held on to. Surprisingly, not by Riken, though, with the tour de force to work with. That's going to go to the hands of Alu and say, let's make sure to go ahead and work things out right here, right now. Let's save some money. Let's save some space. And let's cut off some sight lines, baby. Open map. We get ourselves open season and get a couple of these shots up.
This is also where your KO is going to have the most importance. You know, both sides have popped their tour de force. There's instant kill snipers available for both ends. That 0 point has to connect now, so it has to deny that utility early. When you see Vanguard swing over towards Pillar, you need to deny the tour de force and then swing wildly. We saw a little bit of a peek there. We saw Henry try to early engage out through Hall, but past that, there wasn't really anything there. Smart idea by Vanguard to take a couple steps back. We'll maybe send Creamy Duck over towards Elbow. They've done that now through Cannon. And Creamy Duck can maybe go for the long shot towards the back of B side. But let's take note, that is where the chamber of Last Resistance is currently lying in wait with their own sniper in hand. And they don't have their chamber close enough yet to toss out their own 0 point to bait away that utility. They're going to send an owl drone. That will be their initial jiggle peek. Riken will manage to clear it out pretty quickly and take a step back, but the rendezvous only gives a sightline to Creamy Duck, who will cut them down at every
30
turn.
seconds left.
Opening blood finally gained at 30 seconds of the round left. Henry with the Phantom. Creamy Duck's good for a second as Fox swings wildly forward with that stinger. And this is a Last Resistance defense that has been falling apart. Now it's just Alu with only Henry nearby. But at least Alu is using their ultimate. Great success. Another kill gain. Creamy Duck forced to take a wild step back. Has to swing with the tour de force. Can't find an Alu. Finds 3 total as Last Resistance find themselves a 4.
Big plays there, and even then, I like the idea from Fox to go ahead and get that little bit of a fake out right there through tunnel, but there's just too much. Alu with that aggression, with the operator, albeit, just kind of going ahead and saying, why not? I can throw this out there and hand it over to Vanguard, but I'm hoping just to win out this round because things aren't looking too hot anyway. So a huge clutch to come through there from those 2 players, specifically to make sure to kind of work in that dynamic duo fashion, and it's already looking good enough to kind of double down as getting themselves a timeout off the board for Vanguard. 3 ultimates to play with, so I mean, obviously it's expected they're going to be using maybe 1 or 2 of these here, but knowing the null command didn't come out in that last round to shut down the tour de force, I kind of understand it, all things considered, but when you hear that ultimate, not only are you shutting down the tour de force in, you're shutting down, obviously, that overdrive as well. There is a lot of impact that could have come through there, but it's just not enough for Vanguard to really warrant to say we need to do that. We're going to use it for the attacking side. We're going to use it to where if you die on the push onto side, hopefully you get enough impact where you can make sure to get that spike down and get ourselves into a post-plant situation, because that's really where they found themselves a lot of success, but in these post-plants, that's where they've started to fall a little bit short.
I mean, that round, the entire economy of it would have changed, you're right, if the null command was popped. Even if Riken was deep in the back of B side. Kraken was too far back with an ult command to initially tag them. That's why you had to peek with the Owl drone and then place your toxic screen. Try to send him Valor towards arches where Creamy Duck can find the shot to kill. At least you have the opportunity there, but you're having to use a lot of util for that. You're already going to use the ultimate at one point over another. Use it to guarantee that spot. And if you don't use it, save it for Alu, who steps up with not just one overdrive kill, but then swings a wild corner for 2. That is a problem for Vanguard that they have such an easily, I guess, recoverable position for. A single piece of utility in their kit that they haven't used yet would have denied all of that. Would have shut down Alu. Would have left Creamy Duck still with the sight line to stop the post plant. That is a major flaw in Vanguard Black's strategy for that round. And they're going to be thinking about that, saying, we could have won it. That's going to weigh on their minds. We talked about the last game with Last Resistance when they won it out ultimately, and it came down to a mental battle. It felt like the other team just felt like it was unrecoverable, even a spot when it totally was recoverable. That's going to be something that ultimately will make or break a team. And I think Vanguard is a team that we've said multiple times has earned their right to be here. The second time we managed to say that. They can recover from this. We've seen them get shut out. We've seen them shut out other teams. I don't think this game is anywhere close to being done, but with full control over towards mid, all the way through pillar and up to nest. Vanguard in a really good spot to bury Last Resistance, but they've given no leeway. No kills once again by the 40-second mark.
But it's definitely not even close, though. We're like so much game still to go. There's an entire another half to
30
work with as
seconds
well,
left.
more importantly. And that kind of comes down to where we see Last Resistance to be on that attacking side. That's the biggest thing already, but a little bit of a false play onto the side coming out of Fox. And even Crone's prepared for this as well, pushing right through that Judge, getting all the value you need. And even then with the wall going down, finally Creamy Duck hitting at least one shot there towards the middle. But that's the last player standing. You know they rendezvous back. You know they're not pushing onto this side. All with the flank come through right there and spawn. And Last Resistance secure themselves a 5th round here to play with. So the only one that Vanguard Black has really maintained, as you can look at the scoreboard, has been that first round and the entire map where it was nothing. It was a guaranteed even playing field with nothing but pistols to work with. Ever since then, Last Resistance has ran away with this game, and even then, with ultimates to work with, to kind of get that triumph, to get that edge with, Vanguard Black still hasn't really finessed enough of this map to get themselves that lead or even in a tie game.
Keep in mind that Last Resistance started off on the defense the last time they played Breeze in our semifinals match, and they played an almost entirely different playstyle. They didn't really take full map control. They didn't really extend themselves early to get positions of dominance to meet them at these kind of flood points. That's what we've seen from Last Resistance now. Like we said, Crone there with the Judge be able to find 2. They try to step out through B main and they get cut down quickly. That's a different playstyle from Last Resistance that we didn't see before, but I think it's a necessity from them. They're realizing Vanguard is struggling to kind of collect themselves in a confident manner when they extend towards a site. They really like to play slow, use their utility in a way that kind of stacks up a strategy that will work for them. But once things kind of get to a time spot where they're in a rough pinch, or when things start to weigh down on their shoulders, like a post-plant scenario, like a spot where they were at a 4v2, now it's a 2v2. That's where Last Resistance have won every single time. Vanguard has almost fumbled the bag in a lot of regards because of that. And even in this round where Vanguard do technically have that man advantage, that is a man advantage where you don't have much totally on your kit. Last Resistance still have the upper hand. They know that. They're swinging 3 all together from initially towards B, now back towards A. They look strong, but there's still 2 players prowling. Your duelist there of Yoru, a Fox, and Creamy Duck close by. They're looking to get an exit frag as these 2 players still remaining in A site will transition and pivot towards B, much like the rest of the team.
As much of a bloodbath this round may come down to, it also may just come into time. Honestly, there may not be every single player sitting by the end of it. I mean, there will be some people still laundering around, maybe doing something. Because you sweep the single rounds, you see that it's only 5 seconds remaining on the clock, and it's just not getting done. You have to have a player survive, and even then, most of the players of Vanguard Black has already been really just contained, shut down, and killed in the meantime. So Fox can find some retaliation, keep it as a 1v1. No operator will actually be recovered, but that's not too big of a problem here for Last Resistance. They've destroyed themselves so many here in a row. They've guaranteed themselves an even half worst case situation, and they have so much money in the back end where they can go recover whatever gun they may have lost in the process, making that round a net positive across the board for them. If anything, honestly, Vanguard Black, it hurt them more not planting the bomb and going for early than it did just doing nothing at all, because you have Fox who stayed alive towards the end, sure, saved a gun, but lost money in the process. And even then, you look at the rest of the squad where they're saying, we didn't get that plant money either. Those 300 creds could have gone towards another piece of utility, another headhunter shot, something, a Vandal combined with heavy armor to that operator half armor we see out of Vanguard on the chain.
Vanguard just sprinted to B main and then just got stalled instantly by 2 pieces of utility. One a snake bite, which they'll eventually put themselves through, and the other one a toxic cloud. And that's not good. That's a single player keeping you at bay, and that's not even the best player on the side of Last Resistance. Crone will fall eventually. And while they did also lose their chamber, there's still 3 more players left to deal with until Creamy Duck can find the nice operator shot. Flank watch is there. Sitting behind Crate inside B main. And look at the default positioning of Vanguard's actual post plant. 1 behind wall, no one in cubby because it's an easily available spot. And the ability to rendezvous was necessarily in that spot, but Alu will stuff out the chance there as they'll deal with Creamy Duck. This post plant is placed for B main. That means Last Resistance, they need to send 1 player over to Halls and leave Alu in a long shot angle. So now leave their KO in a long shot angle to maybe pray that they get an exit frag because time's not on their side. All 3 players on that northern end in defensive spawn will be in line of sight for Alu, but Fox is also quite close, just below that nest side. Thankfully, Yardy is there to cut them down as they return around. Squeezed back by Vanguard. That will reach 2, but it did require 6 rounds in a row by Last Resistance.
Yeah, a very long trend of rounds, and honestly, Vanguard, they're going to have to make sure to swap this game entirely on its head if they do want to make sure to get some kind of a retaliation chance. Unless their defense is going to be the most flawless thing I've ever seen in the world, but I just don't know how much belief I have in them for that specifically. With, obviously, you're going to have yourself the Viper and the Chamber, the only 2 agents who can actually really hold a site in a defensive manner. They're not doing all that hot, so you have to make sure they can look outstanding and really say they can carry an entire half of the game on their own backs, and that's just not going to be enough. So Last Resistance, we can look at them and see what they're going to do in a situation like this where they know the Vanguard Black can finally go on ahead and accumulate a little bit of a round of their wing. They can make sure to get themselves in the economy. They save themselves guns, and even they got 2 ultimates already on the field here for this one specifically, trying to get themselves hurt.
I don't like that 100 by Soundly. You and I dog on a lot of solos consistently with the fact they don't have enough information behind the usage of that ult, and that's another one of those scenarios. You see one, but you were too late to pop it initially, which means you didn't get any damage off onto the player, and they were really easily able to dodge that. Now you've got 2 flanking players because you didn't have enough flank watch because you were too busy trying to push towards that site. An easy defuse for Last Resistance. A shot missed there by Ryken. They'll finish off with a headhunter, and well, though you do have Creamy Duck still alive, they weren't able to save the site. They weren't able to save the round. They give Last Resistance their 7th, guaranteeing not just an even half, but a positive half. And that playstyle switch, that stance switch that Last Resistance have done between last game and this game, while it hasn't been the best stylized choice for an individual player like Ian, who was top fragging just last game, it's been everything for Alu, who has been so quick across the entire map, flanking all the way through mid, through pillars, back over towards the back of cave, squeaking over towards elbow, taking B main, and swinging into the back of B side in a post plant. It has really changed up their playstyle in a way that Vanguard, even if they watched the last game's outs that we had mentioned before, they don't know how to face this. This is brand new.
It's always one of those situations where you see that right now Last Resistance, they win rounds like those, and they're huge in their own right. I talk about it again and again where teams, most of the time, you don't want to play to be ahead. You want to play to make sure the other team's behind. That's kind of the perspective you have to have in these games. And when you go ahead and let your opposition get you 7, it makes the game a lot more difficult knowing that you're choked out. But still, that's not holding Vanguard back too much. They found themselves very early success. They're looking outstanding in their own right. They found some good exchanges across the board. They now make a 3-1 scenario as the dimensional drift does go back towards that spawn, but Fox honestly just use that as a retreat. You go ahead, get that spike down, you don't make too much out of it. You know that probably there's an operator in the back of the field that you're up against with a chamber. You don't be swinging that too much, so you just play it slow and steady. Say, they're probably going to have to go for the retake, but Ryken has nothing to work with at all. That says, honestly, there's nothing here to lose too much. I just go for it, try to make it as expensive as possible, because there's still going to be at least 2 more rounds left.
Well, at least be expensive in the hands of Fox. That's also a rifle that is collected by Ryken. Makes things a little bit more manageable. Like you mentioned, there's not enough time to truly get the CPs down. It's just a matter of trying to further develop the economic downturn of Vanguard. Instead, they will still manage to find themselves around win ultimately in the end. And similar scenario, Vanguard ultimately find the win because they played very swiftly early. They send Fox's bait switch to flash out that forced Ryken off the top of stack. Ryken was able to escape initially, but wasn't able to actually assist the team that was still left on the side. And coastline just wasn't there for last resistance whatsoever. Change up once again. Crone will be picking up that judge. We saw just how strong that was in round 7, where they found 2 kills and a really nice shift up by them outside of last resistance in the first plant to ultimately win, where Vanguard got trapped onto their own side.
Yeah, I mean, already slow and steady here for Vanguard Black in a game that's already felt a little bit slow. And even when you lose that first player, you have no info to work off of now besides just that knife alone. So things aren't going to look too good here for Vanguard as they try to get themselves onto a site. And with one player down, to make things even if, when I said slow and steady, makes things that much slower because Creamy, with a little bit of a lap around, still no real information available, not even a big hold in the middle of the map. You're relying on Ian there towards the back to really get all these kills. And looking at that last game, he's definitely capable of it, but not enough to really save out your Viper there trapped inside the pit as it now comes down to a 3v2. Spike still isn't down just yet, but Johnny's just close enough to make it manageable.
Turns on the wrong side of the pillar though, and that's control, that's space that's dominated by last resistance at the current moment. They'll be forced to use a bit of a snake bite to try and keep them back. Ian though was lying within the actual snake bite, was not able to get away unscathed because of that they will fall. They do have Yardi inside of hallways sitting behind the opposing side of Stack, more towards that middle side. Henry seemingly is aware of the player that is there, but either side is swinging them, kind of respecting that space control that is there. Shots trying to connect through wall for Henry. Quick flick over to Yardi. The right timing, but Henry just knows. They'll go and sit themselves up over towards pillar on brick stacks. They'll go for the reload. They find it. And oh my goodness, Johnny got confident. The wrong idea. Last resistance find themselves a clutch round win by Henry. Put it on the clutch counter.
Johnny boy, Johnny boy!
Last
Hey, we're
round
gonna go ahead
before
and
the
just do one
switch.
more on the board here, man. I mean, that's what you're looking for, obviously, if you're last resistance. And we talk about these rounds and how they not only equate to just one round of an advantage, one more round accumulated here in a half, but 2 more rounds to really trade off there towards the rear end of it. So now, worst case situation for last resistance, they're looking at 8-4, and once again, we saw them on that second half in that last map on the semifinals. So only just mere, I want to say probably 30 minutes ago, if that. They were on the attacking side. They flipped things around and they looked that much better when they were already kind of lackluster on that defending side, where they barely managed a lead. You've been even more so of one that's really, really concerning to see the competition on the side of Vanguard Black. So they do find themselves in even exchange here very early one on to get themselves those kills, but now the Tour de Force kind of shut down with that knife. You can go ahead and manage a little bit of damage, get yourself some kills, and make sure to get a lead as well. But it's the 2v3, and Henry is alive there to work off of that.
I mean, you're talking about the Battle of the KOs when 2 chambers are on the field, 1 for each side. It really does come down to which is the more competent KO, which one is properly placing their 0 points and putting and allowing the team to safely push and or deny pushes. It has been consistently Henry, and though Henry does fall, the cast first bears fruit by the hands of Fox inside Nest. The whole entire reason that last resistance was able to even the odds and deal with Creamy Duck quickly was off the back of it. That knife going out and suppressing, denying the Tour de Force, denying the headhunter being pulled out on top of that. The good spot for recovery still for last resistance. One is up and alive, but trying to work in through mid doors. Does have a rifle in this round, no longer using that judge that they had bought just previously in their semi-thrifty buys. They do have a bit of an easy sideline over towards the spike itself. They'll place the toxic screen. That will force them to swing, and there goes their own 0 point in the side there, Vanguard Black. Not enough information is there. Too wild to swing, too scared to fight back. They can put the toxic screen back up and hide in a new angle. They'll tap it for just a moment. There goes the pop flash around the corner. It looks like Yardi will swing. They will indeed. They will fall. No time left to stick, and they will lose the round. But Crone will finish off the last 2 players, ensuring that they will not survive with a rifle. Though it does not matter.
Switching sides.
It's 8-4, it's the new half for last versus they get themselves the lead to work with. But more importantly, we still get ourselves plenty of money to work with here around Community Gaming. Thanks to them for putting this entire thing on. And more importantly, the 2,500 that's going to go into the prize pool next weekend for the 100 Pit of Valor that we got on our hands after such a long and treacherous journey we've had to make ourselves through, and even then the control as well for backing us up in the meantime and giving us what else we need, and even any extra support. Every single bit of it matters, even out of every single one of you watching here today. But back to the game to talk about more importantly this 8-4 that's on our hands. Very quick, I gotta say, kind of half going through there in lead of last resistance. Now getting themselves on the attacking side. We talked about speed being the name of the game, at least for last resistance. What they did in that last half was still Neon, and even then an advantage in their hands. That double round, if they get this pistol to work off of, if it follows the normalcy of a lot of games, we get those first 2, they'll be at double digits almost immediately.
Wasn't normal for the first half, but the second half, is a different story. We talked about the speed of Last Resistance. Note now an absence of that. They're being nice and steady in their push. They're defaulted over to 2 on B, 1 in mid, and 1 over towards A with a kind of lurker back inside of Oasis. That's not going to be the case eventually once the fights start to go forward. They may lose the first blood, but Ryken gets a little bit of return fire backwards. Henry's not allowed to escape, though, back through Cave to maybe assist the rest of the team on that A site, but unfazed is Ian. They've already planted on Pyramid. They already set themselves up, and notice what Vanguard are doing that. They're trying to take a page of the Last Resistance's defensive playbook. They're taking control over of this map, flanking back towards Cave. Both players will go towards Cave, none towards Shop or Gift, which will kind of make things a little bit easier for the side of Last Resistance, but Creamy Duck is the only player not in that direction, and they will take down Ia. Prone is the last alive. Does have a sight line, maybe deny a player in Cave, but a stick there by Johnny's will allow for Sally to just cover their flank, and a round win by Vanguard as they'll bring themselves up just a little bit closer, maybe hope for the second as well.
That's all they need, right, is to get themselves that first round, not even worry about that last half, saying we have ourselves a little bit of a cushion. We just can't let what happened that last half happen once more. They won the first round, and they let a string of 6 come along. They don't even have that kind of amount of leeway or luxury. They only got 5 to work with for the rest of this game before Last Resistance could close things out. You can't let a string of rounds come along at all. The most you can allow, honestly, is going to be 2, and you have to answer that with more so in the rear end. You have to answer that back with 3 just to make this game look like it'd be feasible for an overtime. So these guns to work with, they definitely look good here for this. And Last Resistance, keep in mind when they're on the attacking side, they also managed to thrifty during the semifinals as well, which is going to be massive, all things considered, if they can get themselves on this B side and make that magic happen once more.
Mid control given up by Vanguard. They fought hard for that. They sent 4 players initially through pillars, though 1 did retreat back. They had wanted to make sure in that pistol round they had full control over towards mid. Last Resistance this time trying to do the same exact thing. They get the first blood, but it's returned instantly back. Not really a point of contention, so to say. Cloud will be placed by Vanguard to cut down the sight lines and maybe slow down the push by Last Resistance through those doors, but I think they'll continue to stand there for at least a little bit longer. The problem is the second that dissipates, it's going to be Sally. They don't even need the sight line. They'll just spray through the door. They take the head clean off Ryken's shoulders with that Sheriff to finish the job. They're going to push themselves over towards this B site. Creamy Duck with a hip fire cannot find the shot. Manages to escape the actual toss there of their 0 point, just barely getting the rendezvous out in time. Johnny's has the flank though, and once again, map control has been the ultimate denominator of these rounds. As now you put yourself in a really rough spot. 1 player left standing. Henry has to connect all the shots. Can't hit any, as Vanguard will find themselves another round win.
That's all you need, but still Last Resistance going in and scrapping themselves together. Give them 1 kill in the meantime, and that's all you really need. It's just something to make sure that round looks a little less feasible for the next one. But even then, get themselves 300 credits in the rear end to work off with that spike plan. So it's going to look good for the retaliation. It's not going to create anyone of a buy situation or even enough confidence out of all these players unless we see possibly Fox go for somewhat of a buy. And honestly, he's looking to man it up. Not with the full shield, but a half shield available, and trying to really make things look doable here. But Last Resistance, this is where these kind of rounds where you have to find a shutdown. You're going to find some kind of a wild card. And Fox, I'm sure, maybe going on somewhat of a flank play, go somewhere weird around the map to make sure you can make this round as expensive as possible, because that's kind of the end goal here. You want to make sure to shut down the long term. You want to shut down those pockets, because if you do, it makes rounds look that much more impossible. When you got players out there working a 9 to 5 just to go ahead and get a cut of a weapon instead of just really out there playing.
Last Resistance, Cave is their main forte. They're going to use the fast lane and the toxic screen to their advantage. That cuts down sight lines from more than just one direction. Johnny's trapped in the back of the site, will fall to the Vandal of Alu. Shock Threat sent around the corner. Last Resistance are not planting in the typical default spot where they can watch from long of Cave. Instead, they're holding close position where they're at least somewhat safe to plant. That plant also gives them 100% control over to that Viper's Pit, charging it completely. And Last Resistance will now try to continue to hold on to the site with that. Hot flash tossed out by the Euro of Fox. Ian swung back around that corner, is able to get Creamy Duck, who is standing up on staircase over towards top hall. Sally is spraying wildly through the Viper's Pit, but cannot truly find their target, but it has still dissipated. Last Resistance has taken a couple steps back, feeling that pressure and of coming to it easily. Yardy takes down Krona, 3K, and now made 4 as Alu goes overconfident and swings deep into that site from middle doors. Wrong decision at the wrong time, but it still nets a win for Last Resistance as the spike detonates completely. The Vanguard escape with a rifle they'll be able to keep for the next round.
Yeah, not quite sure how that round actually looks for the long term in terms of last resistance and what they got to work with. I mean, sure, they're going to be going for force here. They don't have too much to work with just on the board because all their players died in that last round. But Vanguard Black, they're going to be fully stacked here. They even carried a rifle over from the last round. And even then, sure, a player didn't die. You're making sure to net a lot here because you knew you didn't really have anything to work with anyways. You knew you were going to have a guaranteed enough. When you look at that shot, press B before the round starts, you say minimum amount for next. And you're like, all right, if I could save 2,900 of that and only buy these shields and utility comparative to, you know, say my team's killing everybody else, we're not really worried about that because still it's resulting in very early aggressive kills here on the board and a little bit of an exchange out of the loop. But I gotta say, I'm surprised that they didn't kind of carry through with that, all things considered. You don't have the money to work off of, and even they're making sure to put in that extra effort to keep these rifles away because look at Henry trying to fight for that control, saying, oh no, they brought it back home.
That's actually big brain by the side of Vanguard. Henry really wanted that, and he's going to be sorely disappointed when he figures out for sure that the rifle has been brought all the way back over towards Hall of B. That's just too dangerous a spot to try to kind of take control over without any proper gun in hand. Sally, hanging out near doors. He's actually from Drop of Hall, sitting in that close cubby. It looks like we'll probably see we're going to try to peek this one early, and
Spike down
that,
mid.
Sally will get the kill. Blasting up by Alu, they'll be able to finish them off quickly with a recon, but will tag their position away at least once. That's at least a smidge of intel that Vanguard can try to utilize in their favor. Henry has not yet left that position over towards Elbow. It looks like Last Resistance were truly wanting to push this B site from the very beginning, so they'll send their toxic screen and fast lanes to ensure that they can dominate it. Alu is swing wildly, forced to take a couple steps back because of that fragment, but because of that, they're in a great spot to deal with Johnny's on pillar. One good for it, Alu good for a fourth. They'll have to get this spike down though. There is no chance that it will be denied by Creamy Duck. Plenty of time for the plant as well. And they're just trying to make sure that they can put themselves in the right spot for the post plant. Operator up on the board. 0 Point not going to do it.
Wow.
It's not the tour de force, but Henry has the sight line as Creamy Duck turns the wrong way.
I mentioned those Thrifties, man, even on the attacking side, more specifically for Last Resistance on that B side in the last game. And they once again find a way to replicate that formula and still find the same result, kind of tipping themselves over the boiling point and getting themselves that double-digit checkpoint. That's what they were looking for. This is the esteemed pedestal they're trying to find themselves on, and they're finally sitting nice and comfy on top of it because they also found to shut down the side of Vanguard Black, who does not have much to work with on the defensive side. They can find themselves looking an easy 11 because defensive therapies are much more difficult if you don't find that early first blood, which would still be resulted out of Creamy Duck if you do see that aggression from the Headhunter, which just will not come out. But all things considered, mid-control kind of being the biggest factor right now that teams are fighting for. But another thing is the spike, where these players are kind of working around. They know not too much money is really in the hands of Vanguard Black, so they're getting thrifty with this round as well, getting around the map, getting ahead of the opposition, completely take over this B site, forcing somewhat of rotation when the spike hasn't even had any initiative towards the site. It was over towards A. You get the flip around, you find the kills, and it's Foreman standing at the end for almost clean, thrifty round in their hands, but more importantly, swiftly.
I was going to mention a point that Darkin made Last Darkin made Last Resistance work for those thrifty rounds. We did see them win 1 or 2 occasionally on the defensive side, but honestly, that was because, and we had mentioned it before, because it was in the early 5 rounds for Last Resistance, but they looked really poor on their attacking half. It was because Last Resistance kind of fumbled it back. They made the mistakes. They pushed out when they should have. They defended incorrectly when they got to the post plant. Vanguard didn't even get the chance to do so because instead of sitting back towards site and playing for the post plant, Vanguard took the fight early to the side of Last Resistance, hoping that they could get the man advantage, pick up the rifle that Henry wanted to do just a round ago, and try to give themselves a chance to kind of find cumulative successes with that rifle and kind of trade out who it goes to. Once that's denied, Last Resistance just have to watch the same bodies, watch the same angles, and deal with you quickly. The problem is, once proper guns are in Vanguard's hands, look what's happened to the side of Last Resistance. 3 off the board, 3 players that had ultimates ready to go, raring to fight out, and now all you have is Crone, who is quite good, did very good in that last round, and Krigan, who's on Tour Force is available. I'm not sure a 2v4 is the right time to pop it.
Yeah, it's definitely not, unless it was kind of preordained and you made sure it was there at the beginning of the round. You get a little bit aggressive to find some of these shots and see if you can dwindle these numbers down. But honestly, you got to give props to Vanguard Black and more importantly, kind of playing these long games, setting up these chokeholds, making sure they're towards these bigger parts of the map. And I think honestly, if you're Last Resistance, you got to stop going for this A side. He has worked way too much. You work for that game of aggression. You do so good in that department you have to capitalize on top of it. Realize your strengths and play into those. I'm not, I was a little bit of a business major back in my undergrad, and I can tell you what a SWOT analysis is. I'm not going to break it down, but honestly, I mean, Last Resistance has to go through that same exact phase to close out this game. They have to realize where they can be, where they're wanted, and where they can really capitalize on this. And B-site, where they have themselves kind of eyeing towards once more, I think that's going to be the recipe to success, considering how much aggression has really played as a factor in their success thus far.
You want to play?
It hurts me. I cannot bring crime scene analysis into this. There's no way for me to elude my degree, my college time period whatsoever.
The masters then.
You're right. I'll throw it back one more time. We'll send it the other way. Though we'll have to see if anyone will fall early. We did see a quick lack of early kills, and that first half was down to the 40-second margin where kills were on the game. That's not been the case for Last Resistance. They're going back to the same old standard of really quickly. And it's kind of given them a lot of success. A blind spire shot through a lot of util that was dumped by both sides. Henry gets first. They'll even find themselves a second kill. Dragons able to take down one with that tour de force. Ian will swing from side to side on the back of B and give up their position, but somehow still managing to survive at the current moment. Yardi will swing back out and meet them as they both take lines of sight. It will be Yardi that comes out on top of it. It was their teammate of Sowley. Yardi will wall swing once again. Riken not dealt with over towards the back of B main, and Crone will finish things off strong. Not only now have Last Resistance brought this one to a point that's very dangerous for Vanguard Black. They have put themselves at match point, serious point here for GLG's Pit of Valor, or the last one before we reach the big 100. That's a great way to put a statement before heading into next week.
It most definitely is. I mean, even then, we've already seen Last Resistance do that before. I mean, they did it the week before, and the week before that. I mean, when have we not seen them do it? Exactly. I mean, all day today. You've got to take what they can do. Honestly, man, if I'm Last Resistance, I'm kind of ticked because we've revealed so much before next week. We got to go right back to the playbook and make it entirely new. We got to make a sequel now. Because, I mean, we can't just go by the same thing anymore. Regardless, so one thing that is going to have to change up right now is going to be Vanguard Black's approach to this game. They now have their backs against the wall, or between a rock and a hard place. They got to make sure to really bounce things back, find the strength, and really find not just an extra point of resilience right now, but more importantly, just a miraculous run to get themselves 5 in a row for an overtime. And I just don't know if that's going to be feasible. It definitely is doable. We've seen bigger comebacks in much worse scenarios, but you have to make sure to really just forget about the rest of the game and think that you are that much better in this situation. Find ways to shut down these ultimates. Find ways to retaliate. Make sure to find the correct answer at the right time and be in the right place at the right time, even better yet. When you're on this defense and finding these initial picks and getting the game to swing into your favor, because you had that Viper's Pit. If that spike goes down, this game gets very, very, very difficult to bring back.
I'll say it right now, Last Resistance, if you win this round, as kind of a consolation for us, showing everybody all your strats before next week, we'll give you $200 if you manage to take this one and get to that 13 margin. So that one close. Creamy Duck, though, will try to at least hold on for a little bit longer. That is the tour de force popped as well for the side of Vanguard. All is dead and dusted. Cremated, so to say. Kind of swept back with that rendezvous to make sure that Creamy Duck could survive for a little bit longer, but that's still only Creamy Duck defending that B site. Last Resistance, usually when they key in that it's only one player, they'll take a couple steps back, but they respect Creamy Duck. Creamy Duck has been consistently the best player of the side of Vanguard, though they did have a little bit of a tumultuous time we've seen before, especially on the map of, say, Bind. They look really high here on Breeze, and they have kind of been the foray of Vanguard's strategy. Not the case now. It looks like Last Resistance are going to prime themselves to retreat backwards. They just want to make sure they can at least even the odds with Ian there on the salad.
And also, the longer this round goes, the more you kind of get afraid of your Last Resistance. You just lost your Neons. You don't really have too much to engage. You don't have that fast lane, more importantly. They kind of cover your own rear getting onto a site, so you have to be on the lookout constantly for Creamy Duck and where he may be. So with some shots to go through, Fox to really take one from the team in a situation like that, taking a lot of help. And even Exchange does go onto the site of A, and you make sure to get that control and also get just enough space to squeeze in that spike on the side. So this is looking good for Last Resistance. Vanguard Bloods, but they got to step it up, and even then with Creamy Duck falling, it's not looking good.
Oof, rough spot. Look at the HP as well for Vanguard. Fox is basically dead. One shot from any weapon on Last Resistance will finish the job quickly. The same thing can be said to Yardi even lower at that point. Crone will get the wall bang kill as they try to step over towards the road. It's just Fox up and alive. One flash left. Sprout to deal with Crone, but Henry doesn't need sightline. They'll get that live ping for their teammate as they fall and get that shot to go through. Like I said before, Dallas, Last Resistance as your consolation of giving everyone your strategy. We're giving you $200 out the back of this one. Thanks to Community Gaming. Congratulations to all victories. Well deserved, with Vanguard falling a little bit short.
Yeah, I mean, kind of unfortunate, I'll say. I mean, we obviously saw Vanguard kind of keep it close. Last week, they definitely looked a lot better, even though we didn't see them on the map of Breeze, and that's kind of something I think they can honestly play off of. They play very aggressive. They look good on these maps. So they can really create these cutoffs, create these chokeholds, and actually make them impactful. With such an open map like Breeze, where we even see, Last Resistance already had themselves a dub in the semifinals. I mentioned it prior, just coming into this matchup. They were warmed up on it. They won on it. It was a close game even towards that first half. And they said, you know what? We already reached that kind of uncomfortable levels. We've ironed those wrinkles out here for the day. We're going to go into this last one looking cleaner than ever, and we can just execute. And when they found themselves an 8-4 lead, that is just a difficult thing to bounce back from initially. We're talking about how 4 rounds, the 9-5 kind of differential isn't all that big. 8-4 is the same kind of split, but I got to say, it's just something you don't want to look at, period.
It's the number of saying we have half their score. 9-5, you're looking and saying, hey, it's just 4 rounds. It's not that terrible. When you see you have half their score, half the rounds total, it's the transition in your mind from saying 4 rounds down to being half, this giant hill you have to climb. It just weighs down a little bit further in a lot of ways for a lot of players, a lot more than it should. And I talked about that mental game in that first half. Vanguard is a team we've seen struggle with the mental and also overcome that mental in a really dominant way. And I just don't think they recovered in a strong enough way on this map of Breeze. That early round lead that was kind of strung together in that first half and taking the positive half there by the side of Last Resistance, I think that was where the damage was mostly done. Their second half is always on that attack. Looked great. 2 maps in a reform on Breeze and has looked good all day, to be frank, from them, as we've seen them all day here on broadcast. But Last Resistance, a really great map from them, and they deserve the victory through and through. Vanguard coming in next week with that $2,500 prize pool, where instead of just first and second place getting yourselves a piece of that prize pool for only $250, it's the top 8 get money, as you said before, Dallas.
And even then, I mean, they'll get $250 regardless, just getting into the grand finals. So, I mean, everything they've got to work with so far, they're not really too concerned about it. But even then, more people are also going to be getting in on that. And I'm sure bigger teams, considering the kind of events going on and such, they're going to keep their eyes on that as well. They're going to say, we kind of have to sign up for this. We need to get ourselves a piece of the pie as well. And that's going to make sure that we see Vanguard and even then Last Resistance have their own another league of competition they're going to really be struggling against. So even then, if part of these teams, and even then, if you're an organizer, one of those right now watching, if you're kind of struggling and a little concerned about these spots, and if you don't sign up for it right now, or even if you're late to the cut because, I don't know, you're amputated currently for whatever reason, you can go ahead and sign up at least for a country club membership and make sure when you do get around to it next week, when things get that much closer, you're guaranteed yourself a spot for only $10 for the entire team. That's not a struggle at all. Not anything to really concern yourself with, because it is going to be insane. We're going to have a lot of things to really rev up for this as we do get ourselves into that next week, because there's going to be, I'm sure everybody over here at GLG, we're going to be kind of, we're going to be chugging along, to kind of put it plain and simple without getting inappropriate here. But I mean, regardless, though, all things said and done, congratulations to Last Resistance, an outstanding effort. I mean, with you having to be on stream last night, you kind of had plot armor anyways. Why not close everything out, get yourself a dub, and even then shut down an opponent you've seen previously who, honestly, you're just kind of making this rivalry look a little one-sided instead of being a rivalry at all.
Well, that's a great way to finish things off strong. Just keep in mind, the victor does not have to be Last Resistance for the night. Make sure you type ! giveaway in the chat. There's actually 2 giving away to you and a friend when you actually receive it. So make sure to fight for that new Valorant skin bundle. I know Dallas has been probably spamming it in the background, praying that he'll get involved in that giveaway, but at the same time, he's probably already purchased that bundle, to say the least. But think of how many bundles you can buy next week when you fight for that $2,500 prize pool. So many more teams are going to be involved. Even if you don't think you're going to win, that's not the right mindset. At least you're facing really good teams. The more teams show up, the higher that prize pool is. You may have to face some pretty darn big teams. At the very least, you may get a signature or something in between. They could go big league, but that's it for us here tonight for GLG. We'll see you guys next week for the big 100. Stay tuned for more from us. We'll see you guys soon.
Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. Rivers running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling, and I'm feeling, and I'm feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me.
Now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opping, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's a
blossom on a tree.
And there we have it, your Pit of Valor crown champions.
It's a day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good.